regarding Jayce and Viktor also applies in some way, shape, or form to every other storyline, character, or dynamic in this season, but I wanted to, not have a 10+ hour TED Talk complaining about somebody else's writing when I could literally be working on my own projects instead. About a month or so ago, I posted this video here, where I went into a bit of my feelings on the second season of Arcane, with the intention of providing myself a little bit of catharsis. And I did, for about a week. See, what I thought was a way to alleviate my conflicting feelings about the season actually ended up kickstarting my 5 stages of grief. So I'm back. That's right. This is a general writing critique. But before I fully get started, there are a few preliminary words I'd like to spit, if you'll allow me.
Season 2 was bad because of shippers.
In the beginning of my last video, I called myself a filthy shipper, knowing how the internet as a whole felt about shippers and fandom, but not actually realizing how much of Season 2's discourse centered around how prominent the ships were this season. Do I regret that? Not really, it was more of a tongue-in-cheek thing. But I do want to state this plainly. Arcane Season 2 was not subpar because shippers exist. Its failures are solely due to its own inability to balance writing a cohesive narrative with reckless self-indulgence. I suppose along the same sentiment, I can also take the chance to address the phrase, "this feels like a fanfic," which is something I've not only heard others use a lot regarding the season, but I've used it too. And what does that mean? Because it's almost always got an overall negative connotation to it, but I've read some phenomenal fanfic. So I did some thinking, and I think, for me, something feels like a fanfiction because of the clear dissonance between a fan work and the source material. This dissonance is inevitable because despite how much the fan knows about the characters, they still do not have insight into the way things are supposed to play out in canon. Arcane Season 2, therefore, feels like a fanfiction because it has that same level of dissonance with the first season, as if the writing does not have the gift of canonical background knowledge on how its own characters are supposed to operate.
Sheisty writing sabotaged my enjoyment.
Believe it or not, I had sticky notes on sticky notes with different ideas for the last video's title, from fan service can't save bad writing to questionable writing's effects on audience trust. I needed something that was punchy and accurate to the conflict I felt, while not being malicious and actually insulting the writers themselves, because that isn't my intention. Not only do I not envy the position they were put into in making a follow-up to the first season, but I myself am a writer and an artist. I've been working on my comic Leftovers since 2015, so I try not to put too much negative energy out there when it comes to criticizing the creators behind the works that I have a turbulent relationship with. It's for that reason that my last video was my first public media analysis video, despite, of course, not being my first media analysis rodeo, because instead of actively engaging in internet discourse, I prefer the quieter option of internalizing the lessons I've learned from watching a piece of media and putting that effort into my writing instead. That said, the terms sheisty and sabotage for my last video's title, while probably not at all algorithm friendly or whatever, ended up perfectly encapsulating my feelings. Sheisty means untrustworthy, while sabotage implies that an effort was made but was ruined by a means out of my control. I really tried to enjoy Arcane Season 2, but its own writing ruined that for me. And while I loved how that video turned out, I think I leaned more into showing how I tried enjoying the season rather than actually breaking down how the untrustworthy writing degraded the experience continuing forward and in hindsight for me, thus leading to this feeling of incompleteness. Almost like I had so much more to get out of my system, like I hadn't even touched on my main source of distress this season. Instead, kneecapping myself because I never intended to make a video that long in the first place. So, that's how this video was born, and that's why we're back.
Format of this video.
In addition to getting these demons out, I want to add something new to the conversation around Season 2's shortcomings, and I think I can do that best by incorporating my own exercises as a storyteller. So, I'm going to be taking that internalization I do when it comes to parsing out lessons to take with me into my own writing endeavors, and I'm going to externalize that. The format's going to go as such. I have boiled down some of my bigger issues into 3 to 4 topics per episode, so I'll be going in chronological order through the season, starting with my initial reactions, since some of the aspects I ended up having a problem with in the long run were either unnoticed, only slightly questioned, or actually enjoyed during my first watch. And I think it's important to at least touch on the real-time experience of Season 2, because I think this season's heavier focus on a scene-to-scene experience for the audience on first watch, rather than crafting a narrative with lasting impact, leads to most of its problems. Next, I will name which of Arcane's core strengths I think each topic betrays. These are the core strengths I enjoyed and identified from analyzing Season 1 back when it came out. They are further defined on screen, so feel free to pause if you want to read, but the core strengths are dynamic character connections and motivations, world building via characters and not the other way around, creating a living, breathing world with realistic reactions and consequences, cohesion between all creative aspects, storytelling, music, animation, etc., and lastly, consistency and time awareness. After listing off which cores have been betrayed, I'll get into the meat and potatoes surrounding this topic, how I perceive it in hindsight versus initially, and the ripple effect it ends up causing across the story and Season 1. Then finally, finally, I'll end that topic section with a teachable moment, finding the nuggets of gold within this perceived dirt clod, aka what we can learn from sheisty writing. It also feels like it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway to cover my ass. Because these lessons are based on a process I usually do on my own time, based on my own sensibilities, take them with a rock of salt. They are not meant to be the end-all be-all of writing advice. I'm still learning the nuances of writing myself, okay? Alright, also this video is long, so editing will definitely be scaled back from last time. But now that we've gotten all that established, let's kick off this seemingly never-ending bereavement. Episode 1. Yes, damn Kate, you've been so strong so far, it's about time to let it out. Oh no, Kate, you're bugging. Thank you, Vi!
You were on our side.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to reel it in. Look, I know Jinx killed your mom, but what you're not finna do is guilt trip Vi of all people into joining the Enforcers. That's a losing battle.
A few moments later.
Vi, are we dead ass? Kate, Vi, and the Enforcer enlistment / bad situation.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Oh boy, we're starting off strong with the ripple effects this scene causes. So, it's been an undisclosed amount of time after Cassandra's funeral when Kate and Vi briefly take some time to grieve together. Kate more openly and Vi more quietly due to the overwhelming guilt, paired with the realization that Powder really is gone. Kate declares that she's going after Jinx with a team of enforcers and tries to get Vi to put on a badge in order to take part in the mission. Vi naturally says hell no until the end of the episode. So right off the bat, we have started the season with Vi undercutting one of her biggest character flaws of stubbornly standing 10 toes down on her convictions while punching anything else that gets in the way. In isolation, this feels like a decision dictated by guilt, but put it in context with the rest of the season, or even just a couple more episodes, and it's unfortunately clear that this was only the beginning of a trend for Vi going forward. Even worse, it also plants the seeds of a new trend for Kate, that being her uncharacteristic disregard for common sense, reasoning, or anyone else's emotions in the writing's attempt to speedrun her arc into a caricature of vengeance, disguised under the veil of grief for her mother's passing. A grief that there is seemingly no interest in exploring on a deeper level, a one which is pretty much written out of this narrative by the beginning of the second act. Here's another strange and somewhat concerning writing decision for Kate. When I originally watched this scene, one of the things that I had an extremely adverse reaction to was some of the language she used, such as, I thought you were on our side. Kate, from her introduction, has always fallen into the trope of the rich girl who comes from privilege and doesn't understand how the disadvantaged live. But unlike how this trope generally plays out, Kate was not only willing and wanting to learn, but also super emotionally cognizant to a degree that I felt set her apart. She doesn't understand things outside of her worldview, but she understands this lack of understanding and never tries to make excuses or straw man arguments against the ones who have been hurt by those she's used as peers. That is, until season 2, where she freely does things that seem out of character for her. Things like, as mentioned, pitting Vi's side against her side and trying to make her choose, lumping all of Zaun together after the memorial attack, calling them animals. And while time-wise, Vi has been deeply entrenched in both actions taken and language used against the Undercity her entire life, but has only known Kate for maybe a month at most, the previously fiery Vi still says nothing in response. She doesn't retaliate or call Kate out on her stances, and once again, the writing hides the reactions from both of these characters under the guise of grief and guilt. But grief and guilt doesn't turn characters into entirely different people overnight. That's a change that happens slowly, burning away at them, over an arc neither Kate nor Vi have had yet. But in a series that's been away for so long, for an audience that's had to fill in the blanks for literal years, it's often hard to parse the rate at which things should be happening once we hop back into the narrative. So scenes like this get a bit of leeway even when they shouldn't. A funny little thing that I feel worth mentioning is that after season 2, I actually had to go back and rewatch season 1 to make sure my nostalgia wasn't just making the original series seem better than it was in reality. However, to my shock and horror, not only was the first season just as amazing as I remember, honestly even better on rewatch, but I realized that this particular scene between Kate, Vi, or any Enforcer scene involving Kate this episode was the birthplace of another trend that continues throughout season 2. That trend being this season's weird disregard for the smaller details of season 1 to make its plot actually work. See, on my rewatch of the original Arcane, I was reminded that Kate was not only not a decorated officer, but she also lost her job as an enforcer after Jinx's progress date trick in episode 4 and then seemingly never got it back. She went into Zaun with Vi off the record, came back and managed to get a meeting with the council through her mom, and then was kidnapped by Jinx. So her I am a decorated officer speech is actually null and void. And I would love to justify this by saying Piltover's council is in shambles right now, so it makes sense nobody would be able to check her at the moment, but the way she says this and the triumphant concoction of animation and music tells us that this is a a scene we shouldn't question, because it is not presenting any misleading information. Compare the framing with another section from the exact same scene where Mel is questioning how the memorial attack happened before we get a not so subtle shot of Ambessa. I could also use all manner of emotional outburst justification for any of these characters' reactions or lack thereof, and not just this scene, but any scene going forward. But I feel it is important to reiterate that these characters are, in fact, being written by writers who make decisions on how they should make decisions. If a character like Vi acts irrationally, it is because she is written to act irrationally, because it's how the writers have chosen to characterize her. I love how alive these characters felt last season as much as the next person, but we always have to keep in mind that the only reason they felt so alive is because the writing crafted them as such. How did Vi go from justifiably, vehemently rejecting the idea of becoming an enforcer to donning the uniform over the span of just one episode? You might justify this with, well, it's obviously because she felt guilt over the death of Caitlyn's mom, and we've seen Vi start hot in the past, particularly when it came to something like her reaction to Powder in episode 3, and then cool off and come to regret the way she handled the situation, giving way to self-reflection and wanting to do anything she can to make things right, even if it involves making some not so smart decisions. To which I would respond that you're right about the guilt part, because this episode shows Vi displaying guilt specifically about Jinx killing Kate's mom, but then everything else is conjecture, headcanon based on Vi's reaction specifically to how she feels about abandoning her sister in a series, and makes it very clear every character is capable of, and does, have extremely different dynamics with everyone they come across. And in actuality, Vi's not known Kate long enough to aggressively go back on her convictions in the same way she does by the end of episode 1. That said, I wanted to mention this because it will become even more apparent in the upcoming topics how much season 2's writing really depends on the audience's attachment to and years-long reflection on Arcane's cast in order to offload the heavy work of having to explain how things get from point A to point B.
What can we learn?
There are a lot of lessons with this, but it feels like the perfect time to focus on one in particular. It is incredibly easy to conflate time between one's own writing efforts and what is written. For us, it has been about 3 to 4 years between Arcane Season 1 and 2. For the writers, I'm not sure how long it's been between their writing of the seasons. For the characters, it's been, a couple weeks at most since the entire world turned on its head? When you're writing something across a long period of time, your own ideas of what the story is about, how the characters act, where their arcs are going, etc. can change vastly, but it's important to place yourself in the character's shoes and ask, would they make this decision at this time, after this sort of event, with how their development has gone so far, with the time they've been given? The plot point may be Vi has to become an enforcer, the very thing she hates, one of the very monsters she said she'd protect Powder from in order to stop Jinx. But with a character who has been written to be so stubborn and resistant to change as Vi, forcing her down this path too quickly can break immersion or come across as contrived, especially when so many other options have not only been presented, but also executed in the first season. Vi and Kate were off the record when looking for Silco's whereabouts. Jayce and Vi were vigilantes while busting the Shimmer Factory. Why wouldn't she at least just recommend helping out but not in a uniform? It's been 4 years for us between the events at the end of seasons 1 and the beginning of 2, but in her world and time, it's way too close to all this newly traumatic shit happening for Vi to just comfortably don the suit of the oppressors that kickstarted her old traumatic shit. Ignoring how time moves in your own story can lead to changes in the minutiae of character development, or worse, the indescribable feeling that the pacing of the story has suddenly changed, which can kickstart a whole snowball effect, as we'll see continuing forward.
Loading next topic.
Where's Jayce? My god, he's been in the lab with Viktor this whole time? I'm surprised Mel didn't come get him for the meeting. I mean, he should probably be there. Fuck is that? Jayce, you haven't gone to see your homegirl yet? I mean, her mom only died, no rush. But I think you can leave the lab for a second. I don't know, he said something about Viktor's evolving and shit, so maybe not. Okay, so he's out of the lab and visiting Kate. Why did it take Mel for you to do that? How long has it been? Jayce's neglect of the council and others.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
With the council in shambles, everyone decides to have a meeting in order to decide what should be done regarding Jinx. The surviving counselors are there, Ambessa's there, even Kate's there, having provided eyewitness off screen. Everyone is there making this grand decision. Everyone save for Jayce, who has instead been in his lab watching over Viktor for who knows how long. The de facto leader of the council and the inventor of hex tech is nowhere to be found in the situation regarding some very big decisions concerning both of these things. Later when Mel visits, she and he discuss Viktor's condition, and Mel suggests Jayce go for a visit with Caitlyn since she's been having a hard time mourning, which he eventually ends up doing. For a lot of the scenes involving Jayce and Viktor specifically, most of my initial reaction is in the previous video. Of course, I was over the moon to see Jayce staying by Viktor's side, but something felt slightly odd. It wasn't until my rewatch of season 1 where things started to come together, and where I was reminded of my original perception of their relationship. It was surprising to recall the fact that I originally thought of Viktor and Mel's relationship with Jayce as little more than each of them having a one-sided crush on him, aka both vying for his attention and affection, as mentioned mentioned in my last video. But it was even more shocking to go back and realize just how little time Jayce and Viktor spent on screen together, followed by an even larger realization that it was the fact that they spent so much time apart, yet both still had each other's names on their tongues, that caused me to lean into shipping them in the first place. What I thought was originally nothing more than a setup for a love triangle suddenly became so much more nuanced as the season went on. Viktor was dedicated, yet isolated, while Jayce was an empathetic, people-pleasing socialite by comparison, even though the socialite aspect was not by choice. Which brings me back to this season and this scene. Jayce and Viktor had a tight partnership and a deep bond, but they were never tied together at the hip. They both had other relationships: Mel, Kate, Singe, Heimerdinger, Skye, etc. So the idea that Jayce, of all people, had to be reminded to check on Kate, who was effectively his stepsister after her mother just died, the fact that Mel had to come find him even though she was also in the same attack, it would naturally be on his mind to check on as well. You know, like he did the day after he left her alone in bed to check on Viktor in season 1. It's just straight up out of character for him. But the biggest ripple effect this whole situation causes, besides the harm to Jayce's character integrity, is what I believe are its intentions towards the audience, specifically the section, like myself, that ships jayvik. Jayce is glued to Viktor's side while something far more important and demanding of his attention is going on. He basically talks about nothing but his guilt over Viktor's condition when Mel comes in to check on him. Jayce's other plot points throughout the season are basically, if not entirely, dictated by the status of he and Viktor's relationship. And I'll just say it, considering the ending for these two, this suddenly altered proximity of their dynamic in this scene feels like the first red flag, a subtle premonition of the fact that their relationship has been and will continue to be flanderized for the sake of railroading them to this season's desired ending. But it's not the first nor the last of these sorts of narrative decisions this season, a lot of which don't involve romance of any kind.
What can we learn?
The first lesson for this section is honestly a bit more based on personal preference, but if you write a character that has been shown to have multiple interpersonal connections and said connections haven't clearly been cut off, be wary of how it will come across when that character suddenly ceases to interact with any of them in any meaningful way going forward, especially if it ceases so hard that it seems like the connections almost didn't exist at all. In plainer terms, I guess, try to think of your characters unnaturally cutting their connections to pivot to a new storyline in the same way you think of a close friend suddenly cutting you and the rest of the group off because they're in a relationship. It'd be very jarring for said friend to suddenly show up to a group bowling night uninvited, in the same way it was jarring for Jayce to disappear for half the season, not be mentioned or looked for by anybody, and then come back in episode 8 planning the attack as lead of the council while nothing happened. I mean, Ambessa throws a council house gathering in episode 3 where Kate becomes dictator of Piltover. No mention of Jayce already being the head councilman or Kate wondering why he isn't there. Mel gets wrapped up in Silo shenanigans and doesn't consider enlisting Jayce, who she coached into getting Silo on their side last season, once. Then they both poof by the end of the episode, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Either way, the sudden culling of Jayce, Kate, Mel, pretty much everyone's connections this season makes the world feel way smaller. That is absolutely a problem if you're simultaneously trying to expand, i.e. bringing in the whole non-cis Black Rose thing. The second portion of this lesson, the consistency and time awareness portion, that of course does not just apply to those aspects within the world itself, but also IRL, as I explained in relation to the Vibe Enforcer issue. And where it rears its head here is in the production's awareness of the limited time available to wrap up the Arcane story. If you have limited time and resources, being efficient becomes top priority, and a good way to exercise efficiency is to zoom out, look at all the players in any specific scene, ask yourself how you can multitask. Say Jayce attended the council meeting. Mel could still be the main player making the vocal calls, but maybe she notices Jayce is off his game, distracted and irritated more than usual, and she asks about Viktor, with the conversation going the same as in the lab. In that same scene, Kate is also present, so it wouldn't be out of question for her, in her own distracted state of grief, to accidentally cross paths with Jayce afterwards and also ask about Viktor, to think about anything else other than her mother in that moment. And Jayce, in turn, realizes the unfair reality that he hasn't checked in with her in all this chaos, and does so there. Then we have the dark, rainy corridor of the hallway, which is a much more fitting setting for the conversation than the two had at the park. We get to eliminate the scene in the lab since Mel already checked in earlier, and the park scene. Now, another thing to consider when zooming out and looking at everything is whether or not you're taking way too much time to establish smaller things in their own scenes when they could be established somewhere else. For instance, the lab scene establishes Mel's interaction with the Arcane and Viktor's hex cocoon, Jayce's guilt/relief that Vic's still alive, and his promise to not create hex weapons again. Mel's interaction with Cocoon is a redundant addition, as a mystery regarding her having powers has already been set up by the fact that she survived the end of season 1. Jayce's guilt/relief and Viktor's hex cocoon get shown again in episode 2, and honestly in the last shot of episode 1 with a match cut between their faces. And Jayce's promise gets negated at the end of episode 1. Kate's park scene really only establishes a new information that this park is the only place where she and her mother didn't argue. We already know how she feels about about Jinx, and she says a line about hextech not fixing Vi's problems that really could have been left in the draft since she gets her own hextech weapon at the end of episode 1, thus negating that sentiment. Be aware of the information to length ratio when it comes to scenes, especially if you're in a time crunch. Sometimes it could be too little information in too long of a scene, sometimes it could be too much info in too short of a scene. Finding a balance is important.
Loading next topic.
Okay, who is this person in the headdress? I know it's framed specifically for us to know some shit's about to go down, but y'all can't tell me y'all don't see them getting suspiciously close to one of the last remaining council members at a counselor memorial ceremony, right? Like, is it just me? Am I being paranoid? Can somebody get this nigga, please? Chainsaws? You had a chainsaw in that little league ass Duffy? Honestly, whatever happens next is on y'all at this point. I can't believe nobody saw the most suspicious man in Piltover. Y'all really just let him walk on stage like shit was sweet. I know you ain't got this little ass hammer. Hit her again. Don't just stand there, hit her again. I love you, but that's what your dumb ass get. Ow, did you find that? No, how did you get that down? No, stop. How the fuck did you get up there, then get back in time to save him? A spear took it out? Also, where did that blast go, y'all? Oh my god, I just know they killed somebody on accident. I'm stressed. The memorial attack.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
During a memorial for falling members of Piltover's council, one of the Kim Barons and other members of Zaun execute an attack in revenge for the child Jayce killed in season 1 during the Shimmer Factory raid. Mel is targeted on stage. Jayce is targeted by the boy's mother in the crowd during Mel's speech, and it's not long before utter chaos breaks out. Everyone fights their own separate battles, but the situation is only salvaged when Ambessa and her Noxian warriors come through and defeat the shimmered up goons with their spears. And this scene right here, this is the first one where I had major grievances in real time. To start, in the hypersensitive state Piltover is in, there is no way someone with any suspicious identity concealing head garments should have been let in without being checked, especially since Vi is shown in the same scene to identify a Zaunite by something as inconspicuous as a neck tattoo. Surely enforcers would have a detailed list of what to expect. Second, how are there no uncompromised enforcers aware enough to intervene when somebody dropping off a random duffel bag to a mysteriously clad person behind one of the few counselors still remaining, especially after what was essentially a terrorist attack? From the unintelligent ways certain intelligent characters act to the fractured focus and broken logic throughout the entirety of the scene, I knew something was off when I first saw it. Even with all the hype, there were still obvious, glaring, and outright distracting issues. It's a scene that betrays some of Arcane Season 1's most important cores. And for what? Another motivating push towards Kate's revenge arc? She was already en route, so maybe it was to demonstrate that Piltover needs to follow in Noxus's footsteps and be ready for war no matter what, or else they will end up slaughtered with their eyes closed. Thing is, we learn at the end of Act 1 that Ambessa, Miss I will burn the world down to protect our family, orchestrated its attack, where she had absolutely no control of whether or not her daughter would accidentally be killed in the crossfire. She also seeks to secure hextech weaponry throughout the bulk of the season, and still employs this faction where its leader has a very clear grudge against Jayce. They literally approach her with the phrase, "for your son." So we know she, or at the very least her right-hand man, knows Jayce's life is in danger. Later on in the season, when she's ingrained herself into Piltover more as Kate's overseer, she laments over the fact that the Black Rose has taken her daughter, and that she couldn't secure the scientists to help create hextech, which becomes absolutely laughable when you remember this memorial attack happened, was planned by her, and could have had worse, more permanent consequences. So this scene not only makes the consistency of Ambessa's motivations and how she goes about pursuing them shoddy at best, but it also contradicts her intelligence as a war general, which the season hinges on in order for her to be an intimidating threat in this grand war between Noxus and Piltover. She's not the only one whose character is hurt by this scene and the ones following. This memorial attack directly leads to Jayce and Vi immediately reversing some seemingly very strong convictions from earlier in the episode, and in a montage no less. Also, here's a smaller bit of inconsistency that gets massive as the season goes on, but Mel apparently can't instinctively make a barrier when someone is very slowly, suspiciously walking towards her with what appears to be a gun. It seemed like her barrier activated out of self-preservation in the council nuking scene, but maybe it can be argued that now that it's awakened, she has to actively wield it, and she doesn't know how to do that yet. Then you get to the end of the season, and turns out her powers continue to go unexplained, even to the character herself. The fact that Piltover security is so trash that this was even allowed to play out the way it did would be hilarious if it weren't for the glaring hand of the author showing itself so heavily. And that intervention comes at the cost of audience immersion, even if just a little bit. Time consistency was also a glaring issue when it came to things like the time it took Vi to go up a building, get Jayce's hammer, come back down, and arrive just in time to save Jayce's life. There's always suspension of disbelief when it comes to media, especially fantasy. I just wanted to point that one out as one of the many straws that eventually breaks the camel's back down the line. Real quick, let's talk about the time of day during which these events take place. It's right outside when the memorial begins, seemingly night or very late in the day when the memorial attack happens, and this is all over the course of Mel's speech. This could be artistic liberty taken in terms of making the sky and surrounding Super Red in order to intensify the scene. But then in the aftermath, when Vi talks to Kate, it's almost overcast, like it's been raining. The Undercity tends to be able to play around with thematic lighting and times of day more because of its unconventional location. But with Topside, we usually get a bit more consistency and clarity when something is and is not an artistic depiction. Call it a nitpick if you want, that was just something that threw and continues to throw me off on revisits. Lastly, that Hex Blast. I still cannot believe nothing came of that missed Hex Blast Jayce and Vi shot off. A perfect potential setup for Jayce's future Hex Tech as a curse storyline. Just lost in the not so night sky. Completely wasted, just like that.
What can we learn?
Action scenes and spectacle can just be for the sake of action scenes and spectacle, but it becomes an issue when the entire scene is just redundant information or character beats we've either already gotten or know of, especially from this very same episode. Jinx already nuked the council and Topsiders already lumped all Zaun Knights together. Not to mention, Kate was already using othering language such as our side when talking to Vine, and I understand how easy it is to hate them when talking to Jayce at the park. So we didn't need another entire event to convince either side to crash out on the whole of the Undercity. Ambessa has been shown in season 1 to be very cunning, and in season 2 she's already gotten so close to Salo, so there were many other ways she could have shown Piltover that they needed to go to war, especially since Mel disappears at the end of episode 3. And yes, I understand that Ambessa did not know Mel was going to disappear, but the writers did, and as a writer, it's your job to plan accordingly. So once you take the information this scene is supposed to deliver us away, what's left? Unfortunately, in this case, it's a sort of action and spectacle that's overindulgent and at the expense of stripping certain characters of their agency, intelligence, and even the setting of Piltover doesn't get out unscathed, now being made into something completely unserious, with enforcers inattentive and bumbling when, in season 1, it was made explicitly clear via the first scene of the very first episode that they were absolutely a threat. As a writer, self-indulgence is fine even, but nothing is free, so weigh out the ramifications of whatever scene you want to indulge in to make sure it's not going to cause harm that far outweighs the bit of fun you get to have, particularly if you're telling a story that needs to be tightly written and has themes or characters that you want taken seriously. Episode 2. Who's this? Should I know him? Looks like Vander. Is he his brother or something? That would be kinda, Laura, what do y'all want? Wait, okay, new enforcer characters. She's cute. These guys kinda cool looking. I love that teal. Okay, these guys have to be an Easter egg or something because we're getting a whole ass fight scene with them. No, seriously, who are these guys? Got them getting a whole pull up and shit. Y'all is not part of the squad. Side characters.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
There is an overexposure of side characters such as Maddie, Fishman, Loris, Gert, and another standout who will get their own section later in this vid. The camera holds on them with the promise of importance. Their reactions and expressions are focused on as if they have a known connection with further details of the plot. They are given grand entrances, roles during larger story beats to take away from established characters, strung along and discarded whenever the story needs them. Yet whenever they do appear, there is very little said about or from them, especially Fishman, who does not say one line in the entire season, nor do they hold any relationships of any deeper, significant importance. To say Arcane, even season 2, is known for its artistry and how it depicts its scenes would be a gross understatement. It is not only known, it is lauded for these aspects, many of which include the tightness and realism of how the animation supports its storytelling. The expressions, the camera work, the framing, all of that is, and remains in most cases, top notch, which is why it's so baffling to see how much time is wasted focusing on what amounts to tertiary characters. Want a game? On a rewatch of Arcane Season 2, take note every time Fishman in particular gets an up-close focus shot on his face, or gives someone a side glance, or when the camera consults Loris for his opinion, or when Gert appears as if she's the main Jinxer when she's just a Jinxer. And we don't even know too much about the Jinxers, but I don't have time to go into that whole can of worms. Then take notice of any time any one of these characters develop any sort of meaningful relationship with the main characters that isn't just them being on screen together or part of a montage. I promise you'll be unable to see the ratio of how much focus they get versus how little they actually contribute to the plot, world, and characters we love. I know this is more of an animation gripe than writing, but I don't know which one mandated that these characters have as much screen time as they do. It seems like a small thing, but these little scenes add up. I have the specific experience of being a comic artist, which dictates I learn the skills of both writing and film language, and how each one can be manipulated to form certain audience conclusions in the long run. So it's extra upsetting in hindsight to realize that this series, which has been so good about crafting every bit of imagery to have some sort of meaning, and ends up having so many scenes that add up to nothing in the grand scheme of the season itself, let alone the entire series. It not only undercuts how the audience interacts with the other visuals by making it difficult to distinguish between whether that camera pan or hold is actually significant, or if the curtains really are just blue, but even worse, the inclusion and choice to focus on all of these side characters actively harms the characters we're invested in. Vi stays up on topside day drinking. In Piltover, the one place where you could sneeze and be villainized as a Zaunite. And why? Because she needs to be exactly in that spot to meet the trio of other enforcers on Kate's team, and hear from Maddie that Kate went bragging to the other officers, when that could have been a conversation between Kate and Vi. Maybe under the medical tent after the attack? You know, a scene or so before Vi decides to join the enforcers and help Kate take down her sister? The day drinking scene could have not only been cut, thus freeing up episode space for more important content, but it actively hurts Vi and Piltover's competence. Because why would Vi, the sister of the terrorist who has the city in shambles, stick around? And why doesn't Piltover, said city currently in shambles from Vi's terrorist sister, have enforcers on her ass ASAP? And then in episode 4, Maddie gets a scene where she establishes herself as Kate's new lover and has her own slow reveal as she leans on her back. Their conversation amounts to, damn, I'm conflicted about this whole zaun situation. Don't be, or do. It's up to you. Yeah, you're right. Okay, cool. Not like we could have seen a bit of non-music video footage of Kate being dictator and coming to confront this conflict in real time. That sort of thing is overrated. Now, this bed scene, unfortunately, in hindsight, really only serves to throw a wrench into Kate and Vi's situationship and make Kate come across as unloyal, cruel, and waffling. But what it does instead is suck whatever nuance was left out of Kate and Vi's relationship. And, not to jump ahead to episode 4, right? But at this point, this relationship is holding on to nuance for dear life. Kate Vi does not need a scandalous cheating plot to make the relationship interesting, in the same way that Jayvik does not need to be tied to the hip to be convincing as partners. Kate and Vi come from very different backgrounds with layers of conflicting perspectives on the situations they find themselves in. Yet, we have this tertiary character thrown in the mix to create this fake drama. And you know what's the worst part about all of this? This doesn't even matter. Later on, Vi blatantly doesn't give a shit about Maddie and Kate's relationship. And the 3 side character enforcers Vi had to stick around topside to meet get kicked off Kate's strike force by episode 3. This misallocation of time and resources is a recurring theme this season, and I consider the side characters an encapsulation of this.
What can we learn?
The lesson is to be aware of what message you're trying to send. Don't spend 5 minutes, 10 panels, 17 paragraphs, or whatever focusing on a character unless they have some significance to the plot. And know that the longer you spend focusing on said character, the higher the return on investment your audience is likely going to expect from you.
Loading next topic.
Jinx! Finally! Damn, she sounds like weirdly okay. Oh, nope, she's going through it. Thank God. I mean, like, not thank God because, whatever, you know what I mean. I can feel the impending crash out. She's calm now. Give it time. Hell yeah, we don't give up on our own. On some Banter type shit. Sit your rat looking ass down somewhere. Golly, I forgot Sevika lost her arm again. Oh shit! Okay, cause like, I kind of vaguely remember Silco being pretty independent with how much shit he could get done on his own. Like, I don't remember him treating y'all like lapdogs. Especially Jinx. This is kind of wholesome. I mean, at least y'all have each other. This is bad and I'm excited. Jinx's lack of crash out and Sevika's lack of cohesion.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Episode 2 opens with Jinx seemingly paying her own form of respect to Silco, possibly giving him a burial at sea or hallucinating him, I'm unsure. Later, it's revealed that Sevika was left to try and patch up the undersea after Silco's death. The two end up meeting in Silco's office while Sevika is trying to fix her arm, and Jinx is lazing around in her usual ceiling crevice. It isn't long before they share some semblance of a bond around Silco's use of them, always leaving them to clean up his messes, this time being no exception. Seeing characters interact we don't usually get to is my weakness. It's why I like shaking up my own cast dynamics here and there and forming unlikely pairs. So when I originally saw the interaction between these two in this episode, I was admittedly put off by how tame Jinx was, but ultimately I enjoyed getting to see these two really share this moment because it had been, 3 years since I'd seen season 1 at that point, and while I didn't remember them being on the best of terms, it felt right to have them come together as what's left of Silco's ranks and find some form of cooperation on their own terms instead of having Silco as the middleman. Plus, I thought it was sweet, honestly still think to a degree, for Jinx to make Sevika a new arm, putting aside how absolutely non-functional it would be in battle realistically, particularly because she's always been trying to feel needed when it came to her inventions. And then I rewatched season 1, which I already know you're tired of hearing by now, and quite frankly, I'm tired of saying it, but the two seasons can't be separated, unfortunately, unlike something akin to comparing two completely different series to each other. Anyway, hey, did you know the last on-screen interaction between Jinx and Sevika was Sevika prodding at Jinx's trauma and Jinx hanging her upside down down from a ceiling in retaliation. Do you know the last time Sevika referred to Jinx on screen in season 1 was when she was trying to make Silco feel at ease, and she prefaced the sentiment with, "Look, I have more in common with cave lice than Jinx, but Jinx and Sevika are not, as I inaccurately remembered, characters who usually don't get to interact." As a matter of fact, their relationship goes all the way back to Powder in childhood when Sevika betrayed Banter, back to the warehouse incident where Powder's actions caused Sevika to lose her arm in the first place, and when Jinx makes her grand appearance in season 1 episode 4, it's Sevika who chews her out and continues to do so throughout the series for being a loose cannon. What I'm getting at here is that these two have been shown time and time again to have an incredibly turbulent relationship, to the point that Sevika was constantly carefully advising Silco to sever ties with Jinx because, in her own words, he found out she was about as good for their cause as she was for her family. So to come into season 2 with these two either intentionally being written to have a completely different relationship or being written to have resolved their intertwined trauma off screen, something that would not have been possible given the time frame of everything between seasons, it's honestly jarring. And this is why I previously stressed the role of considering the writing aspect when analyzing character agency this season, because season 2 is so tricky in this department. It either takes advantage of the time between seasons 2, likely unintentionally, gaslight you into a different perception of the character dynamics, or it takes advantage of the goodwill garnered from all the intricacies of season 1's handling of these characters to lull you into a sense of belief that there's gotta be a reason for what you're seeing. There's gotta be a reason why Jinx and Sevika are chill now. I mean, Silco just died, so naturally they would grieve and have to take on the burden together, right? Would this still be the case if Sevika knew, or even was allowed to know via Sneech, that it was Jinx who killed Silco? Something she did by flying off the handle, the very thing Sevika was warning Silco about, and now Sevika is left to clean up the mess, just like she was left to clean up the Firelight situation in season 1. But we're just not going into this, huh? How about Jinx recruiting Sevika to, quote-unquote, finish off the rest of her family, after it wasn't that long ago that Sevika used this exact topic in an attempt to trigger her? And how about Sevika not commenting on Jinx's decision to, quote, watch it all burn in regards to the Undercity, when she was one of the first ones to defect from Banter specifically because of his inaction when the Undercity was falling apart? Let's switch gears real quick to Jinx's lack of crashout. The moment she opened this episode with the snarkiest, "Well, it's all going to shit," is the moment I felt my stomach drop. But the rest of the scene was beautifully done, and the rest of her lamentation underwater was handled well enough that I gave it a pass. Speaking, this was the calm before the storm. But when you end season 1 with Jinx sitting in the Jinx chair and declaring herself Jinx, and honoring Silco's wishes of "we'll show them all" by blowing up the fucking council, and then a whole 4 episodes later she's on her Jinx is dead type shit after doing nothing but waffling around the Undercity for the whole second season up to that point, I'm afraid you have done what is called a bait and switch. And I shouldn't have to explain why pulling a bait and switch on your audience with one of the main driving forces of conflict in your story is a bad decision, right? Nor should I have to explain why this decision was made, because if the writing had chosen to really sit and focus on the fallout of Jinx killing Silco, Sevika's reactions is Jinx's own trauma for this instead of speedrunning their so-called development, it would take too much time away. Time away from what? Time away from Jinx's plot this season, which involves her being a revolutionary figurehead of zaun. The writing can't focus on the fallout of the cliffhanger we were all promised 3 years ago, because that would leave no time to make Jinx into a, quote, big fat hero.
What can we learn?
So here's a lesson. If a plot point hinges on the characters/dynamics you set up prior being completely altered for it to work, then that plot point itself should be altered, given more time, or maybe just shouldn't happen at all. I also feel like I must harp on the real world time versus in world time again. It's very obvious from the writing in season 2, both during my real time reaction and in hindsight, that those working on the story just lost interest in Jinx's inner conflict and didn't want to confront the stakes set up in the season prior. Like I said, the IRL passage of time changes ideas, writers' perspective on characters, etc. But in this case, giving to the temptation to suddenly switch lanes came at the expense of an integral part of the plot. Jinx's complete 180 insanity this season is borderline character assassination. Realistically, writing trauma and relationships steeped in trauma is hard both in terms of skill level and on the writer's own mental health. And there's no way to determine if, years in advance, you'll be ready or even willing to tackle these sorts of subjects when the time comes. So that makes this lesson and my feelings on this issue a bit harder to articulate. But I do feel like there's always an efficient way to back out of things you set up, especially when you have a writer's room and several different people to vet ideas through. Ultimately, do I have a solution on how to bring Jinx's psyche back into play in this season to the same degree as season 1? Not exactly. but that's because the focus of this season takes such a hard pivot away from Arcane's smaller interpersonal stories to something more grand that it feels near impossible to reincorporate those elements and do them justice. And so I guess the second takeaway from this lesson section would be to be vigilant regarding transitions in scope, especially if you're planning to switch lanes from something you spent a ton of time developing. Honestly, if I were to try my hand at repairing this mishandling of Jinx's development, Act 1 of Season 2 could have been focused on her crashing out after Silco's death, since those sorts of emotions would naturally come pretty hard and fast from someone as mentally fragile as she's been shown to be, at least at first. Almost similar to Season 1 Episode 3. Maybe she crashes out, and then we get the climax of Isha being one of the only people not looking at her like a monster. And that causes the curse of Jinx to slowly die as the last remnant of the life she had with Silco, and a transition into her new life as a better role model for this new kid that seems, in her eyes, just as helpless and lost as she was. It would still feel more anticlimactic than I'd like, because trauma doesn't just go away that easily, but what's important is the acknowledgement of what was set up beforehand. Then you can ease your way out of it. The audience knows that Season 2 is it, and 9 episodes is all that's left to wrap up the story. There's a sense of grace there, understanding some payoffs have to be truncated. So if you have no other recourse, I think it's better to be aware of and play into that rather than acting like the end of Season 1 didn't happen at all. It wouldn't have had the consequences prior writing decisions clearly dictate it should have had.
Loading next topic.
He's back! He's awake! Oh god, I would freak out waking up in that shit. What the fuck? Is he metal?
God, he's sleeping in the lab. Stop it.
What am I?
No, exactly! That's what I've been trying to figure out.
Oh my god, I'm gonna scream.
What do you mean you're not cold? Oh god, you're definitely just being controlled by the hex core now, aren't you? Don't blink it! Stop! Let me breathe, please. In the lab with you? Oh, but this is also the literal worst moment to resign from the council. Victor, say something.
I must say goodbye to this.
Wait, Victor, not that. What? Wait. What the fuck is happening? Don't read into it. Don't read into it. Don't read into this very obvious breakup ass scene. What are we doing here? Okay, Jayce, maybe don't trauma dump on the man who was just resurrected from the dead against his will. What the fuck? Victor, come back. End of the scene. Jayce and Victor's interaction.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Victor wakes up, pries himself from his hex cocoon, and quickly comes to the realization that the hex core has something to do with his current state. Jayce is awoken by him, and the two share a hug as they briefly discuss the fact that Victor is alive, his interaction with the hex core, and Jayce's decision to leave the council. Victor, dissatisfied with Jayce breaking his promise to destroy the hex core, ambles out of the lab with little left to say save for a goodbye. And Jayce, after venting his own frustrations about what's been happening, watches his newly revived partner leave what was once their shared lab. And me? Well, obviously I was incredibly into this scene as somebody who is very much into their relationship, romantic, platonic, or otherwise, because I just love seeing Jayce and Victor interacting. But little did I know this scene was just the beginning of a wider problem, because as it turns out, Jayce and Victor deadass have a completely different relationship dynamic in every scene they have together this season. And I'm going to unlovingly refer to this phenomenon as story beat-based dynamic development, where a set of characters can be in whatever stage you want them to be in with their dynamics with other characters in order to set up a certain story beat or progress the plot along as needed. It's uncanny, heavily reveals the hand of the author, and it has actually happened with a ton of relationships this season. An example of this was already mentioned in Sevika and Jinx, but for Jayce and Victor, it not only starts here, it hits the gas and never stops due to how little of each character we see in the bulk of the season. In this particular scene, the writing needs there to be a rift in Jayce and Victor's relationship in order to separate them for each of their storylines this season. Even something I initially loved, like Jayce's exclamation of, "You can't leave, you're my partner," feels super disingenuous in hindsight, because he and Victor just spent the past however many minutes talking at each other instead of at least acknowledging that they should probably take a bit to themselves and then talk later. In this instance, them being incredibly out of sync comes across less as conflict due to tensions running high and more like a purposeful sabotaging of their communication in order to further the narrative. An example of a super similar scene in Season 1 is the bridge barricade one, where Jayce is called down to escort Victor back when he returns to Piltover after meeting with Singe. In each situation, there is a point of contention. In Season 1, it's Victor's violation of the barricade, making Jayce look bad since they're partners and he's a part of Piltover's governing body. In Season 2, it's Jayce's usage of the hex core breaking their promise. In each situation, hilariously enough, Jayce speaks out of his ass. Once again, in Season 1, he lumps all zaunites together as dangerous, and in Season 2, he disregards Victor's feelings on why the hex core should have been destroyed in the first place. And also hilariously enough, in each scene, Victor rejects any outreach from Jayce and begins to leave of his own volition. But here's where these scenes split off in quality, and it has to do with both Jayce's reaction and the effect each scene has on the story going forward. When Jayce unintentionally insults Viktor in the bridge scene, he's immediately shown to regret his action and physically bridges the gap between them to help this clearly very ill man he cares about walk, which Viktor appears to be receptive to on the surface, but internally he closes himself off from their relationship and continues his experiments in solitude. Because, despite what he confidently told Singe in their scene prior, he's realized that Jayce actually would not understand him using something like Shimmer to solve their quandary. That Jayce doesn't see those from the Undercity, and by extension him, as equals, despite how equal he saw their relationship as partners and creators of Hex Tech. This further isolation eventually ends up leading to Sky's death, and the Hex Core becoming even more unstable, which leads to them making their promise. The promise Jayce ends up breaking. A seemingly small scene interwoven into a tapestry that creates a much larger picture of how the dynamic between these two suddenly changes across the first season. Let's go back to the lab breakup scene. Jayce's reaction to Viktor deciding to leave of his own volition is to trauma dump and keep his distance from this man who he cares about, who just came back to life and is in a very noticeably abnormal state. Viktor is not just insulted and upset this time. He's essentially become a new being without his consent, and the fact that Jayce does not think to inquire into that, at least as a scientist, but rather focuses on surface level things such as whether he's cold or leaving the council in his time of need to stay with him in the lab, or why Viktor's leaving him if they're partners is cute enough, sure, but it comes across as Jayce having a dissonance in priorities that borders on being out of character for him. In hindsight, it's absolutely giving the mandatory breakup scene before the passionate reunion trope instead of the discussion of ideals energy more characteristic of their previous disagreements. Not just on the bridge, but also in the lab when they're talking about whether or not to create hex weapons, or even during their very first interaction with Viktor's "when you're going to change the world, don't ask for permission" line being one of the things that pulls Jayce back from the edge of what he considers his lowest moment. Oh, also, just in case you're wondering, this lab scene amounts to Heimerdinger asking where Viktor is in a couple of scenes in the same episode, and Viktor reneging on this decision to leave by telling Jayce he feared he'd never have the chance to speak to him again when they meet at the end of episode 5. While Jayce's reaction is, I feel, pretty suitable given their lab interaction, that being, quote, "I thought you were done with Hex Tech and me," Viktor's change of heart and new outlook on Hex Tech in response to the lab breakup is something we never actually got to see on screen.
What can we learn?
When it comes to the setup for characters having disagreements, or having to resolve issues amongst each other, I think it's always a good idea to zoom out and look at the realistic fallout that can come from this, because having too easy or too drawn out of a resolution can make the setup feel contrived. This may be a bit too abstract to work for everybody, but I personally like to look at dialogue via a tree, or in a decision-based game format. For instance, you have Viktor asking Jayce what he is, and Jayce responds that he's alive. When prompted, I like to think of the responses in certain categories. So if you're playing as Viktor, the categories to choose from would be inquisitive due to the very confusing nature of his circumstance. So why, how, what, ... as in, why am I alive? How am I alive? What do you mean I'm alive? Or just silent contemplation. Switching to Jayce, the categories would be more emotional due to the overwhelming emotions he's feeling in this moment. So relieved, guilty, somber, etc. Relieved might be something similar to how he acted in the actual scene, which is the action of scooping Viktor up in a hug. Guilty might be something like, I used the hex core. Somber could be more like, you were injured in the attack, I did everything I could and I'm just so glad you're still here. Of course, each response will be paired with whatever emotion or flavor of inquiring expression art-wise, and art carries its own brunt of the load story-wise. But by thinking about the written dialogue strands as decision-based games, it forces me to think about what sort of route I want to go down. Do I want instant gratification with a big fallout or dramatic scene? Let me choose how for Viktor and guilty for Jayce and see what happens. Do I want to delay the gratification of a fallout by having Jayce sort of pivot the subject? I'll choose why for Viktor and somber for Jayce, since the somber phrase doesn't include anything about the hex core and it takes some of the heat off of Jayce's methods by focusing more on how glad he is to have his partner back as the last bit of the sentence. The most important element is to make sure the dialogue/action choices actually make sense between the characters. Following up Viktor's "why am I alive" with Jayce scooping him up in a hug gives the impression that Jayce is avoiding the subject altogether, while following up Viktor's silent contemplation with Jayce scooping him up into a hug reads more as Jayce being overjoyed enough that he can't even wait for Viktor to find his bearings before showing him how much he's thankful for his continuing existence. Though the latter is similar to what actually happens in the scene, the rest of the dialogue reads as a bit disjointed due to the questions asked and follow-ups seeming just slightly off considering the circumstances of the characters involved. Episode 3.
Ooh, what is this? I'm fucking with the vibe.
What the fuck? Why did we suddenly become a Call of Duty ad? Seriously, what is going on? Are they dead ass gassing zaun? No, wait, hold on. Let me go back real quick.
The people of the underground deserve your grave.
No, I definitely heard that right. So what are we doing here? Music vid / montage storytelling and tonal dissonance.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Every episode in season 2 has at least one music video, with 5 out of the 9 having one directly before or after the actual opening of the show. In several cases, despite the music being fire, these music videos are used to montage through pretty pertinent information, such as Kate's first few decisions as Piltover's new dictator, or the formation of the Jinxers, or the technicals and introspecting surrounding how Viktor goes about healing Banter. And some are significantly more successful, while others feel incredibly self-indulgent. Episode 3's opening music video falls into the latter. Now, I cannot lie to you, the opening of this sequence and the dark tone of how the song builds is fire, but then the drop comes. Startling and perplexing are the words I use to describe the feeling of listening to the harsh, blaring sense of Hellfire's drop right after putting together the fact that Kate was deciding to use the gray in order to weed Jinx out. Startling because pairing loud dubstep with a graphic art style depiction of Vi wholeheartedly agreeing to use chemical warfare against her own people is not a choice I personally would have made. Perplexing because I had to rewind several times and then put the captions on just to make sure I was hearing Cassandra Kierman right the first time. And yes, I was. She very clearly said the people of the underground deserve to breathe. So Caitlin's decision afterwards was so confusing that I had to make sure I didn't misunderstand what she understood her deceased mother's intentions with the gray were. And I filed this in the bag as one of those interesting moments while trying to recover from the sheer tonal dissonance between the heinous acts being depicted in the music video and the music itself. After all, the video only shows Kim Barons being attacked, so maybe the self-indulgence was justified in some way, though I remain unconvinced. Now, in hindsight, Hellfire as a song itself doesn't come across as abrasive as it did during my first watch. It's only when paired with the visuals that it seems almost too celebratory, and this continues to be the case after several watches, but where the ripple effect of having such a triumphant sounding song rears its head is in relation to a conversation between Jinx and Vi later, where Vi justifies using the gray to keep people out of the streets and protect them. They use the gray in such an irresponsible manner that actual bystanders were affected, so not just the Kim Barons shown in the music video, and then Vi justifies it. So at best, the Hellfire music video wastes valuable time on redundant information, since we already saw Kate's strike team using the gray last episode, and could have had an explanation when she first used the Kierman key in the first episode. And at worst, the Hellfire music video straight up purposefully omits information to obscure the fact that Kate, Vi, and their entire team are, again, using chemical warfare on the people of the underground, regardless of innocence, while disguising it as dispensing justice. Because I have to reiterate, there are only Kim Barons shown getting gassed in the sequence. Imagine if you replaced one of those highly stylized scenes with the Undercity children coughing or random people trying to live their life but passing out on the streets. This montage would cease to be badass and wrap the message of this sequence back to what it really should have been based on how season 1 handled its themes, which would be something akin to certain actions, regardless of motivation, only further the cycle of violence, and one should be aware of who gets caught in the crosshairs. But then we'd have to actually slow down and have even just half a season of reflection on this whole gassing situation. Now, I specifically put an emphasis on the song sounding triumphant being the tonally jarring element, as opposed to its lyrics. This is because the lyrics actually have a bit of that reflection I just mentioned, though not from the characters themselves, which is the biggest disservice to the scenario. Not everything can be depicted in a montage as high energy and stylized as this, especially something like nuance and morality. So if the tone of Hellfire was, say, more akin to something like this, could potentially go a longer way in terms of carrying the morality of conflicting aspects sonically, while the visuals still remain high energy and fun. Speaking of high energy and fun, this is a side note, but imagine the actual in-show version of Hellfire being used during a montage of Jinx crashing out post season 1's ending. The lyrics, the dubstep, everything just fits the manic yet unpredictable aesthetic of Jinx and how her trauma is portrayed, and it just makes me even sadder that we didn't get to explore that side of her.
What can we learn?
The lesson here is pretty simple. Be aware of consistency in tone between what you're writing versus what's being depicted visually or conveyed musically if you're working in a field where you get to control all of those. As a sort of funny little personal example, I introduced a character in chapter 2 of my comic that the main character is familiar with since he's her childhood friend's father. And there are times where he displays what I was trying to convey as silent relief, but I was still incredibly new to this and didn't quite have a handle on film language and framing at the time. That chapter came out in 2015, and to this day, I still get comments from new readers speculating that this man is actually a villain, or at the very least incredibly shady.
Loading next topic.
I just gotta say, Kate's crash out is understandable, but Vi, you agreeing to gas your own people is nasty work. Was the guilt that strong, my boy?
Yes, this is what we need.
Vi, I need you to tell Kate that she's bugging.
I think we should cut the others loose.
Okay, or not. Alright, everyone's going through it, understandable. Also, wait, kiss? Hell yeah! Oh, we love convenient rock blockage. Now, can y'all please have a sensible talk? Look, whatever y'all just said sounded stupid as hell, but the girlies are fighting. I'm not gonna lie, y'all said it like y'all meant it. Nah, Kate, you hitting your girlfriend with the police brutality special is fucking insane. Vi, if you don't get your big ass up and bark! Kate Vi, its effects on each character involved in the beginning of the end.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After the death of Kate's mom at the hands of Vi's sister, their relationship is naturally on the rocks. However, where Kate is able to pursue her vengeance with the help of Ambessa, thus defining her arc for the season, Vi is left waffling in Kate's shadow, with her last appearance in Act 1 being her reeling from their sudden breakup instead of getting to reflect at all on the fact that she has now fully lost what was left of her own family. I've touched on this in a previous section, but the first major red flag for me was the way Kate handled her proposition to Vi for her to join the Enforcers, using language such as, "I thought you were on our side," to essentially take advantage of someone's guilt to gaslight them into joining sides with their oppressors, which is already crazy work, but understandable. Kate has lost her mother, and ultimately she's only known Vi in the universe about, a month at the most? So emotions are running high, and her priorities have shifted. Then I respected Vi's initial reaction to this proposition because she should have been upset, and likewise, she's only known Kate for the same amount of time. I even understood each of their sides in the whole "I watched them kill my parents" exchange, because Kate was a witness to Jinx's actions, which led to the death of her mother. Then Vi and Kate have their talk in the tent, during which they seem to be on completely different wavelengths about the topic at hand, with what I understood to be Kate talking about the hole her mother left in reference to the power vacuum and responsibilities as a counselor, and Vi talking about the hole in reference to the grief of losing a loved one. But I didn't think too deep into that because it's essentially two people talking from very different perspectives. Vi does not know what it's like to be in line for a matriarchy and have that suddenly thrust upon you, and Kate has not witnessed nearly as much death as Vi and cannot meet her on the level of learning how to cope, especially so soon after one of the most impactful deaths one can experience. So I thought it was going to be one of those things where they eventually realized what each other were talking about as the season went on, and that would strengthen their relationship. Then Vi joined the Enforcers and I was incredibly disappointed. Yeah, I clocked her little conflicted expression. What was I supposed to do with that? And was that even what that was supposed to be? Because the framing decided to give the side characters their big rollout, then focus on Vi's badge instead of her confliction, as if the fact that she was dressed in blue wasn't enough to let us know what was going on. That, I believe, was the second big red flag for me. Vi was understandably feeling guilty, but backpedaling on one of your biggest beliefs to seemingly appease someone you haven't known nearly long enough, harsh or not, is a lack in logic and character motivation for Vi that I just could not wrap my head around. And this would continue to halt their further interactions throughout the upcoming episodes, though I still held out hope that this would be properly addressed. Well, turns out episode 3 was the straw that broke the camel's back, where, after committing war crimes against the people of Zaun, rather than be disgusted with herself or even reflect on Banter's words about the inherent loss that comes with pursuing vengeance, Vi only asks Kate not to change like the rest of the people in her life, and then they make out. Oh, they're kissing now. Awesome. Still got a bad taste in my mouth from Vi's decisions in the past 2 episodes, but not only am I queer myself, I've also been a Kate Vi supporter since season 1, so I can't deny feeling a bit of something seeing them actually get be romantic on screen in the actual show. No post-airing interviews dancing around the subject or having to dig through subtext or any of the bullshit we're used to. Just good old-fashioned displaying of love like any other couple. And then the fight against Jinx happens just a few scenes later. Vi understandably doesn't let Kate shoot her sister in the head, and Kate's response is to enact unnecessary violence against her instead of coming to the understanding that Vi is also going through some crazy shit right now, just simply walking off instead. And what does Vi do? Well, instead of doing the stubborn reactive Vi thing and being like, yo, actually bring your ass back, she sits in a hole and cries. They just confirmed their relationship, made out, and then broke up in the same episode, by the way. At this point, I had been very quickly separating myself emotionally from their relationship because it was becoming apparent that these characters were not only not Kate and Vi at all, but that their relationship would only continue to head down a path of shoddy writing. writing. And as it turned out, the writing decisions surrounding their relationship this entire season would in fact end up being so bafflingly abrasive that I literally felt myself taking damage in real time. So go ahead and add another pair to the story beat based dynamic development list, and let's do a little comparison. Now, as a brief reminder, I originally did not ship Jayce and Viktor. I only had the feeling that there might have been something else between them due to what I perceived as chemistry whenever they were on screen together. But it wasn't until I saw Vi and Kate's very obvious open chemistry and how they were shown to be more than platonic that I began believing that jayvik was within the realm of possibility, and maybe I actually was reading into what I thought were signs the way they were intended. This validation came partially because the idea of canonized queer ships was no longer off the table, but also because Kate, Vi, and jayvik run parallel, being a pairing of someone from the Undercity and someone from Topside with all the narrative potential that presents. And Arcane Season 1 is a series held in high regard for abundantly rewarding those willing to dive deeper into the way it constructs its narrative and depicts its visuals, whether this involves parsing different themes, dissecting character motivations, or reading into character relationships with the information we've been directly given and shown in this series that has been held in high regard for requiring a certain eye for looking beyond surface level. Now that said, Kate Vi was essentially canon by the end of Season 1, while jayvik was not. It didn't seem to be headed in that direction, so part of my excitement when I found out that there was a second season was getting to see how the class struggle conflict would be handled via a relationship between a victim of the struggle and an initially naive beneficiary of it. Since Vi and Kate's relationship was new, but definitely going to evolve moving forward, and surely the writing would capitalize on this conflict, right? The drama pretty much writes itself, and that's without the inclusion of Jinx's influence. But all we get is a watered down version of this pivotal dynamic that has had all this potential drained for the sake of pursuing a combination of contrived relationship drama and tropes that are not built off the backs of these characters' motivations and prior life experiences, but instead rely solely on the characters being drastically altered or assassinated to fit the mold. My disappointment in the direction of their arc is immeasurable, and here's where I tell you that Jayce and Viktor did it better in Season 1. First thing is to acknowledge that each of these relationships, while parallels, actually move in opposite directions. Jayce and Viktor start off seeing themselves as equals in ambition, and then over the course of the season begin to face the threat of becoming oil and water due to their differing views on how to handle this new political fallout. Whereas Vi and Kate start off with a strong understanding that they are oil and water, only to just begin to realize that they might be on more equal ground than they were made to believe by the end of Season 1, which I expected Season 2 to continue expanding upon. In Season 1, Jayce's strong sense of responsibility as a council member and animosity towards Silco's antics leads to him not only enacting a barricade, generalizing all Zaunites, and insulting Viktor on the bridge, but also has him so tightly wound that the first thing he does is chew his partner out for bypassing said barricade because of how it reflects on him as a counselor. And despite the fact that Viktor does this to find help on their project, something the two of them actually talked about prior. This is similar to how in Season 2, Kate's strong animosity towards Jinx and newfound responsibility as the matriarch of the Kiriman house leads to her disregarding Vi's own enforcer-related trauma to guilt her into enlisting for her own cause, generalizing all Zaunites, downplaying Vi's complicated relationship with her sister, and leaving no space for her to even express her own frustrations with the situation they're both stuck in. I say Season 1 Jayce and Viktor was done better because the writing allows the two of them on screen to address this splintering in their relationship and find a compromise. Jayce talks to Silco for a non-violent solution, and Viktor is willing to give up on his only chance at a longer life and potential legacy by having the hex core destroyed. And then they are both allowed, as partners, by the writing to address the council to attempt to broker a peace between each of their respective worlds. Kate and Vi are not, however, allowed the time to reflect and address the route their relationship has taken in the first act of Season 2. Rather, they are railroaded down a specific path that ignores all the toxicity that's been building up and communication that desperately needs to take place in order for them to hit certain character dynamic beats by a predetermined time.
What can we learn?
Character relationships are more than just a status to be attributed, and the more the writing fails to capitalize on the nuances or inner workings of said relationships, the more shallow the characters start to feel over time. It may not be as noticeable for the audience at first, maybe due to the character's appearance or the high-octane action or the art of the series the writing is contributing to, but shallow characterization slowly chips away at one of the main things that's important to keep when publishing a work: audience investment. Imagine if Naruto just wanted to bring his rival Sasuke back and that was all the series was. No acknowledging of Naruto's upbringing and isolation causing him to cherish his connections. He just pursues this Sasuke guy because they're dictated as rivals. Imagine if Aang and Katara just got together at the end of Avatar because they're dictated as crushes. We don't get to see their journey across the world or witness how their relationship builds. We just get the gratification of knowing they kiss in the end. So much of character relationships and dynamics lie beyond just the titles attributed to them. Writing interesting character relationships means striking a balance between guiding them to a certain endgame while simultaneously embodying the phrase, "It's not the destination, it's the journey." Because the how and why we got here matters just as much as where we end up. At least, that's my opinion as someone who works with a large cast. And speaking of large cast, oh god.
Loading next topic.
Oh, they're actually being sent off. Wait, why did you even come along? They were on this task force for like a scene.
What is that? Jayce, why would you dumbass hit it? What? Are they gone? No, go back. What just happened? Elora?
Mel, you wanna check on your girl?
What? Did Mel just get snatched up?
Okay, so Jayce, Heimerdinger, and Ekko, they got spirited away somewhere. Mel and her sister are gone too. And like, I know it's only the end of Act 1, but everybody's getting split up. So how are they going to play back into the story? There's like already too much going on. Oh, holy shit. Ambessa is going to tear Piltover the fuck up when she finds out Mel's gone. Oh my god. Stress! Kicking out the new enforcers and poofing Jayce, Ekko, Heimerdinger, and Mel.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
The new enforcers, after being given a flashy pull-up and implied to be somewhat important at the end of episode 1, are kicked off the force at the beginning of episode 3, and mostly made irrelevant from that point on despite still getting screen time. Meanwhile, key players in the plot of season 1 are mysteriously whisked away at the end of the first act with very little to no follow-up about their whereabouts in the episodes moving forward. So first, I sort of understood where Vi was coming from with the Jinx using the newer enforcer's fear against them with Maddie's reaction to the dolls, though I had a passing thought of why even bring them in the first place? However, with Jayce, Ekko, Heimerdinger, and Mel, and I guess by extension Elora too, I was a bit hesitant about the setting possibly expanding beyond the realm of Piltover and Zaun, since I wasn't sure whether the writing could handle intertwining their possible storylines should the time come. Mainly because that's a hard thing to do when characters are in vastly different locations that have no points of intersection. But I was admittedly intrigued with not only how the disappearances were depicted, but also the potential for their absences to play a role in the grander story, especially since Mel looked like she was taken by the Black Rose, and that seemed like ample motivation for Ambessa. And then in reference to Ekko, Jayce, and Heimerdinger, that was just an unexpected trio, so I was curious to see how they would interact outside of their elements. It wasn't until the end of episode 5 and Jayce's return where I realized we were not only still missing a large portion of the cast, but that we were moving at such a breakneck pacing that their lack of presence wasn't even felt. And that's not a compliment, because after Jayce returned, everything hit me at once. Where exactly was Mel? In a prison it looked like, but where and why? Why didn't Ekko and Heimerdinger return with Jayce when they all got poofed at the same time and sent to what I assumed was the same location? Why did Jayce come back fine as shit and unhinged as fuck? What even were any of these characters doing while Piltover was plunging Zaun into chaos at the behest of a foreign nation? And why weren't they invited to the party when they should have been on the VIP list? So first, we're just going to take all the potential of these branching storylines intertwining with the main one and throw that away. Next, we're going to pretend season 2 is season 1 writing-wise and look at the massive holes left in the narrative by deciding to omit these characters and why, in hindsight, they were likely omitted. First, Ekko, the leader of the Firelights who, by the way, never question where their leader is. Ekko leads the closest thing the Undercity has to a revolutionary group, any influence when Silco is out of the picture. But if you keep Ekko around, you have to work harder to make Jinx a hero. You have an actual force that would stand up to Kate and Enoxian's endeavors while being able to properly rally the Undercity behind them. If you keep Ekko around, Vi has to confront her decision to join the very force who also had a hand in killing her friend's father figure. If Ekko was around, still leading the Firelights and managing his own sanctuary, you have to write some sort of interaction between Ekko and Viktor, as the Firelight's own safe haven has been reaching capacity, and naturally another sanctuary randomly popping up would encourage some kind of dialogue between the leaders, who either gauge intentions or establish connections and failsafes during the city's frequent times of turbulence. And lastly, if you keep Ekko around, you have to actually develop the relationship between him and Jinx post-terrorist attack, and actually address how much it would take for him to consider her life worth saving by the end of the series, rather than having an alternate universe Powder play proxy for this arc. So you gotta get him gone. Moving on to Heimerdinger, who would not only have to have his relationship developed with Ekko, but who would also be down in the Undercity, eventually able to see what Viktor has done with the Hex Core and his commune. And then the writing would have to address how similar this looks to his visions from season 1. And then Heimerdinger, who has been shown last season to not only be very wise due to his relationship with time, but to also be unafraid to engage with the massive ideological conflict he has concerning the intentions of his people, specifically concerning the Hex Core and making magic more accessible to the common man. Well, Heimerdinger being a part of the plot would place him at odds with Viktor, and the writing would have to accommodate for the conflict that would arise from that. So just poof him. Next up is Oh, Jayce. If Jayce is around, Kate is not becoming dictator of Piltover at Ambessa's behest without either him stepping in to talk to her or having to write around his influence. If Jayce is around, the writing has to address the fact that not only has Viktor gone off and not come back, but Mel has also mysteriously disappeared. If Jayce is around, the arcane corruption has to be addressed and the tree plot point likely would not have been dropped. Jayce being around would mean Mel's disappearance doesn't go unaddressed, and if Jayce is around, this would mean he would actually be able to communicate with present Viktor face to face, which would mean the writing has to actually attempt an explanation of Viktor's decision to enact the grand evolution on screen and deal with the fallout that comes from Jayce's reaction before everything is able to build to a time-bending, world-ending war. Then give Viktor proper on-screen development into the grandiose villain he's supposed to be this season, while also developing Jayce's parallel arc of dealing with the loss of his partner and having internal conflict over what he would lose by choosing the moral decision in order to save humanity from his own invention and decisions. So get his ass out of here now. And lastly, Mel. If Mel is not mysteriously whisked off, Ambessa doesn't take control of Piltover uncontested. We would get to experience Ambessa's declaration of Mel's presence weakening her whenever she needed to make decisions actually come into play, and the writing would have to accommodate for all the turmoil and political plays set into place by these two. If Mel is around, Ambessa cannot be the warmongering villain with the subtlety of a brick the season needs her to be for the plot. If Mel is around, Kate becoming Ambessa's surrogate daughter would actually have to be addressed, and in doing so, further establish both Mel and Kate's relationship dynamic. And that's if Kate becomes Ambessa's surrogate daughter at all with Mel around. Mel being around means Mel would need to be written discovering and exploring and training with her new powers and dealing with the fact that she is a weapon her mother wanted to hide, all on screen. And dealing with all of that would mean having to write a new internal conflict for Mel in addition to her encouragement and investment of the development of hex tech. In the past, that has led both Viktor and Jayce, her lover, down. So get Mel gone too while you're at it. In my infinite hindsight loop, I have had the misfortune of realizing that Season 2's decision to cut all of these key players in order to do what it sought out to do plot-wise was actually akin to trimming the fat then throwing out the steak instead. I mean, eat what you want, but it just feels like a waste to discard the actual substance.
What can we learn?
Trust me when I say writing a large cast is hard. It's a commitment and a half. And while choosing to suddenly ignore some of the most important characters to cut back on workload isn't a super operable decision, making it a point to show them getting blinked out of the plot is absolutely one way to make their lack of presence a huge issue after a certain amount of time. Particularly if you're going to bring them back with no explanation or add onto your workload by taking the time to not only explain where they've been, but then catch both them and the audience up on their role in the grander plot, when it was probably just more efficient to take time and find some way to work them into it in the first place. And yes, that is an example very specific to Arcane Season 2, which is still wild to say about the follow-up to something as tightly written as Arcane Season 1. Concerning the task of writing large casts, I try to take into account the exhaustion that can come with having 50 million characters, and I either design them with a built-in out, which I consider the reason why they may or may not be in a scene, or make sure to make their out make sense within this context of the scene or story at large. For instance, I have characters who are introverts, so they likely wouldn't be in a scene with larger crowds, and if I do write a scene where they're in a large crowd, it's usually because I want to focus specifically on how that thing makes them feel. I found in hindsight that Arcane Season 1 is really good at this. For instance, Vi needed to not be present for Jinx to develop the way she did during the time skip. So Marcus hauls her off to jail where she stays for however many years the time skip was. This seemed almost too convenient to me at first, but not only does this fall in line with Marcus's motivations, but it also serves as a catalyst for Powder's worsening abandonment issues, and Vi's determination to reconnect with her, which drives her storyline after she's been released from prison. And it's not like Vi ceases to interact with the main storyline while she's in prison either. She inadvertently impedes Kate's investigation into the shimmer smuggling incident by incapacitating one of the main witnesses, for instance. And when Vi returns to the Undercity, it's clear that her absence was felt both by reactions to her return, not just from Jinx or Ekko, but even from background characters like the Yordle woman who owns the brothel. There's a sense of connectedness in the world of Arcane Season 1 that cannot go unaffected if you just pluck some of our main characters out of it for an undisclosed yet extended amount of time. Episode 4. Oh shit, that caught me off guard. This song is really obnoxious, but I also kind of love it, I think. So are these people actually painting their hair blue, or is that just an artistic choice? Okay, looks like they're idolizing Jinx, but like, why though? They're also getting arrested for it for some reason. Is this really the hill y'all want to die on? I mean, yeah, Dictator Kate is dictating, but why is it so like weirdly portrayed. I don't know, it just feels weird tonally. Okay, I'm being told a lot and nothing at all. Can we please wrap this shit up? Jinxer's portrayal and Jinx's role as a revolutionary symbol.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Episode 4 opens with a music video centering around a new faction who appear to have taken Jinx on as a revolutionary symbol, and, inspired by her chaotic nature and aesthetic, wreak havoc around Piltover and rebellion towards the Enforcers who have stormed the Undercity during the time skip between arcs. And admittedly, during the first few frames as the music came in, I was interested in seeing where we would be picking up in this time skip, since episode 4 of season 1 did so well establishing how different the world had become after Powder and Vi's separation. But it didn't take long after the drop of the song for a high sense of suspicion to set in. Why are these people mimicking Jinx? I saw the shot of Jinx holding up a flag like a revolutionary in the opening, but I figured it was symbolic or something because last time I checked, Jinx was about as far from a sign of hope for the people as a character could possibly be, even in this series. As the music video went on, I became more and more annoyed, but couldn't tell why outside of the fact that there was another montage. And at this point, my discontent with the way season 2 decided to speedrun important storytelling aspects through these things was starting to build up. But outside of just annoyance with montaging, something else was getting under my skin, but I just didn't know what yet, until revisiting the scene after I finished the season. Oh boy, where do we even start with this one? So first, let it be known that I sincerely hate bringing up real world politics in reference to how fantasy media may or may not reflect our reality, unless I absolutely have to. Even using terms like oppressors and privilege thus far have just left a weird taste on my tongue. But Arcane Season 1 showed that it was not only willing to engage in those conversations, but that it was also capable of doing it very well, at least in my personal opinion. Now second, if you're new to my channel or have no concept of who I am Black and queer living in America. I only state that so it's clear what my everyday point of view is, and so that I can follow up by saying I try as hard as I can not to live within the bounds of those labels, but instead simply as a human being, doing human being things. So it really gets under my skin when media tries to tackle political hotbed topics such as racial divides, class divides, etc., and boil said topics down to a black and white scenario with no shades of gray. Everyone is either the man or against the man, and that's just not reflective of real life. There are nuances in the way everyone chooses to fight or how they find themselves aligned that unfortunately almost always goes unspoken when it comes to media that chooses to tackle these subjects in order to lean into a more good versus evil narrative for the plot to plot the way it needs to. Which is why Arcane Season 1 deeply gained and still absolutely has my respect, because it not only shows those from oppressed classes willing to fight the system by any means, such as Vi, Silco, Sevika, etc., versus those from the oppressor class who are very clearly only interested in keeping the oppressed where they're at, with examples being Marcus and a large majority of the council. It shows those who are more interested in building bridges and keeping peace, i.e. Vander and Grayson. Those who exist chaotically outside of any cause, such as Jinx. Those who go through an active process of having their worldview altered in different ways. Jayce being an example of a once neutral party being radicalized against the Undercity due to a position in power he had thrust upon him. Kate being an example of being not malicious in her prejudice, but rather unknowingly ignorant, then open to the idea of change upon the realization that she's not actually against all Zaunites, but rather has been educated on nothing else but propaganda her entire life. Then you've got Viktor, the one I personally relate with the most, a person from an oppressed class who not only has a social disadvantage, but also health issues from the misfortune of having been born on the perceived wrong side, something completely out of his control, who, instead of living completely in his identity or choosing to discard it to masquerade as someone else, decides instead to work his way up to a position where he can help the little folk not have to suffer the way he has. And although Viktor is not actively a fighter or revolutionary or politician, he has the ambition to change the world one person at a time. And zooming out from our cast of characters, you can see the unfortunate reality that it's never as simple as us versus them, because either side is made up of people with their own lives first and foremost, and this failure to acknowledge that is what sows the most seeds of division. For instance, in Piltover thinking of the Undercity as nothing more than an opposing faction on the bridge at the beginning of the series, they end up orphaning Vi and Powder, which leads to years of trauma, which then eventually leads to their inability to reconcile, and then this leads to the obliteration of any semblance of peace once Jinx nukes the council, and the cycle continues. And so, when Season 2 Episode 4 opened with a pop montage introducing the Jinxers, there was an immediate, familiar, stomach-churning feeling I could not pin my finger on initially, but I understand it now. It was a recognition recognition that all of Season 1's nuanced political messaging and relatability has now been converted into a singularity. The fascist government of Piltover with its singular leader who's actually being pulled by strings in the background, against the actual army of blue-haired liberals with pronouns who decided to rally behind a violent criminal, which in real life is often the sentiment used to villainize groups fighting for literal basic human rights across media. It's now the old-fashioned black and white us versus them narrative. It continues to not change throughout the rest of the season. In fact, it actually gets worse in the last act. And the difference in quality between how these tensions are handled between Season 1 and Season 2 is so stark that it makes my skin crawl. And it's now blatantly apparent why the gears suddenly switched to something more grander and simpler in morality this season. Now that my political gripes are thankfully out of the way, on to the actual narrative gripes with this entire situation. The biggest being the fact that Jinx, despite being shown as a revolutionary in the opening, actively avoids being involved with the Jinxers, which gives her a godlike status among them. Therefore, the opening shot is either symbolic imagery, a misdirect, or just plain false advertisement, similar to the posters of Jinx holding Vibe, but we'll get into the whole sister relationship later on. The fact that this revolutionary plot is being obviously used as a way to redeem Jinx, and she has absolutely no part to play in it outside of what others like Sevika and Isha assign to her is insane. And I feel like I don't even have to explain why it's an issue for a character to have no involvement in their redemption arc, do I? When it comes to the Jinxers viewing Jinx as a godlike figure, I've got less of a problem with that because that happens so often with situations like celebrity worship that it's believable. My issue is how they're pushed to the forefront of the narrative as one of the main factions going against the Enforcers' invasion of the Undercity. To paint the Undercity rebellion in the broad strokes of a bunch of terrorist worshipping zealots is to insult the Undercity's intelligence. In Season 1, it was very plainly stated that even though Jinx was closely tied with Silco, who had been deemed the de facto leader of the Underground after Vander's death, people were wary of Jinx at best and had straight up animosity towards her in the case of Sevika and most of the Kim Barons, the people who were shown to hold the most influence outside of Silco at the time. My next issue is how Jinx's hope of the Undercity status is often treated as a joke. It is incredibly laughable within the narrative to think people of the Undercity would rally around the person directly responsible for the Enforcers' increased presence. But like, if you're gonna go in that direction with the writing, can we at least take it serious and not have Enforcers who have no doubt been briefed on her appearance, or at least have seen her wanted posters outright not recognize her and then make quips about her pants? And maybe have a little bit more introspective about Jinx's recognizing that she's a hero after she rescues the Jinxers while actually only meaning to rescue Isha, you know, before she hits the big fat hero line. Let's try to earn that a little more if that's the direction the story is going to take. As for the final product, it just shoves this revolutionary role onto Jinx and then doesn't take it seriously, nor does it have Jinx take it seriously or even play into it, and it just comes off jarring. Lastly, in regards to the imagery of the montage itself, it's never clarified if using Jinx schizophrenic illusions is a stylistic choice, something Isha adopted from Jinx's artwork since she's shown airbrushing onto a mural of Jinx at the end of the video, or if it's something the Jinxers adopted. Either way, it is also jarring. The type of imagery used, such as the teeth, simplistic but monstrous eyes, and overall scribbles, has been tied to Jinx's trauma. It has been applied that it's only something she can see, and not only that, but it's something that appears in high-stakes stressful situations for her. Childish, not because of the aesthetic, but because of her levels of childhood PTSD. So using that as a design basis for this pop music video where Jinx doesn't even appear just seems a bit thematically off. And here's where I wish there was more clarity in the point of view of the montage itself. Because if it's from the POV of Isha or the Jinxers, I can see why Caitvi paints it in the more villainous light. If it's from the omniscient point of view of this is what happened over the time skip, then bathing Kate in this dark villainous light when she appears misses the point of why she's doing this in the first place. I, by no means, agree with Dictator Kate's actions, but she did lose her mother to Jinx. So seeing these people worshipping her mother's murderer adds a level of nuance to the situation from her side that this montage doesn't seem at all interested in exploring.
What can we learn?
I think the lesson here is to simply be aware of what messages you're trying to send or what you would be unintentionally sending. Obviously, this is a bit more difficult since it involves a lot of getting to know all sides of a situation, making friends, doing research, anything to see other point of views. And that takes time. Just know that the world is more nuanced than black and white, and we have more than enough us versus them stories in the world. So if you want to tackle similar subjects and you're inspired by some of these other stories, maybe study their views and compare them to any other point of views you can find from sources that aren't curated, aka the real living people involved and affected by what you want to write about. And that goes for all sides of a situation, regardless of what side you're on. The perceived right, often the oppressed, or wrong, often the oppressors. Getting a taste of the experiences of those you're not aligned with is, in my opinion, imperative to life in general, but especially if you want to write something that tackles intenser subjects.
Loading next topic.
Oh, he's finally in the plot, but why here? Oh, what, y'all finna team up? No, okay, call me optimistic, but considering this man just stood his ground in the middle of a scattering crowd just to cut his hand open and summon a beast, I feel like he knows what he's doing. You're gonna be alright. Damn, it's about time Singe Beast came through. Girl, not him politely riding the tram over. She getting ready to box? I like that, let's see it. Well, oh, god damn it. He put himself back in the cage? Oh, yeah, y'all might be in danger. Wait, okay, so what was even the point of calling that thing here? Or getting arrested if it wasn't supposed to break you out, though? What was the plan? Singe at the rally and Ambessa versus Warwick.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
At Sevika's rally, Singe makes an unexpected appearance amongst the crowd, cuts his hand, drawing blood, which then draws Warwick from his lab all the way to Stillwater Prison, where Singe is being held after being arrested. Ambessa is one of the first to encounter Warwick on his arrival, and we see her prepared to fight before the scene cuts away. Seeing Singe finally make his appearance outside of the pre-post-credit scenes would have had me a bit more curious than confused, but my first thought initially was that I wasn't aware of his connection to any of Zaun's issues outside of shimmer addiction, which doesn't necessarily get you invited to the cookout. But when he sliced his palm and we saw the fruits of his labor start to awaken, I'll admit I sat up in my seat a bit. I wasn't sure where his lab was, but I was definitely ready to see the chaos this creature would cause on arrival. Then said creature arrived, coming face to face with Ambessa, and although I was prepared to call bullshit if she managed to beat whatever this thing was, I did, want to see the fight. She was putting her mask on, ready to squabble up and everything. I was ready, and then the shot cut away, making me groan in disappointment. And then we get to the scene between Warwick and Jinx, and I have no choice but to cradle my head in acknowledgement of what exactly was going on. The hand of the author made itself painfully visible yet again. The culmination of these 2 points contributed to a plot contrivance issue that was plaguing the season heavily up to that point, and would only continue to get worse. Now, plot contrivances aren't all bad despite how the term is used in media criticism. Stories need a certain amount of plot contrivances to function, and there's bound to be more than a few because ultimately the writing needs to tell a coherent story. So every now and then you get the convenient character timing or main character plot armor, and you have to suspend your disbelief. But where the issue comes in with Arcane Season 2's plot contrivances is that they're often unnecessary, sloppily executed, and reveal the underlying gears of the narrative way too willingly and seemingly naively, which is a crazy thing to say about any of the writing across Arcane. It became apparent almost immediately on my first watch that Singe was only at the rally in order to be captured and placed in the same spot as Isha in order for Warwick and Jinx to cross paths. It's when you stop and think about that fact that you start asking, did that have to happen that way? Couldn't Warwick, who was in Singe's lab in the Undercity, have crossed paths with Jinx some other way? Why would Singe show up to a Jinx rally to begin with? What would be his character motivation for getting himself arrested and thrown in Stillwater if it could impede his plan to continue his research? It was to get access to Ambessa. Okay, sure, but not only does him being a scientist mean he should be able to come up with a more intelligent plan, a scientist is exactly what Ambessa is in desperate need of since Jayce, Heimerdinger, and Viktor have all disappeared. So surely he'd be able to make his way into her graces in a more efficient manner than getting a ton of her soldiers, and possibly her, more on that next, killed. It's essentially Singe's version of Ambessa's Memorial Day attack plan. Convoluted, in need of a ton of fail-safes that aren't shown to exist and threaten to do more harm than good. Worse, look at Singe's plan from a writer's point of view, and you'll see how sloppily executed it really is. Singe has no idea what's going to go down at this rally, whether or not Isha is going to be taken, if Isha is even close enough to Jinx for her to want to come rescue her, or if, once arrested, they'll be taken to where Ambessa is. Why would you, as a writer, decide to tie his testing and summoning of Warwick with Jinx's rescue of Isha, when narratively the two are not connected at all, outside of the predetermined plan of Jinx and Warwick crossing paths? This, and several other contrivances, is something that could have worked with some major tweaking, but it seems the writing is adamant about taking the most first draft pass possible this season. I don't say that lightly. I don't like outright calling work bad or amateur, because there's hard work behind every creation whether we know it or not, but hard work can also go into a first draft. It doesn't mean you're supposed to use that shit as is. Now, onto the subject of Ambessa versus Warwick, which is probably the most frustrating of these two, because as a writer, all I can ask myself is, did Ambessa need to be there? Why did we get the build-up if we weren't going to get the payoff of seeing them fight? There is a trope where a character that's established to be strong will be beaten on screen by a new character as a power scale, and this has the vibe of exactly that, but without us actually seeing Ambessa being beaten or even starting to fight. So it fails in pretty much every aspect that comes with pulling that trope off. I also have to ask, why didn't we see her fight if we were going to still get the aftermath of her being the only one standing thriving amongst her warriors with only a scratch. Wouldn't getting to see that play out only bolster her bad guy status this season and make her seem like more of a threat? These are, of course, rhetorical questions. I know why we didn't get to see her fight, because as usual, this season loves its big reveals and shock value. We get the terror in Ambessa's eyes and are supposed to move on to the next scene without questioning whether or not our main villain of the season was just murdered in cold blood, or questioning how she could have possibly made it out of that alive. But then that doesn't matter, because Warwick makes his actual grand appearance in the prison, where he can appear to be an unstoppable force and obscured in smoke until it's time to see his face. So again, I ask, why even have the build-up scene with Ambessa in the first place? This also presents a problem when it comes to time, particularly in a meta sense. Arcane Season 2 has been written with knowledge that they've only got 9 episodes to wrap things up. So why waste time on the Ambessa versus Warwick anti-fight scene, and why not figure out a more efficient way for Singe/Warwick to be in their proper positions for the plot to continue? Plot contrivances are never completely absent from a body of work, but the more they draw attention to themselves in this season by taking away from what little time we have left, the easier they become to recognize going forward.
What can we learn?
If there's one major lesson I've learned, it's that writing a narrative is all about crafting creative solutions to imaginary problems, and that can be difficult if you're working within any kind of limits. Oftentimes, you run into a scenario where you want to set up a plot point or establish a piece of information, but you might not have the time or resources to create an entire scene/episode/chapter, etc. around doing specifically that. So in those cases, I find it helps to channel efficiency by multitasking. And in order to do that, you need to know as much as you can about all the moving pieces at your disposal, whether that be characters, locations, backstories, motivations, etc. So if I were to combine a multitask on the Singe and Ambessa scenes above, I'd first determine what their goals are currently when the scene takes place. For Singe, he wants to test out Warwick, his weapon. For Ambessa, she wants weapons, which is why she's searching out scientists for hex tech weaponry. So already these two have got the shared motivation of weaponry. For Jinx, she desperately wants to save Isha. For Warwick, he desperately seeks blood. So these two have a desperate drive as motivation. Now I need to figure out what the narrative goal of the scene is and what I can use to make all of these pieces fit together. Well, the main goal here is to get Warwick and Jinx to cross paths, with the secondary goal of getting Ambessa and Singe to work together. The one thing I can use to make all these pieces fit together is the inherent chaos of these 4 characters when trying to achieve their goals. So we move all of them back to Banter's statue at the rally. Singe shows up, Isha is still there. Jinx is watching from the shadows like she's been known to do several times in season 1. Ambessa, Rictus, and the Noxians come to crash the party, and Jinx joins to protect Isha. The Jinxers, when finally met with the real Jinx, get real active. In the chaos, Singe slits his hand, which Ambessa notices, and draws Warwick out. Warwick can come crash the party since we don't know exactly how far Singe's lab is from Banter's statue. In the mess, a ton of Noxian soldiers and enforcers are killed by Warwick, during which Ambessa takes interest in him as a weapon. As Warwick is about to attack Isha, who is harmed in the scuffle, establishing that it isn't just Singe's blood he's affected by, Jinx jumps in to fight him. Warwick and Jinx have their tussle, he recognizes Powder, and, racked by inner turmoil, runs off into the Undercity. That way we have an actual explanation for how Jinx got out of the situation she was in episode 4. Somewhere in all of this, Rictus and Ambessa have snatched Singe up, and after the dust clears, the Noxian soldiers are shown to have fled the scene. Most of the revolutionaries have made it by taking advantage of their knowledge of the trenches to get to safety, and Jinx has officially earned her title of Big Fat Hero as the revolutionaries look to her in gratitude. Meanwhile, Jinx is shell-shocked by the reveal of Banter, but thankful to have Isha unharmed, vows to go find him as she ignores the cheers from the revolutionaries, because all that matters now is her family. All of this through multitasking by recognizing that one of the biggest pieces I had at my disposal was the fact that every one of these characters are connected through the chaos that follows them. A bit more of a rewrite than I wanted to do in this video, since I prefer to analyze a work as it is instead of what I personally want it to be, but I just wanted to demonstrate that instead of hopping through all these hoops to get Jinx/Warwick to cross paths and Singe/Ambessa to join forces, there were plenty of ways to make efficient use of episode runtime.
Loading next topic.
Girl, not him politely riding the tram over. He just come down the elevator? No, I gotta be tripping. Wait, those are just doors, right? He looks so fucking cool! Also, this Doom-ass soundtrack. Gee, you better shimmer the fuck up! Yo, he had them fighting for their lives out here. Not him pulling this move. I mean, you got her dead to rights. You could really just go ahead and... How did he focus on the grenade long enough? Wait. What? What? Bitch, is that Banter? Oh my god, it kind of looks like him in the face too. What? I don't know how to feel about them bringing him back. Let me just let it play out. Warwick's intro and identity reveal.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Singe summons Warwick, the thing that's been teased at the end of 3 episodes now. The beast somehow makes it onto a cable car across the way to Stillwater Prison, rampages his way through both Noxians and enforcers, manages to get to Singe's exact floor of the prison, and then proceeds to battle with Jinx. The battle seems like it's coming to an unfortunate end for the smaller party, but as Jinx prepares a grenade, Warwick recognizes her as Powder, seemingly from the marking, and possibly possibly her appearance. Banter has been my guy since he first showed up in season 1, and I know his unexpected death left a mark on nearly everyone who watched it. Despite his role as a mentor figure and the trope that often comes with that, his death was something I deeply respected, as the entire rest of the season deals with the fallout of this loss. It's not just the girls, the entire underground falls apart and quite literally is thrown to the wolves after he's gone, no pun intended. So when I saw that they brought him back at the end of this episode, I initially had reservations due to how permanent death has been in this series so far, but the state in which he was brought back in, that is, a force of nature, an agent of chaos, more monster than man if the man was even still there, had my attention. There was, as I've stated multiple times at this point, so much potential in a conflict where Jinx and Vi not only have to fight each other, but also the father figure whose death led to their fallout in the first place. Potential in this rogue party triggered by something as common as blood, and how it would affect Noxus and Piltover's control over the Undercity, how Dictator Kate would react. I had so many ideas for how this plot point could possibly push forward that I failed to realize it had already fallen flat on its face. The moment Warwick gained his composure enough to utter the word powder and reveal his true identity at Banter was, unknowingly, the moment all those hopes and dreams were killed in the cradle. And looking back has gifted me the horrible realization that this is one of the most blatant, tragic victims of instant gratification this season. That's saying a lot, considering how much instant gratification there is this season. I'm not even a League player, and I can understand that Warwick never even had enough time to be Warwick before the writing nerfed him into Banter but a dog. And it's one of those things that, under no circumstances, gets better with hindsight. He's vicious and bloodthirsty for a small part of the fight, before he suddenly has enough consciousness to recognize a full-grown powder from her grenade markings of all things. It's incredibly shocking at first, if you hadn't guessed the plot twist already, which I hadn't. So condolences to anyone who didn't even get to enjoy that bit of plot contrivance for the sake of an episode cliffhanger. But then once the shock value wears off just a little bit, things start to become real shaky. And it's the sort of shaky that makes you reverse the footage mentally to analyze how we even got here. First of all, why didn't Warwick just kill Jinx when he had her pinned against the wall? Like I said before, a certain amount of plot armor is necessary in stories, but it's the fact that he held her there for so long enough that the question starts to kick in and the plot armor becomes noticeable. Your plot armor is not supposed to do that. Second, why did Jinx stay behind so long and fight him in the first place? Sevika and Isha made it out. Why couldn't she have gone with them in the time Warwick was acting dramatic and obscured in the fall? Third, if it was Singed blood that drew him there, why didn't he just make a beeline for Singed blood on the cage? If the answer is he's attracted to all blood, then why didn't he wake up earlier in Singed's lab? Because there is no way nobody in the Undercity bled at all in this time. Fourth, how did Warwick make it down? Did he take the elevator? Did he punch his way down to that floor? How did he know exactly what floor they were on? Like, number-wise. Obviously, he's following Singed blood, and somehow not distracted or going mad from all the Noxians and Enforcers he killed on the way over. But did he stop and ask for directions to the cage? How did he get on the cable car to even get to Stillwater Prison? He seemed to be pretty content on the ride over and then started acting up when it was time to pop out. Why wouldn't he just swim over? Can he swim? Doggy paddle maybe? Hop across cable cars? Did he operate them on his own? All these questions might seem like nitpicks, but this is an example of how not respecting the laws of your world and its creatures can make certain plot points come apart at the seams. Or worse, how it can have a ripple effect across the whole rest of the season. Because if your writing isn't tight enough to account for these very surface level gripes, then how can the writing be trusted to disseminate more complex topics without a ton of holes being poked into them? And then add in the fact that the ill thought out execution of Warwick even managing to get to Stillwater was made possible by a litany of sloppily executed plot contrivances, and then at the end throw in a dash of ruined potential by prematurely revealing the character's true identity mere moments after their debut, and then have said reveal spit in the face of a very final, very pivotal moment from the season prior, only for it to be treated as nothing more than emotional manipulation, further a character dynamic the writing has shown no interest in focusing on anyway, so it all rings hollow in the end. Oh, and have said emotional manipulation be immediately counteracted because the character didn't actually succeed in recreating said pivotal moment by dying a second time, so we gotta try a third time in the very last episode. You get it, it's a mess.
What can we learn?
So for this, I feel it's important to stress that instant gratification isn't always a bad thing, but it's all on how you execute it and what you want to gain from it. In this case, the gratification on the writer's part was supposed to be drawn from the audience's reaction to the plot twist that Warwick is actually Banter, returning to the narrative after all this time. But the issue is that we haven't gotten enough time to learn who or what Warwick even is for there to be a true identity reveal. We're too busy learning what Warwick's plot even is before it can be twisted. So for something like a plot twist, you definitely want to give the audience a chance to familiarize themselves with what you're you're about to subvert. Lull them into a false sense of security first if you want a bigger payoff. If you're aiming for gratification for something like a fight scene between characters you've always wanted to pit against one another, or a conversation you want to happen, then just make sure it makes sense within the context of the narrative. Otherwise, you risk showing your hand as the author, at least in my opinion. Another thing I want to touch on is being aware of how your world works and what rules you can and cannot break, as well as what potential you can draw out of the task of adhering to your rule set. Focusing on the process of Warwick getting to Stillwater might seem like a nitpick on the surface, but a big reason why this was so prevalent to me is because in my webcomic, I've often got to write battles within specific restrictions, so I need to know how my characters move and what they can/can't do. So if I have a grounded Pokemon who is supposed to win against an aerial Mon, and said grounded Mon has no long-range attacks, then I either need to design the field in the grounded Pokemon's favor so they can reach higher elevation, or write their usage of moves specifically so they can meet the aerial Mon on their level. If I disregard the types of my characters to make the win work without making it make sense, it can possibly throw the semantics of every battle from the past and future into question. So when this season introduces Warwick by simultaneously establishing and breaking the rules of how he functions, it risks the logic surrounding the existence of this already conceptually complex character coming apart at the seams. Episode 5.
It's about time, damn! I literally forgot she's been gone. Also, there ain't no way she just woke up. We had a whole damn time skip. Where is she even? Dude, what is this Black Rose shit?
I want to say we're not going to get an explanation, but we're also getting really deep into the season. So like, I don't know how this is going to come into play. First, Ambessa finna have a fit when she finds out her son's alive. Second, why is the whole Medarda bloodline so goddamn hot? What are y'all drinking? Oh yeah, that's not only not Kino, that brother is dead. No. You can't just show me this random ass puzzle and say, oh wow, Mel solved it and nobody else has. I don't know what the fuck this puzzle is. This means nothing to me. It looks like she just pushed some rocks. What do you mean she's the chosen one? Oh, Mel.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Mel disappears at the end of episode 3 and does not make her reappearance until episode 5, during which she is shown just now waking up in a Black Rose prison, figuring out her surroundings, suddenly having an emotional reunion with her brother, and learning some information about their mother. But then, suddenly, it's actually not her brother, and she manages to solve a puzzle we know nothing about and have not seen associated with anybody else in the series thus far. And as much as it pains me to say this, Mel's scenes are wasted time/space this season. It never fully goes anywhere outside of teasing the Noxus series, and Arcane Season 2 deserves to be more than a 9-hour teaser trailer for the Noxus series. And we learn more about the Black Rose's threatening presence than we do about her actual connection and thoughts/feelings on the Black Rose. Now, stripping Mel out of the story leaves a gargantuan hole in the narrative of Season 2, solely because of the fact that so much of it has to do with her mother. Someone she obviously has a connection to. Like, I can't believe I have to point this out. I'm getting heated just thinking about the potential her still being in the season could have had. Mel is also the only competent ruling party left after Jayce and everyone disappears, so she would be the natural foil to Ambessa's installing a Kate as dictator, not only as a ruling party, but also as Ambessa seemed to take Kate on as a daughter she could mold, the way she couldn't mold Mel. That's a whole other issue, because Mel actually has been shown to have far more teeth and tact than Kate in Season 1. But of course Kate is not the same person, and Mel has been sent to hell. Also, just throwing Mel in a magic prison is so disrespectful. She was forcibly removed from the narrative, watched her best friend die for absolutely no reason, is given busy work in a cave somewhere, and then told she's part of this faction that is effectively a narrative parasite on Season 2 of Arcane. So her being tied to this narrative parasite makes her little tiny storyline seems like an unpleasant thing to even engage with or address after the fact. Mel literally has a point A to point B plot this season. Point A, she survives the council attack. Point B, she finds out why she survived the attack, and it's because she's the mage the Black Rose was looking for when they killed her brother. Hardly any, if any, of her interactions exist outside of those 2 points. Even those with Jayce, who she had a whole romantic side quest with in Season 1. You don't even get to see that develop because she's in a magic prison the entire show. I don't like, again, to bring politics into fantasy shows, but Season 1 did so well with the natural incorporation of its diversity in so many regards, so it was hard to be like, oh well, this is inherently racist because of XYZ. For instance, the Undercity, which is effectively the ghetto of Piltover, isn't just filled with minorities. It's a very clear class divide situation where anyone, despite perceived race, is affected, and so it gives it that level of dissonance with real world issues it's at risk of bumping up against. But in Season 2, I can't help but notice that 2 of the Black characters are poofed off at the end of Act 1, and the only one remaining is a warmongering villain. The queers are in a series of toxic relationships, and the disabled man becomes the all-encompassing world-ending god. Like, the reason I don't like bringing these issues up is because they can often be read into and influenced by other people's experiences to be taken way more seriously than ever intended, such as the Mr. Popo being racist versus Japan's lack of understanding of the imagery situation. But it's incredibly disappointing to see so many questionable questionable areas in Arcane Season 2, when Arcane Season 1 was so good at keeping itself focused on issues of humanity as a whole that affect every one of those, not just minorities specifically. And Mel being written out of the series was the first time to start to get under my skin, but on rewatches when I noticed the rest, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't leave a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. But even if I just keep my gripes related to narrative foibles, there is still a lot of lost potential of power play between Ambessa and Mel, and seeing what happens in episode 9, keeping Mel a part of the story could have led to a partnership between she and Kate, maybe with Mel being a more reasonable voice in her ear than her mother turns out being, especially since Mel had a personal relationship with Cassandra, which would in turn make the girls' tag team against Ambessa at the end of the season feel a lot less like it came out of thin air. And of course this doesn't even begin to touch on the lost potential between Mel and her mother. Jesus Christ.
What can we learn?
It's a good habit to work on exercises or thought processes where you can learn how to draw out the potential of characters, concepts, etc., so you don't end up in a situation like the Mel and Ambessa relationship being completely wasted. I don't even know if, in this case, there was no thought given to how interconnected they would be in the plot, or if the writing just didn't want to address it because of how taxing having to flesh everything out would be compared to the much simpler good versus evil plot of Jayce Viktor in the Arcane. But this, in my opinion, is one of the most egregious sins of Arcane Season 2, on the same level as completely disregarding the sisters. Characters, themes, locations, actions, etc. in a story do not exist in a vacuum. You have to be mindful that everything carries some sort of impact and or potential with it, regardless of what it is. It could be something as small as a character's decision on what to eat for lunch that day or where they eat it, leading to them getting caught up in a robbery shootout. So when you decide to set one thing as connected to another, i.e. Mel and Ambessa and their turbulent relationship, the audience will naturally expect one's decisions to have an effect on the other, and will feel that loss of potential even if the audience themselves aren't able to articulate it. For instance, in reality, Jinx bombing the council wouldn't just affect Kate because it killed her mom. It would affect the relationship between Zaun and Piltover as a whole, because it reads as a declaration of war in a time where the top side was actually reluctantly heading towards the pursuit of peace. Arcane Season 2 not only fails to tap into the potential of this grand scale action causing a reaction, but also fails to tap into the potential impact on the interpersonal relationships of its characters due to the grand scale fallout or anything other than a surface level. Kate, Vi, and Jinx interact as if killing Kate's mom was Jinx's only sin. Mel and Ambessa interact as if Ambessa is still just the overbearing mom come to visit and trying to use hex tech for her own means, as if this isn't a dire situation ripe for a power struggle that Mel knows Ambessa is sure to take advantage of. Instead of following through on the conflict these characters' history facilitates, the narrative chooses to remove Mel from the narrative, thus removing the potential of a power struggle, thus removing any real fallout in the Piltover Council storyline following Jinx's actions at the end of Season 1, and eventually removing the presence of the Council in the story at all. All this from omitting a singular character whose storyline has been deeply entrenched in the power structure of Piltover until this season.
Loading next topic.
We've used the Grey to clear the streets. To keep people safe.
Vi, please be so dead ass right now. I gotta be honest, neither of y'all are cooking with these weak ass, hypocritical ass insults. I'm gonna need y'all to just put the dukes up. Wait, she's real? The fact that Jinx got Vi to come down here with her is crazy. The fact that they are not taking this seriously is really starting to get under my skin. Like, you guys literally tried to kill each other last time. Your arc's not over!
What about those over-designed bitch mittens you didn't even
Nah, bitch mittens is crazy work. Now, Arcane League of Legends. I know y'all know better. I know y'all ain't got this, oh, we're a happy family now ass shit on my screen. Sister Banter and the effect its lack of cohesion has on each sister.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After their original post-council nuking encounter in episode 3, Vi and Jinx reunite once again, this time not in seek of vengeance, but in seek of Banter, a mission which Jinx, of all people, initiates, and a mission which is full of questionable banter, questionable discoveries, and even more questionable contributions. Taking it back to episode 3 real quick, Jinx and Vi finally face each other before their battle. Jinx referring to an enforcer as a blue belly is not only so incredibly unserious, it comes across less like something natural she would say or come up with, and more like a quip specifically written by writers. Written dialogue instead of natural dialogue, which wasn't a huge deal despite my groaning. I was willing to give it a pass. You orphan children from Vi after gassing Zaun donning an enforcer outfit had me trying to clear my ears out to see if I was hearing this back and forth correctly. And then Jinx's response is, why not? I've orphaned myself enough. And I am almost unable to calmly articulate how inappropriate a joke like this is for Jinx at this specific moment in her character journey. Jinx is not there yet. Jinx is not ready to make jokes like this. And Vi should to not be ready to engage in this very calm back and forth joke off with the sister who she's still internally conflicted about whether to let be murdered or not. The sister who Vi tells herself everyone around and the audience is dead, but the sister who we have not yet actually seen Vi process or get the time to process the death of. Skipping ahead to their actual fight, despite how much I enjoyed how the girls were animated throwing down sloppily to show that they really didn't want to fight each other. Well, I mean, outside of all the fucking slow-mo, but that's a time-wasting issue unrelated to the sisters. There was still a very clear intent between them to wipe each other off the map, despite how the fight ended. They were going to kill each other, or allow the other to be killed. Jinx even acknowledges that Vi needed to be the one to end her, and even then, that's an incredibly weird line. Why would Jinx even fight if she was just going to resign to death in the first place? This season waffles around with Jinx's willingness to live a lot without addressing the complexities of that mind state, but I'll get a little more into that later. So we end Act 1 with them very clearly trying to kill each other. Skip to this episode, episode 5, and not only is Vi suddenly trusting enough of Jinx to follow her into some random cave system to track down the father she watched die and whose resurrected form she cannot be sure even exists, but she and Jinx are now bantering with even less edge and sister fighting, pulling hair, taunting one another, and frustrating me to no end because no, they have not earned this. They should not be at this point. You can't have the characters whose relationship is the main conflict of this story evolve and seemingly solve their problems off screen independent of each other. It doesn't work that way. And the way this scene fragrantly dives into the landmines of its characters' psyches while simultaneously acting like said landmines don't even exist just goes to further the idea that while Arcane Season 1 constructed itself around the idea of delving into the trauma and divide between these two sisters while building up the surrounding world that led them to this point and their circumstances, Arcane Season 2 has instead chosen to place world building and grander stakes center stage, forcing something like a little insignificant sister conflict onto the back burner while stripping it of nuance completely. But Jinx and Vi's story is not just a small drop in a pond. Their relationship is what drove the narrative in the first place, and it's directly responsible for how we even got to the point we started at this season. Here, you know what? I'll do a whole rundown. Season 1 starts, and Zaunite kids, including Jinx and Vi, break into Jayce's lab. Powder steals some crystals and causes others to explode, blowing up a building and injuring Jayce, and presumably Caitlyn as well. This leads to enforcers having a heightened focus on the underground, Banter being placed between a rock and a hard place, and the news of this reaches Silco, which leads to him teaming up with Marcus. Powder's unknowing explosion of Jayce's apartment leads to him having his belongings searched, being placed on a trial, and having to defend the merits of his work as something more than a failed experiment, which eventually leads to he and Viktor's meeting and learning to harness the hex crystals. And it's during this harnessing that Jinx sees a reaction happen with her own crystals and decides to help her family, and of course this doesn't go well. But it's the fallout from Vi and Powder's interactions afterwards that places Powder in the custody of Silco and Vi in prison, thus combined leading to Jinx's further trauma that ends up developing her into a menace to both Topside and the Undercity, leading to the Progress Day hex gem theft enacted by Jinx in an attempt to mend the wounds left from the failure of her previous family and fear of abandonment issues due to Vi. This theft leads to higher enforcer occupation in the Undercity and a tightening of the reins of corruption, which means Kate has to act outside of her position, thus leading to her meeting and releasing Vi from jail to investigate. This return to the Undercity then leads to Vi and Jinx reuniting, then the sudden dissolution of said reunion, thus triggering Jinx's abandonment issues from episode 3, which leads to Jinx crashing out on the bridge, which eventually reaches Jayce and spurs him into action, thus leading to the Jayce and Vi team up to take down Silco. This action then leads to Jayce backtracking on his declaration of war and reaching out to Silco to broker peace, and demanding Jinx pay for her crimes. Jinx overhearing Silco entertaining betraying her triggers her Vi abandonment PTSD, and leads to the cracked tea party, Silco's untimely death, and Jinx spiraling from the idea that Vi has ultimately rejected her, and choosing to live in the chaos of her name, ultimately ruining the chance at peace by nuking the council, which leads into season 2 where both the Undercity and Topside are being plunged into chaos from the sudden deaths of their leadership. Now notice how I mentioned damn near every major plot element of season 1, and notice how Vi and Powder / Jinx are not only inseparable from each point, but often the catalysts of them. Also take note of the main driving forces behind the characters' dynamic and the dynamics relationships within the plot, those being shared trauma, history, and passion in reference to both themselves and others. Vi's passion lies not only in caring deeply about Powder and her ability to grow, but also her loyalty to the underground. And Jinx's passion lies in her want for a family and need to make herself useful due to her prior abandonment, the results of her failures, and so on. Season 2 distills these characters' relationship down so much that they're unrecognizable. Vi has been distilled to Powder's changed, Powder's gone, Jinx has changed, why don't you use that explosive potential for good? That's about the bulk of her interactions with Jinx, with little to no acknowledgement of her part in making Jinx who she is, because that would be shades of grey in this black and white storytelling, and we can't have that. Vi is not a pushover or a rug to be walked on, even when it comes to her sister, but she never has the higher ground in any of their conversations, even though she's big sis Vi. In season 1, Vi has to make the choice to be more empathetic and kind to her sister, something which is not guaranteed to anyone is on, related or not. In season 2, she does not even have the agency to do that. She's toothless, no fight left, not the same character. Not my vibe. Jinx is a much larger travesty, and it's all because of dark humor. Dark humor involves having the time and space and mindset to process that what has happened to you was fucking crazy and you're upset, but instead you're going to channel this through humor because that's just who you are. Jinx has never been about quips. She's been a bit off her rocker sometimes in terms of the way she acts, but she has never solely been about making these B-grade jokes at the expense of any possibility of seeming threatening. Her season 2 jokes make her seem more bark when season 1's funny moments with her never hid the bite. She might be making a joke with Chuck in the bar, but if you said your asshole wasn't clenched watching that scene, you're lying. In addition, her relationship with Vi is incredibly off. Her sister is not just running around snogging an enforcer. She's in an enforcer costume. Never thought my sister would turn blue belly is not it. This should be an incredibly triggering situation, or would have been if the animation was still concerned with capturing the extent of Jinx's psychosis. And then later on, Jinx ends up wearing an enforcer outfit. The entire progression of her mental illness this season makes it either very hard to take this season's version of her serious, or make season 1's depiction of her a flannerization / overly dramatic. Either way, it's a shame about what happened to the sisters.
What can we learn?
Stick with your guns. Always remember the center themes and central characters and the roles they play in the story, or find a more natural way of progressing and focus away from them. Here's a bit of critique for season 1. I think they've turned up the dial on the progression of psychosis way too quickly if they had another season planned, so it's evident that they not only didn't feel like focusing on the sisters this season, but they also likely didn't know how to up the ante from where Jinx was at the end of season 1, which is understandable. In reference to the sisters, always take the characters' backgrounds into account whenever you write their interactions or dialogue, i.e. a line like, "Never thought my sister would turn blue belly" from Jinx would, well, not really exist since she's more about taking action. But if that does need to be in the script, it would be more like, "Guess my so-called sister decided to throw in with the Pilties after all, liar." Jinx using language like blue belly is not only weird because it's, to my knowledge, not a term we've heard used to refer to enforcers in this world before, or at least not from the mouths of the sisters, but it gives an air of playfulness in a situation that is not and should not be playful.
Loading next topic.
Didn't Vander try to drown this man? That letter wouldn't have done shit. Oh, young Vander! Oh shit, Silco too. Wait, is this Vi and Jinx's mom? I didn't know they knew each other. I definitely thought Vander adopted Vi and Powder randomly. That's kind of cool. I love the vibes of these three. Wait, because that doesn't make sense actually. Silco was definitely gonna kill Powder, and Vander gave up fighting because he found the girls, right? I thought that was the reason. I don't know, man. Blisters and Bedrock, flashback and betrayal of themes.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
The girls are traveling in the cave. They come across a hideout, and in it is a letter Vander wrote to Silco about their confrontation, with Jinx wondering whether things would have happened the same way if Silco had just found this letter. Then later, right before Warwick seems to attack Vi, we get jolted into what appears to be a Vander flashback featuring not only Silco, but Felicia, Vi and Powder's mother. A flashback that seems sweet at first, but reveals its hand way too heavily while trying and failing to justify its existence, ending in a scene that I feel outright insults the audience's intelligence. As it turns out, not even the dead are safe. So I guess you could say we knew that from the ending of last episode, albeit in a slightly different context due to the fact that Warwick being Vander is something that existed in League long before Arcane. But right when I thought things couldn't get any more bafflingly out of character than Jinx and Vi throughout this episode, the girls find Vander's letter to Silco, and then immediately cue me trying to remember if there was any conceivable room for talking things out between these two back in season 1, because from my memory, they were already on go from episode 1. Now onto the flashback. Despite the somewhat jarring transition, I'll admit that I love a good connected docs backstory. Getting to see Vander and Silco when they were younger was a treat, but then getting to see Felicia as, not a perch from the ground was even more welcome. As the flashback went on, however, things started to feel a bit off. Turns out it's because my retcon alarm started going off, foretelling some of the most insane ripple effects from any single scene in the season so far. Vander and Silco knowing Vi and Powder personally destroys both of their character arcs in season 1 and actually jeopardizes a lot of their character integrity integrity. Our first victim is a pretty easy scene to point out, that being the very first scene of Arcane ever, when Banter decides to give up fighting to take care of the girls, thus hinting towards his more pacifist, peaceful nature later on. And then having that scene tie back into he and Silco's relationship later in the series, where after being faced with the idea of having to give Jinx up, Silco sits at Vander's statue and spits one of his, frankly, numerous bars. Is there anything so undoing as a daughter? Not only referencing the fact that Silco had never had a child of any sort, or any parental role over a child, like say, a godparent role for one's best friend's kids, but also the fact that Silco's arc has looped back around to him finally being able to understand Vander. That sentiment of Vander giving up the fight for Zaun to take care of the kids, which led to a betrayed Silco literally stabbing him in the back, is a sentiment Silco has now come to understand. It doesn't take away from his anger towards Vander, which stems from a completely different thing we'll get into, but it does show a gray area between the two clashing emotions through a quiet scene of self-reflection. He even pours one out for the dead homie. Now, if we are to take this season's flashback into account, Vander did not realize the era of the cycle of violence and take in Vi and Powder to attempt a course correction. He was out there fighting and accidentally realized he should probably be focusing more on the kids of his best friend who was just murdered. He no longer does something noble. He comes across more as being blinded by rage and then remembering his responsibilities. It is shown in the scene at the beginning of episode 1 of season 1 that he sees Felicia and the girl's dad lying there lifeless on the ground, before he then sees Vi break down and puts 2 and 2 together. But I guess he just suddenly remembered, oh shit, I said I'd go take care of these girls, let me do that. And that's to say nothing of Silco and his attempt on Vi's life, and then intention on taking Powder's in episode 3. Though him actively choosing to kill the same daughters he promised his best friend he'd make a better world for would turn him into a no nuance villain, which would make him perfect for this season, I suppose. This episode's reframing of the motivations and integrity of these characters doesn't just affect their relationship with Vi and Powder, because of course it doesn't. Vander and Silco's conflict being as easily solvable as he should have read the letter not only disrespects them, but also trivializes the causes they're fighting for. These two had fundamental differences on how to handle the future of their nation and the injustices they faced. Their turmoil didn't just appear after Vander tried to drown Silco. It was something rooted deeper, an ongoing conflict that led to the drowning attempt in the first place. And hinting that Vander tried to drown Silco as an emotional reaction to Felicia's death is, I hate it. It didn't hit me until after the flashback that Felicia is who Vander was talking about in the letter, when he mentioned losing his head. Discarding their fundamental ideological differences and reframing the drowning incident to, I was mad because our girlfriend died, makes my blood boil. And it's honestly damn near audience gaslighting. I couldn't help but think, did the writers forget season 1 exists? Like, we can watch it. And then this hodgepodge of theme assassination ends with a hugging scene, which was not only so emotionally manipulative that I looped back around to feeling nothing at all, but Warwick was only just introduced at the end of the last episode. He has literally not even had an entire episode of screen time yet before they're wiping away the monster and essentially just giving us Vander 2.0. The writing desperately wants us to feel the impact of the sisters accepting their father figure and being family again, and it relies on the heavy lifting of the audience's natural desire for Jinx and Vi, the characters we love, to have some shred of peace in their lives. The writing relies on that instead of doing the legwork necessary to get the characters themselves to this point of acceptance. Warwick is not just Vander but a furry. We are dealing with two completely different beings forced to live in one body. This should have Powder/Jinx levels of story ramifications and character exploration, and yet it's all wasted on a contrived plot point to get the sisters back together, just for them to not even do anything in the end. Vi, who didn't believe Vander was back, suddenly believes Vander is back despite his wild-ass, wolf-ass appearance. No questions, no hesitancy, just a hug. And then she reaches out, but it's not enough for her to just reach out. She has to say, he's your father too, which is a callback to an earlier point in the episode. Crazy callback turnaround time. Jinx, Warwick, and Vi hugging is an insane soup of plot contrivances and butchered character writing, and seeing them in the middle of my screen made my hair stand on end as every instinct I have as a writer cried out in agony. The transparency of spectacle over substance was at an all-time high in the past few episodes, and the secondhand embarrassment was kicking my ass. From the fact that Warwick was charging at Vi full speed for a hug, to the fact that it's dark when we come out of the flashback to set the scene for Jinx's lighter, but with all the noise in the cave, both before and after, the mushrooms still don't come back on again. Why? Because that would ruin the lighting of the scene. Despite the fact that making the scene take place in this location was not just something that happened. It was an active creative decision. The location should have been altered if it wouldn't have made sense for all the scenes going forward, but it was left as is in exchange for more broken rules. Breaking world building for the sake of tone can absolutely be excused, but if it hasn't been made clear enough by now, Season 2 of Arcane consistently uses the audience's goodwill garnered from its visual artistry and prior season's writing quality to sloppily execute scenes that willingly disregard safeguard cohesion because it knows said goodwill will often place the series above scrutiny.
What can we learn?
Not everything needs to be explicitly connected. Sometimes making unnecessary connections creates smaller problems or plot holes if you're not careful. And if you're especially reckless, making unnecessary connections can create a domino effect that unravels the themes and foundation of the story you were telling. But that can also be a good thing if it's your intent. One example that comes to mind is Attack on Titan, which I won't spoil completely, but certain connections change the perception of the entire world, not just from an audience point of view, but for the characters in the story as well. This can be a great tool if you want to do some type of genre or story transition. Second lesson is choosing your settings carefully, because if not, you risk breaking the world building. In this case, with the sound activated mushrooms. Even something seemingly as small as that can break immersion, which can in turn draw more attention to other broken aspects of the storytelling, such as contrivances. For this, I'll use an example from Arcane Season 1, specifically the scene in Episode 3 where Vi was fighting Silco's goons on the bridge. Vi having any victory in the fight is already at risk of breaking immersion because it's a small girl versus an army of larger adults. Why wouldn't they just jump her ass instead of coming at her one-on-one, thus giving her the chance to knock each one of them out individually? This is a common issue in scenes like this, but where this scene with Vi changes things up is the setting. The fact that these scuffles take place on a skinny bridge adds a sense of believability, since Vi would be able to move swiftly and precisely as opposed to the larger, heavier, and slower goons. Vi has also been shown to be partial to parkour, so she would naturally know how to maneuver in this environment to get the edge over her enemies. In addition, this skinny bridge means not a lot of the larger enemies can attack her at one time while she dismantles their forces. Despite size and power still being an issue, the audience is still able to maintain immersion due to the location being plausible.
Loading next topic.
Oh, thank God. Are we going to end this episode off with something good? Are we finally going to see what happened to the boys? God damn, he's fine. What the fuck?
Would you want to speak with him?
Hell yeah, where he at? Bitch, what? Jayce, you are not nearly as freaked out by this as I need you to be.
You've given hextech to the people?
Is that what the fuck you did? I'm so confused. So I think I like that they got to talk a little mad tension between y'all after the breakup, which you love to see it, but I don't know. I'm confused and uneasy, and the boys are, what the fuck? Jayce and Viktor's hexgate talk.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After disappearing at the end of episode 3, Jayce finally randomly comes back at the end of episode 5, looking completely different, clearly affected by something, and coming face to face with Salo, who has, as it turns out, gone to see Viktor and is being piloted by Viktor. The two have their first talk since episode 2, and the scene ends with Jayce murdering the last remaining non-spirited away counselor. And joke's on you if you thought this was going to have any real-world effects or consequences on Piltover as a whole. As a matter of fact, the entire council is just officially written out of the narrative at this point, until a bootleg version of it is scrambled back together in episode 8 when Jayce addresses everyone about the upcoming battle. This scene, despite the two having nothing to do with each other, suffered from the immersion-shattering ripple effects of the prior Warwick scene, making me hypersensitive to certain details and questions that could have otherwise been written off by suspension of disbelief. Questions such as, how did Salo get down to the hex core with a hood on and 2 functioning legs without being pressed? And how did he get into the room when it was shown to be accessed by Jayce's hammer, with that being presumably the only method of access, since the only other time we see anyone enter the room is when Viktor straight up lasers the door open. Now, on Jayce and Viktor's interactions here, Viktor obviously didn't care that much about seeing Jayce if it's never even been hinted at that he's been trying to reconnect before this moment. This is what we call lip service. A small bit of dialogue stuck in here to make the audience go, oh, he was thinking about him even after leaving, when none of the writing in the episode since Viktor disappeared has made any significant effort to show this thought process developing post-separation. We just have to take the narrative's word on this. In Jayce's case, he might as well be a completely different character, as he's just randomly reappeared into the plot spouting cryptic rhetoric regarding destroying Hextech. Then the two of them look at each other as if they've read the rest of their storyline notes for this season and know what each other has been through. Viktor basically gives an, I understand it now, while all the audience can do is repeat the same, oh, okay, I guess they'll explain it later, sentiment that feels as if it's been reverberated throughout the entire season so far. Unfortunately, Jayce is not the only one who is no longer the same character. Viktor is far from the man we once knew, and the worst part is the lack of clarity concerning why he acts the way he does in this season. One of the many things I loved about Viktor in season 1 was the fact that he had his morals and he stuck to them. He experiments on himself instead of experimenting on others when it comes to solving the hex core, which is a huge step towards ethical research, at least in this specific case, with all the resources the scientists of Piltover no doubt have access to. Hex tech is meant to save lives, not take them, and as soon as he takes a life, he opts to shut the hex core down. My favorite example in reference to this is him countering Jayce's "he might not have a choice but create weapons" with "there is always a choice." choice. This is why in season 2, the idea of him taking away others' choice of free will and creating a hive mind is not only a problem on its own, but the decision to not show him coming to this conclusion on screen actively damages his character, painting him as someone who would have no internal conflict around a decision like this, or agency to change his circumstance if it turned out the hex core was calling to him. And agency is something that Viktor has always had in abundance, particularly with his background of making it from a zaun child to assistant to the dean of Piltover's esteemed academy, not just dealing with the physical, but also the mental struggles that came with that transition. And so a theory I had as to why he was acting so out of character all the way back in episode 2 was that he was being controlled by the hex core, which would explain his heavily altered morality and methods of moving forward with this motivation. But after the nature of his reappearance in this episode and every episode going forward, I'm once again brought back to the concept of clarity. Arcane has been exceptionally competent at artistically giving the audience clarity whenever something isn't right with a character or their existence. And this Viktor situation becomes a major issue when we see what things look like in Warwick's vision, how the art paints the picture of remnants of the man within the beast that is driven by bloodlust. They can do that. Why couldn't we see something more from Viktor's point of view when he's in a hex cocoon just waking up? Maybe a distorted vision of Jayce or pinpoints of all his imperfections, things that he feels he has to fix in order to see him correctly once more, which drives his later impulse to fix everyone, which is definitely something regular Viktor wouldn't do, but a hex core puppeted version of him might be compelled to correct. Ultimately, in their first appearance in the second act, it's clear that these characters aren't themselves, and while the justification for Jayce's transition is delayed and barely paid off, Viktor's mischaracterization is never even attempted to be justified. It's up to the audience to make reasons for his action, and this audience dependency contributes to a larger factor I mentioned before concerning Jayce and Viktor's relationship this season. The fact that every time they have a scene together, they're at a different stage in their dynamic. This episode was the first time I really began to notice this, actually, as their very last interaction was a one-sided breakup with neither of them really putting in any effort to preserve their partnership. So, Viktor wakes up alive, re-enters the narrative, and pieces out. Jayce does very little to keep him around, but ends up getting pushed out of the narrative. We don't hear from either of them for several episodes. They both show back up in the narrative, having completely altered their motivations off screen, while having exes that miss each other but don't want to say it energy. Jayce shows up to Viktor's doorstep and kills him, shoots him dead, then walks off. Viktor shows up to Jayce's doorstep after not dying to try and reunite with Jayce, but Jayce says his partner's dead to him, so Viktor tries to choke him out. Later, the two fight on Doomsday, where Viktor is a god who no longer cares about free will. Jayce tries to kill him for real this time, but turns around in that same fight and suddenly he wants his partner back. The two explode out of the narrative together in a spectacular display of budget and bisexual lighting. And through it all, the audience is just left to piece together this 4,000 piece puzzle of how these two men with a thoroughly established history of cooperation in the prior season entered this season and got from point A to point Z while barely saying a word to each other. Well, I personally refuse to do the heavy lifting for a narrative that doesn't respect its own characters enough to make sure their motivations are well founded, communicated, and actually make sense within the broader scope of the story.
What can we learn?
First, it's completely fine for characters to have new interactions directly contradicting their last. That can often be a source of drama, but there needs to be substance to bridge that gap. I don't know, the characters reflecting to themselves or displays of how their last interaction affects their future ones, so we at least have an idea of how the upcoming contradicting interaction is going to go, since we've been in the characters' heads this whole time. For instance, Jinx and Vi do that in season 1, with the end of episode 3 being their separation, and the end of episode 6 being their reunion. This is specifically done through the lens of Vi's deep regret and Jinx's altered state of mind, to show the effect that their last contradicting interaction had on her and how it stayed with her. One could say a similar thing has been done here with Viktor mentioning all the breakthroughs he wants to show Jayce and how he wished they could talk in person. The issue is that we have absolutely no context for how their emotions change between their interactions. We have no scenes with their introspection or them being affected by their last interaction, even in the company of other people. In fact, directly after Viktor dissolves he and Jayce's partnership, Jayce is immediately fine in the next scene with Ekko and Heimerdinger. So we don't have enough information about where the characters are at mentally to infer why this next interaction directly contradicts the last so severely. Second, if your audience has to headcanon main characters' motivations, you probably need to take another path. Our brains are very good at filling in the gaps. That's why this is called headcanoning. But a headcanon is not a substitute for the actual canon motivation behind a character doing something, or why a relationship is going a certain way. In this episode, I figured Jayce had a bad experience in the Arcane, which is why he killed Salo. This is a headcanon. This receives a canon response in the following episode, and so my headcanon has either been proven or disproven. In episode 2, after Viktor awakens, I theorize that he was being controlled by the Arcane/Hex core. This is a headcanon, and because it was neither proven nor disproven in the text directly, it will remain a headcanon, and not a valid argument or point towards or against the story's favor. The issue with this particular example is that whether Viktor is being controlled or not vastly changes how the audience interacts with his character, and vastly alters what the character's motivations are from that point forward, leaving this writing intent up to the audience, interpretation is rarely sufficient, particularly in a narrative that previously established itself as one based around characters, before then pivoting to a plot-based structure in its second season. Episode 6. Why is she running? She's so cute. Oh my god. Wait, why were they chasing her though? Where did you come from? Guys, you don't just pick her up. She's like 10 pounds soaking wet. What happened to fuck them kids from the last season? Oh my god, I just realized she hasn't said one word this entire time. She's actually mute. I love that. That's a really cool detail. Isha. Oh, the kid. Am I just now learning her name? Oh, okay, good. I thought for sure she was gonna die for the plot. Hey, look, I mean, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. No, why are you joining? Go away! Okay, y'all, give it a rest. She's cute and sassy. We get it. Oh no, is it time? Fuck, man, another child soldier from the Undercity. Is Arcane anime flashbacking me? Please tell me Arcane is not anime flashbacking me. Isha.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Isha is a random child who drops out of the sky onto Jinx in episode 2 and then proceeds to heal Jinx's trauma by her very existence. An existence dictated by the clear writing on the wall. Oh, Isha. God damn it, Isha. First, I would like to say that she deserves so much more than what the writing gave her, because frigging and child is crazy work. So when I mention her ruining certain arcs, scenes, etc., please know that I'm referring to the writing that made her do these things. Second, the idea of another Zaunite child possibly living in a modern day equivalent of the same circumstance that Vi and Powder were living in, and then the added plot point of connecting her to Jinx was just overflowing with potential. And for me, all of that was tarnished in just a split second. See, I grew up in the 90s and 2000s, and there's always been this technique old shows would do to endear to a new audience or freshen things up, where they introduce a new character to the long-running cast, whether it's a young kid, a pet, a random deuteragonist, etc. These characters are often designed and animated to be as appealing to the core demographic as possible. With kid characters in particular, they're often made super cutesy or super sassy or any mix of these traits. Think Scrappy-Doo to Scooby-Doo, or Poof to Fairy Odd Parents. These are obviously more lighthearted shows, so they can get away a bit more with making these rehydration-ass characters. But Arcane is not that show. So from the very moment Jinx pointed a loaded gun in Isha's face and she scrambled to her feet and decided to follow her rather than turning and running away like a regular child with self-preservation would, I knew we were in for some bullshit. Actually, going back a bit in the scene, from the moment I saw the proportion of Isha's eyes and mouth, particularly her unmistakably childish teeth gap, red flags started going off. She was very much giving designed to be adorable energy. And if you look at the character design of kids across the series of Arcane, most of them aren't as uncannily cute as Isha is. I had a similar issue in season 1 when I saw the flashback with child Jayce. His big Disney-esque eyes didn't sit well with the rest of the children we had already seen up to this point. The difference obviously being the fact that we didn't have to watch child Jayce interact with other characters outside of the flashback. Isha's design is borderline chibi, uncannily cute in a way I think I can only articulate by comparing her to Powder from season 1, since mentally and capability-wise they appear to be about the same age. Powder is incredibly adorable as well, but in a way that seems far more grounded in the world of Arcane. She has large, cute eyes too, but the rest of her body proportions balances this out. Now, when I went into season 1, I was originally thrown off by Powder too, just because I know how child characters are often treated in shows that appear to be darker in tone. I thought she was either going to be a token, innocent ray of light character to combat the darkness surrounding Vi's heart, or sacrifice to further Vi's plot. So I was side-eyeing her too for a bit, until we got a peek into her insecurities, her flaws, her hopes and dreams. All that by the end of episode 1. And that's the major difference between Isha and Powder. The character they're writing very openly and constantly compares her to. Not even Jinx is safe from making this comparison, despite the fact that her dead name should be a trigger for her, and is still shown to be a trigger during this episode when Viktor uses it. But whereas Powder is a cute character with depth, Isha is just a cute character that's cute for the sake of cute, having all the surface level abilities and aesthetic of Powder without any of the nuance that came with Powder having an actual history and prior connection before Arcane began. We don't know why Isha was being chased in the beginning, which I assume we'd get more information on, but we never got. And in hindsight, it's apparent that this was just a contrived way to get her and Jinx to meet. I didn't even know her name until episode 4, where Sevika reveals that Isha was taken in the rally scuffle. And no, subtitles do not count. It also wasn't until that same episode where I realized that she had not said a single word since her introduction, and that she was actually mute rather than just a cute token side character. Because her characterization at this point had been nothing but stand on the side and look cute until we need you to be be badass, so it made complete sense for her to not say a single word. But the biggest part of my displeasure with Isha is that she is written to commit the cardinal sin of all newly introduced side characters. She actively cannibalizes screen time in moments that should have been relegated to the characters we care about and have followed since the beginning of the show. Isha's interception of the sisters' fight is what ends up saving Jinx and leading to Kate Vi's breakup. Rather than focusing on the conflict of whether Vi is willing to let Kate shoot Jinx, the scene is instead focused around whether Kate should risk shooting this random child. Not only does Jinx react as if she doesn't know who Isha is and why she's intercepting, but this scene actively establishes Kate as supportive of child murder, something she would have been against in season 1. It also affects Vi, as unlike Kate, she understood the sacrifices that needed to be made to get shit done, with her reprimanding Jayce last season about caring about the life of one child when they went to Silco's factory to get the job done. Whether it was right or not, it was a part of Vi's character. And if we say, well, Vi didn't want the death of a child on her conscience, that's perfectly fine. Just move her. Vi not thinking to do so is an insult to her intelligence. She could have still walked back her decision for Kate to kill Jinx while getting the child out of the way manually to avoid her getting hurt. So this is the first of Isha's influences in episode 3. Going forward, Isha plays surrogate sister to Jinx, halting Jinx's arc of dealing with her own trauma with her actual sister by stripping away Jinx's agency and just having all her problems be band-aided over by a random kid she decided to adopt. Not for one second was it implied that adopting Powder solved Silco's trauma or hatred for Banter, but that's season 1, so moving on. We see in both montages and at the rally that Isha is the one actively playing the part of Zaun's hero, disguising herself as Jinx and doing things in her name. Jinx is shown in the opening holding the flag, and it's assumed that she will be doing the same redeeming qualities, but it's Isha who should actually be holding the flag in the opening, symbolizing revolution, because that role couldn't possibly be relegated to an established character who has an arc to complete, further ruining what could have been Jinx's arc by having her give up on her Jinx personality she officially decided to live in at the cost of Silco's life in order to play pretend. With Isha, when they grab Vi to go hunt down Warwick, Isha intercepts in another fight between Vi and Jinx, and like, can you just let them duke it out? But no, that fight has to stop because Jinx has to go check on Isha. She can't be without her character arc transplant / surrogate. Isha then ends up ruining the establishment of Warwick, and Singe's competence goes into question when Isha's nose starts bleeding, and that is enough to trigger Warwick. Also calling into question the fact that nobody else has blood in all of Zaun to trigger this beast. Now this section on Isha is one I've been waiting until episode 6 to discuss because everything I've mentioned thus far is absolutely the most egregious here. Here's a drinking game. Drink every time Isha is shown in the center of the screen, whether it's to call attention to herself, for a reaction shot, etc. Drink every time she makes the powder face / head tilt as if we haven't the slightest intelligence to understand who she's supposed to be a parallel of. Now drink whenever Isha cannibalizes the interactions with Warwick Vander that Vi or Jinx could have had. Why wasn't Vi bringing him water? Why wasn't Jinx giving him fruit? That would have been the perfect time for them to actually have a discussion with the human within. Oh, okay, never mind, that's why. The writing would have to facilitate a discussion while also making sure they're in their prepared posts for their roles this episode. That being running into Kate, fighting Rictus, and coming in for the last minute save. Then, much to my dismay, a secret feeling I had been harboring seemed to come to pass. Another issue I had with Isha's design when I got a better look at what she was wearing was that she was very much giving self-insert character. Self-insert characters are generally found in fandom spaces such as forums, fan art, fanfiction, etc. And when shoddily written, they tend to have several of the same characteristics. An overinflation of importance, an unrealistic closeness to the main characters, often disregarding whatever arc or canon events have happened, or bending said aspects to make the self-insert have a role within them. And more discernible within a visual medium, the amateur self-insert almost always has this unique item or way of dressing / acting that tries its best to fit in within the canon, but falls just short. This, in my opinion, is the energy Isha brings to Arcane. Outside of her proportions and aggressive cuteness, what she's wearing seems way too main character and less side character, but by keeping her background vague and having her say absolutely nothing, instead letting her be a clone of Powder, the writing circumvents this off-putting design choice by tying her in with the main characters. However, nothing was more self-insert core than the way her sacrifice was handled. These big, epic camera panning, slow-mo wallpaper-ass shots that have frankly been eating up time across the series at this point outside of Isha's scenes. The actual, literal anime flashback scenes, which, might I add, do such a disservice to both Isha and Jinx, as they could have had a far more developed relationship had we seen all those quick quick flashes happen in real time. But again, nothing new to this season. Isha gets all of this triumphant framing, with her looking so assuredly upwards as an elementary schooler about to murder-suicide herself in what has effectively been her pet wolf up to this point. And I was baffled. That was when my true resentment for the handling of this character was born, where I recognized that the reason the rest of the characters I loved and cared about were continuously damaged in the past episodes was also this brand new undeveloped character could have their grand sacrifice moment to spur forward the characters I loved who are now no longer themselves, and the gears of the story were laid naked and bare for me to see.
What can we learn?
If you have a character that can have their interactions, lines, etc. swapped or deleted and nothing would change, you should probably take a deeper look at this character and their importance. Isha's only purpose in the story is to cannibalize interactions / actions that more established characters should have, and it only gets more and more blatant as you rewatch the season, making rewatches unbearable. Instead of making a one-size-fits-all character, tap into the potential of the characters you already have. Instead of poofing half your main cast and instead replacing them with flat tertiary characters, it's more narratively satisfying to weave them into the plot.
Loading next topic.
Oh my god, look how concerned she is. I'm gonna scream. Oh lord, the power play this season finna be nutty.
They have my daughter, Richter.
Okay, so she does know Mel disappeared. I was wondering about that. Yo, her training Kate is so fucking cool, but like, also, I feel like Ambessa's not really concerned about Mel as much as she should be. So like, what even is Ambessa's plan again? Ambessa's lack of nuance and the black-white plot issue.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
From the moment Ambessa makes her appearance in season 2, she is on go, pulling the strings behind Kate, sending mixed signals in regards to her motivations, and ultimately becoming the big villainous force at the end for Piltover and Zaun to join forces and overcome. Ambessa didn't have much time in season 1, and yet she was established with much more nuance and care than she ever got to enjoy in season 2. To the fact that she was one of my favorite characters simply because of her effect on Mel and how much potential was there, and that potential got to shine. For one scene at the beginning of the first episode of season 2, when she checks on her daughter and then shows her expertise in handling a fallout of this magnitude in a way Mel has yet to master. But then, it's almost like season 2 dangled a carrot in front of the audience, hell, me specifically, and then ripped it away at the very next scene she appeared in. How the writing manages to ruin the character of someone who literally only had a handful of scenes in the previous season is beyond me. But season 2 was determined to pivot and lean hard into establishing Ambessa as strictly a villain. Someone who she takes on as many pawns and makes as many stupid plans as the plot needs to justify its determined good guys taking her down. Despite the fact that Kate is already off her rocker, it's Ambessa who's positioned as spurring her into power, and then questioned in the very next episode when Kate's dumbass asks, why is peace always a justification for violence? Like she didn't decide of her own volition to tear the underground up and gas innocents to find one person. Season 2 bends over backwards to make Ambessa the main villain no matter how little sense it makes. Why does she invade Piltover in the last episode if she's already declared herself a seat of power in Piltover at the end of episode 3? She goes completely unquestioned by the High Houses, even when she, a foreigner, declares martial law at House Kiriman's lead, placing Kate in charge. Literally nobody but Salo seems to question this. He's only shown wallowing in his shimmer addiction before he fucks off to Viktor and then gets killed by Jayce. In season 1, Mel confronts Ambessa about why she was banished, and the sentiment Ambessa gives actually falls directly in line with other people in power we've seen throughout the season. Mel, in Ambessa's own words, weakened her when it came time to make necessary decisions, just like Vi weakened Banter and Jinx weakened Silka. And Ambessa also states that she will set the world ablaze to protect her family. All of this subtlety surrounding Ambessa's relationship with power versus prodigy, land acquisition versus legacy preservation, all of that is destroyed, and season 2 sees her character flanderized into big military woman with strong weapons to fight war. It's disheartening. Even more so to see that this simplification of Ambessa's character paired with no room for nuance via a relationship with her daughter this season actually worked in getting a lot of the audience to outright hate her in a way that feels so disgustingly calculated. Between inducting the already unreasonably violent Kate onto the path of dictator, to having protesters supporting a terrorist rallied and violently assaulted by her right-hand man without clarifying if this is an action of hers or dictator Kate's, to working with an obviously evil scientist to turn his experiment into a weapon for her conquest. Said experiment being the father of what were once our main characters, and the idea of Ambessa's quest for a weapon interfering with them all being a big happy family again. Every move Ambessa makes this season is specifically meant to target what the writers think will emotionally manipulate the audience the most, at the cost of Ambessa ever getting the chance to have a character of her own or make any actual intelligent decisions at any point this season. And it's a shame, because she not only looks cool as shit, but during my entire first time watching this season, her short first season appearance had unknowingly left such an impression on me that even though it'd been 3 years, I could still feel something was off about her characterization. and then she dies. And let me talk about that actually, because there's a disturbing trend this season of character deaths either meaning nothing or being quick ways of disposing of storylines the writers no longer want to focus on. And it shows. I'm thinking Ambessa, Jayce Viktor, Jinx, and oh god, poor Heimerdinger. All of them are seemingly discarded so callously that it's blatantly obvious both on first watch and rewatch. They are the characters whose stories were cared about the least. They serve their purposes and they are written out of the narrative via underwhelming death or literally just written out of the universe the narrative takes place in.
What can we learn?
More lost potential shenanigans here. Ambessa is a villain in a narrative that has established that there are no outright villains. Everyone has dirt on their hands, and if you're a writer who establishes your story like this, you only cheapen what you want to convey in other areas by going back on that theme. Unless, of course, your character being obviously a villain is part of the plan. I believe Jinx was heading down this path at the end of season 1. Someone who has just gotten so much dirt on her hands that she's accepted her villain status and has decided to live in that path of evil with no redemption. Ambessa was originally introduced as a foil for Mel and how they handle power and responsibility over the places they're in control of. And, well, I was gonna say foils change in tandem and in reaction to one another, but, you know, Mel is gone for most of the season, and as far as I'm concerned, Ambessa is nowhere to be found either.
Loading next topic.
Oh no. Security? Hello? If y'all take anybody's weapon, take this nigga's now! This. I can't handle the way they're looking at each other. Viktor's in disbelief. Jayce, can you stop this? Jayce, I know you don't want to do this. Please! Ain't no way. Okay. No, it's fine. I'm gonna give Jayce benefit of the doubt because I know there's a reason why he did this. I know there's a reason why he's tweaking the fuck out. I know y'all better explain this shit. Ain't no way they killed Viktor Savannah and go berserk. I'm gonna shit.
Is also the cause of our greatest evil.
Oh my god. That was the most drawn out, miserable failure of a bar I've ever heard. You already killed my son, but you gotta take away his ability to spit too? Yep, I need a break. Jayce's murder of Viktor and their characterizations.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After being separated for seemingly no reason this entire season, Jayce and Viktor's true reunion involves Jayce blasting his best friend through the chest on sight, not even checking to make sure he finished the job properly, then fleeing the scene, thus throwing the commune into chaos, which seemed to have been the only reason why this happened. This scene was the moment. The exact moment I lost faith in Jayce and Viktor's relationship and their characterizations as a whole. Just another pair of casualties to this season's shoddy writing, and it was only upon retrospect that I realized exactly why this happened. It wasn't for the reason the writing seemed to be aiming for, which was shallow drama and a betrayal arc for their dynamic. It wasn't because Jayce was once again making horrible decisions that led to situations worsening, because despite joking about this being the case, I never fully subscribed to the notion that Jayce is completely a dumbass. He makes bad decisions just like everyone else, and his decisions have consequences like everyone else. It just so happens that he's in a position of power, so his AoE is higher. No, it was because the point where Jayce looks Viktor dead in his fucking eyes and shoots him in the chest was the exact moment I realized that their whole conflict, which eventually leads to the big good versus evil war the entire season builds up to, hinges on them never being allowed to communicate. And of everyone in Arcane Season 1, Jayce and Viktor have been the ones with the most healthy communication. Their entire relationship began with, continues to flourish through, and is prevented from prematurely ending by healthy, productive communication. From the moment Viktor saves Jayce from ending his life, to the moment they are able to sync their brains together and stabilize the crystals Jayce had been working his entire life on. The moment Jayce can sense Viktor's displeasure over him not revealing their new hexgate technology, and openly apologizes about it. Even their argument on the bridge that leads to their oil and water realization and leads to them proceeding on separate ventures eventually loops back to them having a healthy conversation after Jayce returns the favor by saving Viktor from jumping, and the two decide to put an end to the hextech dream before it can get out of hand. Everything these two have accomplished up to this point has been done through their communication and understanding of their equality and intelligence and ambition, despite hailing from different walks of life. And now, in Season 2, you want me to believe that Viktor would up and leave Jayce without so much as a hint of gratitude for him at least saving his life, or empathy for what Jayce has been through. And now you want me to believe that Jayce would suddenly reappear and straight up kill Viktor, the man he worked so hard to save, without discussing any other options beforehand? Are you dead ass? That's literally what their arc has amounted to this season. I know I went into the weird, disjointed nature of their scenes a bit more in detail when I discussed their talk at the hexgate, but I must reiterate. If I told you Jayce saves Viktor's life, Viktor leaves, Jayce gets sent to the future, Jayce comes back and takes Viktor's life, and then you ask for the context, I would have to say the context does not exist. These characters have had so few interactions together this season that it requires a major leap in logic to justify the turn their relationship has suddenly taken. And these characters are so far from themselves at this point point that you can't even trace these decisions back to season 1. They are completely and wholly separate. And it gets worse. Jayce mentions right before he shoots Viktor that he won't fail. He promised something, and it's revealed later that Jayce was referring to future Mage Viktor. So he promised what? Promised the future Mage Viktor that he'd go back and shoot him in the fucking chest? Or did he promise he would go back to the past to stop the future from becoming what it became? Because those are two completely different things with significantly different methods of execution. He didn't, by any means, need to shoot Viktor in the chest before talking him down. The hilarious part is that when Jayce is talking about his promise, he's separating from himself. And I swear to God that season 1 Jayce trying not to execute this bullshit plot point. And I need to point out two things about Viktor here. First, the way he looks at Jayce breaks my heart. The fact that he's genuinely shocked either by what's about to happen or by seeing him in person, to me, that's almost like season 1 Viktor waking up and wondering how they even got into the situation. He's not Hex Jesus in that split moment, and Jayce was not punished Talus in the split moment he looked up at his partner. Second, why did they give my boy Viktor, man of many bars, the whack-ass quote at the end of the episode? It was immediately apparent they were trying to recapture the "in pursuit of break we failed to do good" energy. It was both written and said with such grandeur that it looped back around and fell so flat that I swear I took physical damage.
What can we learn?
So, we've heard of the miscommunication trope, but how about a no communication trope? Somehow, the writing this season has Viktor and Jayce having no communication at all be a major catalyst for a lot of the bigger issues that happen in the third act, and it still manages to coast along on emotional manipulation and vibes. So I really want the lesson to be, hey, maybe don't hinge the entire conflict on your characters being written out of character in order for the lack of communication to make more sense, but I'm going to reach down to my bag for this one. How about, in order to have a conflict born from the fallout of two characters, you have to actually show the fallout of said characters, as well as how this fallout affected each character so the audience can actually draw logical conclusions about how the plot got to where it's at? That's it. That's the lesson. Episode 7. Oh my god, Ekko, finally! Powder? Bitch, are we in an alternate universe?
Where would you be without?
Oh, so they are dating in this timeline. Of course they're dating.
Was it you?
Bro, are you bugging? Why aren't y'all acting like this man's fucking insane? Why would you ask that? It's so weird seeing everyone from Zaun with their businesses up on top side. I mean, it's really pretty, but... Wait, so the robbery literally went exactly as is, except Vi died? Ain't nobody cleaned this shit up yet? Ekko, of course you're still upset, first of all. Second, why do you care? You've known her for like a day and some change, maybe. I really can't believe this is the whole episode. Ekko and Powder's relationship and how their perfect zaun is a lie.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After 4 entire episodes without them, we finally get to see what happened to Ekko and Heimerdinger. That being the fact that they were not only sent to an alternate universe, but a universe where Piltover and Zaun seem to be in perfect harmony due to hex tech not being invented. A universe where Powder never became Jinx, and where she and her Ekko have been in a romantic relationship, which our universe's Ekko now has to navigate while trying to figure out a way to get home. So let me get this straight. Ekko and Heimerdinger were forcibly removed from the narrative they should have played significant roles in, so they could both gallivant in a time and world other than their own, and so one could quote-unquote die in an anticlimactic and blatantly disrespectful manner, and we're just now finding out where they went 4 episodes removed from when they poofed. The Ekko and Heimerdinger side of episode 7 has many things that irk me on a staggering number of levels, so I will try to go from most shallow to deep. First of all, this entire sequence feels like a fever dream on Ekko's part. Nobody is reacting realistically to his sudden altered behavior. He has taken over a body and a life that is not his own, in a world that's not his own. And even the one person he views as his anchor, that being Heimerdinger, is acting strangely. Like the parent in a dream who does not reprimand you for shit they would be extremely upset about in real life. It feels almost too good to be true. Heimerdinger, who is not only the founder of their world's Piltover, but was once a cautious man who knew how to balance the safety of the place he worked so hard to build with his curiosities as a scientist, has absolutely no desire to get back to said place, and not only that, he's been waiting around for 3 years for Ekko to arrive, not knowing if he'd ever even end up arriving. Let me switch gears to Heimerdinger fully real quick, and then I'll get back to Ekko's storyline. But Heimerdinger's species, the Yordles, are canonically immortal, and in season 1 they did an amazing job at balancing this fact with the fact that he's not so caught up in his immortality that he's completely detached from the here and now, while still showing that his inability to relate to the threat of death still gives him a somewhat awkward relationship with the mortals he's in charge of guiding. Several scenes show this, but some Some of my favorite are when he says, quote, "A decade zips past you in the blink of an eye," to Viktor and Jayce in reference to giving their hex tech creations more time to marinate. He of course doesn't know that Viktor does not, in fact, have a decade. But he's not saying this out of disregard for the concept of time. Rather, in this instance, he's just naive concerning how much time means to mortals. The next scene is when he's in Viktor's metal oasis and is asked, "Do you ever contemplate death?" Heimerdinger's actual, genuine, heartfelt response is, "Only the death of friends." A heartbreaking response that shows that, regardless of his immortality, he respects and cherishes the time and connections he has with those who aren't fortunate enough to live as long as he does. Not only that, but he's consciously aware of the mortal concept of time. So for Heimerdinger, in season 2, to not only treat the whole 3 years he spent away from the people he cherishes as no big deal, but to then suggest that Ekko give up on the connections he's made in his short mortal lifespan to live in a completely different universe, shows a deep misunderstanding of Heimerdinger's character on the part of the writing. He is not simply a goofy little guy who goes with the flow of whenever and wherever time might take him. He is an immortal man of great intelligence who handles the heavy burden of time with grace while still being able to be a goofy little guy. Which takes me to his unneeded sacrifice while sending Ekko back home. There is no way season 1 Heimerdinger wouldn't have dotted his I's and crossed his T's in order to make sure they could both make it home safe, not just so he can make it back to the Piltover he built in its dire time of need, but also due to the impact he would understand his sacrifice will have on Ekko, his new pupil. A single moment for a mortal can reverberate through decades and taint the time they have, and I believe Heimerdinger has enough intelligence and experience to understand this. But the writing does not respect Heimerdinger's understanding, nor does it respect his character. His sacrifice holds the exact same weight as Isha's from episode 6. Wholly unnecessary, immediately forgotten about and never mentioned, and ultimately a death executed for emotional manipulation on the surface while serving the utility of trimming the fat off the already mishandled cast. At least Isha, while not mentioned by name after her death, affected Jinx in any way. Ekko doesn't even seem bothered by Heimerdinger's sacrifice, but that's not any fault of his character. He simply isn't allowed by the writing to feel anything. There's not enough time. And speaking of time, let's talk about Time Bomb. First, let me start with what I guess might be a controversial statement, but I never saw Ekko and Powder as anything other than really good childhood friends who were unfortunately separated by shit circumstances. I'm not sure where Time Bomb as a ship came from outside of fanon, which isn't a problem in and of itself. I mean, all ships are fanon until they're canon. Jayvik and Caitvi were, of course, not excluded before season 2. But excuse me if the fact that these two have had about 4 on-screen interactions in season 1, one where they were children on Powder's bed inventing together, and the 3 other being attempts on each other's lives, does not necessarily give off "they're in love, your honor" vibes. You know what I don't hear often in fan spaces or regarding fan discourse? Why can't a guy and a girl just be friends? Just because they were shown once as close childhood friends doesn't mean they're romantically or sexually involved. We need more platonic guy and girl friendships in media. Why is it that every time a guy and a girl are close, it's automatically assumed they're more than friends? And why don't we hear these questions as often as we probably should? Well, because this isn't often reflective of how people think in real life, which in itself is closely related to how the media we consume portrays these relationships. If guys and girls are friends, there must be some ulterior motive, or someone must always be into the other. In other words, guys and girls being friends in media almost always has to end with the two being in some way romantically involved. It's extremely normalized. Why can't Ekko and Powder just be chaotic inventor buddies? Maybe if romance absolutely has to be involved, one has a crush on the other, but it's not reciprocated, and they respect their friends' boundaries so it doesn't become an issue. Or maybe they've entertained the idea of being together, tried it, but it doesn't work out because they can't stop seeing each other as siblings. But not in this season, which seems incapable of establishing any sort of subtleties in its characters' dynamics. Time Bomb suffers from what I've been saying this whole time about every other ship. Season 2 forces these fan favorite pairings together and, in exchange, strips all the nuance of how their relationship should naturally play out due to their upbringing, instead going for the overused familiar formula of, yeah, they're in a romantic relationship and characters in a romantic relationship kiss, touch each other, dance together, etc. I think Ekko and Powder, in theory, could be a badass couple, but my major problem with the way season 2 decides to canonize this ship is that they have it take place in an alternate universe full of boring proxies for the characters we recognize visually from our zaun, but know none of the circumstance around when it comes to the AU zaun. It takes the amazing potential of, what if Powder never became Jinx, and spits out the most boring cardboard cutout of an answer. Oh, Powder never becomes Jinx, so she's just season 2's neutered version of Jinx without the murder body count, I guess. And that makes her relationship with the Ekko from the narrative we know extremely uninteresting. It plays out like a corny teen romance movie with the puppeted bodies of the characters put in as substitutes for the roles. Our Ekko has been through a shit ton between the beginning of season 1 and now, and is currently reeling from the fact that he's not only been sent to a universe that shows him what could have been, but also the fact that his tip led to this universe's Vi being killed, thus affecting Powder deeply. And this universe's Powder has still been through the loss of her parents and now her sister. And now Ekko is acting like he doesn't know who she is. Trauma and abandonment issues do not just go away because the world around you gets more affluent. Otherwise, celebrities would have absolutely no issues. So Powder, while not taking on the mantle of Jinx, should still be incredibly affected by her upbringing in this what could have been universe. Vi's death would have made much more of an impact on the characters' interpersonal relationships, and season 1 showed exceptionally well how interpersonal relationships don't just exist in a vacuum. They often have a domino effect on the world around them. So Powder not being Jinx is fine, but Powder showing no signs of trauma at all outside of getting all moody when Ekko makes his head-ass comments at Vi's memorial does not compute. Character motivation-wise, it makes no sense. You know what else doesn't make sense? Having a drawer full of the hex crystals after those were the things that killed Vi, and she recognized them as such in the flashback. This was obviously a narrative choice to show that perhaps Powder can make hex tech now that she knows what the crystals can be used for. But at this point in the season, there have been so many contrivances that my fucking third eye has been open, and every time I see one, I get the I know what you are energy. Ultimately, to cap off this time bomb section, it should have taken place in our actual universe during the actual relevant narrative, since Ekko and Jinx not only have actual history here, but also because using AU Powder to justify Jinx being able to change just does not work, because they are two different people, and it robs Ekko of an otherwise layered arc of having to fight to recognize that Jinx and Powder could have a second chance after all, that maybe she can be redeemed. Therefore, maybe allowing the establishment of Time Bomb to take the place of Jinx's shoddily executed hero zaun arc within the context of season 2 story, and not just on the side in a completely different universe. Moving on to Piltover and Zaun's unity. I've noticed that the episode never gives a decisive reason as to why Piltover and Zaun get along now, and I believe that's by design. It's hinted and somewhat widely agreed upon that maybe it's because hex tech wasn't invented here because a child being killed in the crossfire led to the council determining that the technology was too dangerous to proceed with no room for negotiation. Which is especially funny when the flashback shows Marcus, Mr. Trencher Trash himself, being one of the most devastated by Vi's death as he reports to the scene. But in reality, the reason this altered relationship between Piltover and Zaun is not given a definitive answer is because the writing either has none or knows it doesn't have enough time to make one work. Ekko and Heimerdinger are thrown into this perfect world, and it's on the audience to headcanon a reason why it's perfect with what little information we are given. So let's briefly break down why this agreed reason actually makes no sense in the context of this being season 1's Piltover that just so happened to diverge at the apartment break-in scene, because we're given no information to show it's anything different, and actually instead have the idea that they're the same reinforced later in the episode. So the riot on the bridge still happened, showing that there is still a systematic class oppression between the two cities as little as 16 years ago, depending on how old Vi was when she died. It even extends past that because Banter and Silco had to have a reason to fight in the first place. Vi and Powder still have no parents and were adopted by Banter. We have no information to show they're alive in this universe, and therefore they died in that fight from excessive enforcer brutality, which is still an issue in this universe. The only reason Ekko followed Jayce to Piltover was due to being baffled because Jayce paid in gold and didn't even haggle, an amazement he wouldn't have had if the wealth disparity wasn't so overbearing. Therefore, he wouldn't have given Vi any others a tip, and furthermore, they wouldn't have even had to rob Topside if it weren't for the city's issues with wealth distribution, which means that even in this universe, the Undercity was still incredibly poor before Vi died on their mission. Now, Vi's death happens, which has been agreed upon to be the diverging event. First of all, Vi is from the Undercity, and the kids were committing illegal acts of breaking and entering. Her death wouldn't have meant shit. We could really stop it there, but I'll continue on a bit further into the hex tech doesn't exist, that's why this universe is peaceful portion. Grayson would still have been sent down to the Undercity for the council's pound of flesh, since a building still exploded and people were still injured/killed. Jay still had illegal materials in his home and still would have been put on trial, would have been kicked out of the academy, and still would have decided to off himself. But it's Viktor who saved Jayce from doing so, and we have no reason to believe that events outside of Vi's death did not play out the same way. So Viktor still saves Jayce, and a big part of the speech he uses to convince Jayce canonically is the fact that he was also a nobody who came from nothing, had no name, and specifically came from the Undercity. This Undercity line would hit nowhere near as hard for Jayce if Zaun and Piltover were essentially just cities on the opposite sides of the tracks that only needed a small event such as a child dying to be on completely friendly terms by the time Powder hits her teenage years. Now, I've seen talks of Jayce not coming to this universe with Ekko and Heimerdinger because his body doesn't exist since he offed himself, and I've also seen talks of Viktor being unable to create hex tech in Jayce's stead because he would have died of his disease due to the non-existence of the hex core. Well, the Undercity's poor living conditions are why Viktor is dying, so unless Viktor doesn't exist in his universe at all, this lends further credence to the fact that the wealth and living conditions disparity still existed between Piltover and Zaun before Vi died, and then magically disappeared shortly after, which is blatantly unrealistic, but I've really been trying to use the world building's own logic against it, rather than just declaring that things would never happen this way because that's not how they would happen in real life. Here are some honorable mentions. Silco shows up in the AU alongside Banter at the bar, and upon being questioned by the fact that they tried to kill each other, Silco simply mentions that he found the power to forgive, which doesn't only insult his character and the cause he was fighting for, but also lends the highest amount of credence to the fact that this world, prior to Vi's death, played out exactly like Arcane one, down to the detail that Banter tried to drown Silco, which was originally due to a difference in ideas on how to handle their fight for independence/rights against Piltover, but now seems to wholeheartedly follow Season 2's logic of Banter only choking Silco out because Felicia died. But in the end, Jayce Viktor would still have created Hextech, and in canon, Hextech is the main reason why Piltover is the shit in the first place, because before the invention of the hexgate, they were not living nearly as lavish. In conclusion, Episode 7's perfect Piltover and zaun is a lie that hinges on the writing gaslighting the audience regarding specific events from the first season and how they affected the development of each city and their interwoven history. We're not done yet, as I've got to, unfortunately, reach back into my political bag again. One of the first things that stood out to me when Ekko walked around the alternate universe was how much like Piltover zaun had become. Everyone is dressed in aristocratic, steampunk-esque clothing. It's a very subtle thing. There seems to be more of a lean towards topside culture, sensibilities, and even language in some ways, like the way Clagger talks about figuring out how to get plants to thrive in their air and the words he uses. It just feels incredibly assimilationist. In a historical context, assimilation has been used to break down other foreign cultures so that they blend better with the majority, like replacing the religions of conquered colonies with the conqueror's own. Or in a modern case, and one that I'm personally familiar with, the idea that African Americans need to wear their hair straight and not natural in order to be taken seriously in a professional setting. Or the idea of wearing a bonnet to the grocery store being viewed as ghetto or uncouth, despite a bonnet being nothing more than our version of protective headwear to keep our hair neat and clean. This isn't a pocket I like to delve into too often for reasons I've already explained in a prior section, but the way zaun is assimilated into Piltover just struck a nerve with me here. The Undercity was more than Piltover but poorer, in the same way ghettos or trailer parks are more than their cities but less affluent. There was a whole culture, way of living, speaking, dressing, etc. that sprung up around how zaunites had to go about their day-to-day. Ideals like Banter's "we don't give up our own people" weren't just formed out of thin air. They were formed in direct response to Piltover's unfair treatment of zaunite and how much harder enforcers would be on them versus topsiders. In other words, a piece of culture formed around the harsh realities of their specific way of life. So to see that the only way for zaun and Piltover to coexist is for the Undercity to become more like topside is insulting in a way that hits a bit too close to home. Now, I will say that not all of this depiction of the two cities in this episode is bad. There's actually something I noticed on a rewatch that I really enjoy and wish we got to explore more of. Powder and Ekko's dance scene actually takes place during the Distinguished Innovators Convention, the same convention that Viktor and Jayce reminisced on attending at the end of Season 1, and something that resembles a higher level learning/exhibition programs only available at affluent schools/areas if we compare this to our real world. So the fact that zaunites got the chance to participate in or have their own version of this event actually makes me incredibly happy, because bridging the gap between class and or wealth disparities often begins with extending the same quality of opportunities across the board, and that often starts in youth-related programs. Oh, and last thing before we move on to the lesson for this section, if the audience's favorite episode of the season is the one where they get to take a break from the actual narrative they should be invested in, that probably says less about the quality of this episode and more about the quality of the season.
What can we learn?
I've touched on this a little before when it comes to character dynamics being more than just a label to be attributed, but I want to talk specifically about characters whose dynamic within the canon is that they're romantically involved, whether intentional or implied. Arcane Season 2 likes to do this thing where a pairing's romance exists outside the boundaries of their established characteristics or ongoing lives. Kate and Vi have been locked in a cycle of toxicity due to the circumstances they've been in since the season has started, but we're just gonna ignore all of that and have them kiss and have their jail sex scene. Jayce and Viktor have barely even spoken to or tried to productively communicate with each other this season, but we're going to ignore all that so they can declare their soulmateship and choose to die together. Ekko and Jinx are the ones who have been living out their turbulent lives, diverging paths and shared pain, but we're going to ignore that and put Ekko with a Powder who has had all her character work done off screen so they can kiss and dance, and then Ekko can have a reason to come back and actually want to save Jinx's life. It's all fluff forsaking substance, and it's one surefire way to receive criticism that your work feels like a fan fiction. Refer back to the beginning of this video to see what I mean by that phrase. The major issue with handling romantic relationships like this is that romance doesn't exist outside of our lives, does it? So why should it feel like your character enters a pocket dimension whenever it's time for something intimate to happen between them? Instead, romantic relationships, or really any sort of connection, exist in tandem with the characters' lives. If you're writing a story that's closer to the real world and your characters want to be intimate together for the first time, you probably have to consider whether each side is ready, if they'll tell others, and if so, then what sort of influence will they receive? How will that influence in turn influence the actual act? Will they be nervous, insecure, overconfident, ignorant because of the wrong advice they received? How will the couple act before their first time, after their first time? All these things need to be considered, and that's solely if you're writing a story that stays closer to how our modern world works. Take something like Arcane with all of its fantasy influences and aspects, and you now have to take into account not only what what I stated above, but also things that might be specific to the genre or world. For instance, you're writing a couple in Arcane. Well, are they from the same class/city? A topsider and a zaunite being together comes with its own drama, even in the AU, since the sides weren't always so chummy. If they're both from Zaun, do they have differing views on their topside neighbors? What it means to be a zaunite? Whether or not assimilating with topside was a good idea? Why zaunites are still living in areas where their air isn't clean despite Piltover being affluent enough to help install some sort of advanced filtration system? These questions may seem like they're completely unrelated to being intimate or romantic in general, and that's because they are, but the opinions and experiences of each person on this world they live in would still be a factor of their relationship. Could be a source of relationship drama, or maybe even something they vehemently disagree on but have learned to agree to disagree on, therefore being a testament to how much they cherish their bond over differing opinions, thus strengthening their relationship in the eyes of the audience and or other characters, and maybe even providing a template for similar relationships that are no doubt liable to pop up in the world around them. No character is an island, and that sentiment is only exasperated by and multiplied depending on how many people are connected to them. So it's important to be aware and take advantage of that fact when you're writing romantic relationships, so you don't end up with one or more characters with their sole role being, quote, love interest and nothing else.
Loading next topic.
Jayce! Finally, please let me know why this man came back on 10, please! Bitch, is that the Grim Reaper? Is that Piltover? What type of Pompeii shit? Damn! Nah, y'all know y'all wrong for that transition. Hi, can you help me? Fuck. That's how we got Find Jayce, y'all. Yay. Jayce, you immediately starting a game of only up on a broken leg is fucking insane. Nuh-uh. Is that you? See, he's got the hammer, which also makes sense why Jayce had this weird hammer when he came back. Oh my god, I think it's him.
Why did you ever give me this?
You came all the way up here to ask that? What you need to be asking is why you ain't helped me out. How'd you down there fighting for your life and mine, bitch? You. I'm getting the 10 moves that are not the good kind. I think I know who you are, but I'm not even finna manifest that shit because goddamn, this story doesn't need to get AOT'd. I will crash out. Jayce is suffering, Viktor's plan and compliance.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After Jayce killed Viktor and destroyed his commune in the last episode, we finally get to see where he went between episodes 3 and 5, why he came back in the state of mind he did. That being, the effects of his time spent in Piltover's desolate future, a future caused by Hextech's existence. This episode shows us glimpses of his suffering and growth over however long he spent in his doom hole until his side of the time travel story is capped off by a tease and an extremely questionable reveal regarding the mage who saved his life. So what? They sent Jayce to a future so he could meet another version of Viktor and speedrun the same realization that Hextech is maybe bad? Because Jayce and Viktor were already pretty much there by the end of the last season and had an actual arc to get there. They were literally going to get rid of the Hex Core and Hex Weapon / Hextech by the time Jayce was ready to bargain with Silco. But the difference in season 1 versus season 2 is that their discussion over Hextech's future last season centered around its possible misuse by those in power with their own agendas, which would in turn ruin and take the lives of the very people Jayce and Viktor sought to help through their invention. In season 2, Hextech is bad because it gives Viktor the power to become an arcane Jesus and seemingly destroy the world. A very grounded issue with such complex questions as, do we keep the Hex Core around for the slim chance that it could save the life of its creator and by extension other people, or do we destroy it for the sole possibility that it could fall into the wrong hands and destroy more innocents than it would save? Has now been simplified down to, there is no good that can come from the Hex Core or Hextech, and it must be destroyed to save the world. In isolation, a save the world plot isn't inherently worse than a plot with more in-depth moral issues, but as a follow-up to Arcane Season 1, this is just a plain downgrade in my opinion. And by simplifying the complexities surrounding Jayce and Viktor's invention, the narrative has simplified the complexities of their relationship and stamped out several points of potential. No longer can Jayce and Viktor have a conversation about what to do with Hextech or the Hex Core without one being painted as good or bad. Because not only have these inventions been painted in broad strokes of black and white, but the narrative of Season 2 absolutely refuses to allow the two to have an on-screen dialogue or conflicting but still related beliefs at all, so the plot can pivot to Viktor becoming an all-seeing arcane god that must be defeated and or brought back to his senses by Jayce. The closest these two get to discussing their invention in this season takes place between our current Jayce and future mage Viktor, who is so far removed from the current circumstance that he might as well be a different person, just like Ekko Powder. And that's after future mage Viktor watches Jayce suffer for God knows how long in this lifeless wasteland that is the Piltover he created with his so-called ambitions. quote, "Why did you give me this?" definitely is not the first question I would have asked if I were Jayce. In fact, it would have been the farthest from my mind after realizing this man who once saved me and my mom from certain death decided to watch me suffer in a hole for a nondescript amount of time. But the narrative only saw interest in speedrunning their interaction, so Jayce is made to skip past all of the more natural inquiries and frustrations he would have had after being put through the ringer, and instead only ask what's necessary to move the plot along. You know what else the narrative seems strangely interested in? So at the end of episode 5, I noticed Jayce had what looked like a leg brace on, but thought nothing of it because it could just as well be a decorative bit of steampunk armor. In episode 7, Jayce ends up falling in Earth's ass crack, followed by his hammer, which conveniently falls and damages his leg. The convenience is highly noticeable because of all the other places it could have fallen, but that's alright because sometimes narratives need a little help to set up drama properly. And what is writing if not conveniences and manipulations crafted in a skillful manner? So I enjoyed Jayce's suffering and how it affected his appearance and seemed to compromise his grip on sanity. I even enjoyed the climb out because it seemed like he really put his work in to get himself out of this shit situation. But it wasn't until seeing some discussion here and there online, then rewatching this episode, that it was revealed that apparently Jayce was made to suffer in a hole, crawl his way out of the dirt and filth, and don a leg brace so he would understand/relate to Viktor better. So at this point, I had a number of things simmering in the back of my mind. The main one being the fact that Jayce having a leg injury does not equate to Viktor being handicapped. Jayce has a chance of eventually healing. Viktor had been disabled since a very young age. So that's first. Next, under no circumstance did Jayce ever need to understand Viktor better. That is just straight up not their character dynamic. Jayce has never treated Viktor as less than or coddled him because of his disability, and Viktor has never, at least from what we've seen on screen in season 1, felt the need to make Jayce aware of what he's been going through, nor has he felt unable to hold his own against Jayce when it comes to what they're both passionate about. And as far as we're told in season 1, these two entered a partnership under the understanding that they're equals. And even though Jayce doesn't register that his presence is overshadowing Viktor's when it comes to hextech in the eyes of Piltover, which is absolutely a character flaw, but we love character flaws, he never treats Viktor as anything less than his partner in progress. If anything, him talking loose on the bridge while forgetting that Viktor is also from the Undercity is one of the biggest problems they've faced in terms of needing to walk in each other's shoes. But that's more of a class relatability issue. Oh god. So let me address something. Specifically the fact that the comparisons were drawn between what Viktor went through and what Jayce goes through in season 2, not just because of their shared leg brace, but because of the idea that Jayce literally had to suffer and work hard to crawl his way out of the trenches to make it to top side just like Viktor. I didn't see Jayce have to go through justifying his existence and capabilities as a disabled person to the people of Zaun, only to have to start the cycle anew once he reached topside, a place where the people in power not only disrespect Zaunites, but very likely perpetuate stereotypes about Zaunites that may influence how and whether topside is perceived, the state of his leg as a result of his own misdeeds or a genuine disability. I didn't see Jayce have to figure out if there were even doctors able and willing to treat his trencher trash disease, in particular leg ailment, and then have to vet the ones who were genuine from the ones who are just in it to get a quick buck from Zaunites, come to topside for a chance at living a better life. Nowhere in episode 7 was Jayce shown to have to thicken his skin against ignorant comments no doubt thrown the way of a crippled Zaunite of all people, who just so happened to have been inducted into academia as the headmaster's assistant, no less. Essentially this world's version of an affirmative action hire disguised as a rich man's trencher trash pet. To say Jayce's journey crawling up from the trenches in episode 7 is anywhere near equivalent to what Viktor probably went through making it out of Zaun is insulting to all parties involved. Season 1 Viktor for obvious reasons. Season 1 Jayce for suggesting his character would even fix his mouth to make that comparison. And to a large portion of the audience who understand that making it out of the unfair circumstances you're born into is about more than just a pull yourself up by the bootstraps bullshit so often preached down from the wealthy upper class. It's about overcoming social pressures, expectations, learning how to function in society where your rights to live as a human being are constantly called into question for no conceivable reason other than the fact that you were just existing too hard. The parallel between Jayce's experience in season 2 and Viktor's experience moving through life is based on extremely shaky ideals, oversimplifications, and unrealities. And learning that this was even possibly the actual intent makes me sigh in relief, honestly, because maybe the writing doesn't need to tackle the Zaun and Piltover concept this season, and we were in fact spared.
What can we learn?
Parallels in media come in many forms. Parallels in visuals, themes, arcs, etc. And there are obviously effective ways at narratively laying out connections between things without outright explaining them. However, beware the perils of parallels, because if you aren't careful, there are a lot of traps you can fall into, specifically when it comes to drawing parallels between real-world political hotbeds and fantasy settings. A ton of examples of media that fall short in their parallels, such as Zootopia for instance, do so because they short-sightedly choose to parallel the broader message while ignoring the nuances. But then they still lean into a lot of the real-world characteristics of the groups they're trying to parallel, which would not exist without the nuances of the topic they chose to avoid. So if you're going to work within parallels, particularly with anything having to do with real-world issues, make sure you're not only informed of what you're choosing to tackle, but also make sure you're willing to either deal with the weight of having to tackle all the subtleties or the ire of the group you may be naively misrepresenting. In my experience, parallels are easiest to make work when you operate within the realm of humanity rather than specific groups. After all, what is racism, homophobia, or just general bigotry but an extension of the human instinct to choose a tribe and fearmonger against the unfamiliar for the sake of survival? When you distill things down to those basics, you can begin to build on top of them using your own world building and maybe even find that you've outgrown the need for direct comparisons in the end.
Loading next topic.
Okay, I took a break. We're back. This is not a battlefield. No, we didn't do a time skip, did we? Oh, okay, thank God we didn't have to go looking for him. So I think this alternate universe thing is a flashback to where they went after episode 3. Man, we've got some surprises for y'all when y'all get back. See, I knew it was some sort of meanwhile elsewhere ass flashback. You know, I figured out like halfway in that we weren't going to go back to the end of episode 6, but like, fuck me, is that it? We literally have 2 episodes left. Guess we'll see how they wrap this up. This episode should not exist in this place nor format.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After the events at the end of Act 2, the plot comes to a screeching halt to instead focus on the time-space adventures of characters we have either not heard about for most of the season or are now side-eyeing the decisions of due to very recent actions. Where we should have gotten the immediate consequences of everything that happened at the commune, we are instead greeted with an entire episode dedicated to retroactively explaining the whereabouts of 2 characters who might as well not even be a part of the narrative at this point, and 1 character whose prior whereabouts and current mindset really would have been useful information before he made the drastic decisions he did at the end of the last episode. All this taking place in separate universes with a cast that visually resembles our own, but is not, in fact, tied to our ongoing plot. In the words of one of my friends, this is Arcane's Beach episode. Semi-canon filler that mostly serves to pad out runtime while also dropping the tiniest bit of narrative relevant lore towards the end to justify its existence. Lore that could have easily been folded in elsewhere and not have had an entire episode built around it. Episode 7's purpose within the grander narrative is to explain some of the questions the audience has had up to this point. 1. Where/how the boys ended up wherever they were poofed to at the end of episode 3. 2. Why Jayce came back acting off and made the decisions he did. And 3. What happened to Ekko and Heimerdinger for them to not come back with Jayce despite all of them leaving together. But in terms of serving the narrative that's developed over the course of Act 2, episode 7 not only doesn't do that great of a job of tying itself in, but instead exists almost entirely outside of it. I'd even go so far as to say it does exist entirely outside of it, because the one plot point that led the 3 to the anomaly to begin with, that being the corruption of the tree and other plant life in the Undercity, is completely abandoned. And the one plot point from the storyline so far that's affected the greater plot, that being Jayce coming back fearful of the Arcane and immediately killing Viktor, is not actually explained until the end of episode 9. It's hinted at here, but we never actually get to see the conversation or the reveal of future mage Viktor tasking Jayce with whatever his task was. So the answer as to why Jayce came back and did what he did remains headcanon even after this episode that was supposed to give us an answer. By the end of episode 7, we are no closer to understanding Jayce's true motive than we were at the end of episode 6. We see the desolate future, but it's mage Viktor who confirms to Jayce that it was Hex Tech and his glorious evolution that led to this future. It could have very well been just a result of outside mages or the Black Rose or something until Jayce got confirmation, which the audience has not shown him receiving in this episode. The point isn't that the audience needs to be spoon-fed information, but the audience does need to feel like their time isn't being wasted when we are not only being blueballed after the end of last episode and taken to an entirely new universe, we now have a carrot dangled over our head of figuring out what exactly is going on with Jayce in exchange for being suddenly ripped away from the real-time consequences of his actions, right at the height of the drama. And then the audience still has said carrot dangled over their head as they come out with the answer that they're either supposed to assume why Jayce did what he did, or the promise that things will be explained further later on. The only real answer we got in episode 7 as far as Jayce's contribution to the grander plot is why he came back looking older and rugged, as well as why he seemed to be losing his mind. But losing his mind due to going crazy in a cave is not, in fact, an answer as to why he killed Viktor in a very calm, calculated manner, complete opposite to how he came staggering into the commune. This man was on a mission, evident by him stating that he promised, and while we can assume he promised the mage something, we are not shown what the promise was and therefore cannot put the pieces together. We can meaningfully assume a lot of things from subtleties such as visuals, music use, and the way specific dialogue is said. A character's motivations for making plot-altering moves is not one of those things that can be or should be left up to assumption in a show that, up to this season, has been very clear and honest about the motivations of its characters regardless of morality. On to the Ekko and Heimerdinger side of episode 7's duties. We see where they went, but are not giving a clear answer as to how the anomaly, a big ball of pissed energy that comes from physical overuse as a power source, teleported them to an alternate universe. The pieces could fit together if properly explained, but as of right now, and unfortunately even once the season is done, the anomaly remains this MacGuffin that can do whatever the plot needs it to do, however the plot needs it to be done. So Ekko and Heimerdinger are in this alternate universe. Cool. Don't know how, don't know why they were sent there, but also don't know why they arrived at different times or why Jayce was sent to a completely different place. Headcanons about Jayce being unable to take the place of his dead body aside because they are just that, canon made up by fans that hold no weight on the actual story until actively proven, disproven, or made clear that it was written to be left up to interpretation. The other question this episode was supposed to give us an answer to was why Ekko and Heimerdinger don't come back at the same time as Jayce, despite all of them leaving together. And it not only does not give us a hint as to why, but it almost visually contradicts itself by showing Ekko and Jayce being sent back at around the same time at the end of the episode. It very well could have been a creative decision to show these happening at the same time, since they're very visually similar, spectacle-wise, and convey the same action. But it would have also been a stronger creative decision to not show them side by side, to avoid confusing the audience by further complicating how this collection of magic systems work. Why did Jayce come back at exactly where he poofed at the end of episode 5, while Ekko is shown to have come back at the exact moment in time where Jinx was trying to off herself 4 episodes later? We aren't shown that he even knows, at any point across the series, where her hideout is. He's shown hanging out there in the alternate universe, and that's assuming it's even the same spot as where Jinx hangs out in the canon universe. But even if he knows where it's at, how does he manage to get there at the exact time she's about to end it all? That's the sort of observation that would feel like nitpicking, since a bit of narrative convenience is necessary sometimes, but this writing essentially hurts itself in its confusion, because not only have Jinx and Ekko not communicated at all this season, but it's established in episode 7 that Ekko has exactly 4 seconds to reverse time, and the existence of that fact alone pushes the scene over the border of necessary narrative convenience into unnecessary plot contrivance, unfortunately. Now, one of my first thoughts upon seeing how Ekko ended up exactly where Jinx was in that point in time was that the anomaly teleportation works sort of like Goku's instant transmission, and that it sends you to a place based on your connection to familiar energy signatures. So Powder being in the room when Ekko returned to his time meant he returned to where Powder was in his own universe, thus finding Jinx in her predicament. But guess what? That's headcanon. That also doesn't count as a canonical answer. An answer that we should have gotten in this very episode. So essentially, episode 7 barely justifies its existence and is a waste of 40 minutes in a bloated, complicated season that really doesn't have 40 minutes to spare.
What can we learn?
Episode 7's main issue, outside of not providing answers to the question the season has been setting up, is that it is full of superfluous scenes. Season 2 did not need to give us an entire episode for the audience to mourn what could have been between Powder and Ekko, when the bridge scene at the end of season 1 episode 7 said more about this sentiment in a simple montage and fight. A simple look, that small moment where Ekko recognizes that he and Powder used to be friends as he's beating the shit out of her, and the moment where Jinx pulls the pin on the grenade despite her and Ekko's old friendship, acting as more than enough proof that Powder truly is gone. As a writer, it's super easy to fall into the trap of wanting more dialogue between characters, more soft interactions, more fights between people who might not even ever cross paths. And as the writer with the power to make these things happen, it's incredibly easy to fall into the trap of bending over backwards to make that plot accommodated. And while you might get the instant gratification of banging your action figures together, your story may suffer all the more for it. That's why it's so important to zoom out from individual scenes, separate yourself from the service it might be to your fans or the fulfilled feeling you might have from finally getting to lay down the scene that's been in your head for years. It's important to zoom out and really question not only if it still fits in the context of the story you're telling, but also if you have the time needed to actually make it fit. Because there's a high chance that the narrative has changed drastically from when you first came up with that cool idea in your first draft, where your resources have been altered and there might not be a place for this idea anymore. For instance, you could have started a piece of work in high school where you have endless free time, but now you're in college with tight deadlines or an adult working a 9 to 5. That drastically changes what you are and aren't able to do. But never fret. That's where fanfiction comes in. You can literally write fanfic of your own work separate from the ongoing narrative and in a much more casual, less perfection intensive manner if you want to get those ideas out of your head. Arcane Season 2's issue is that it seems to be caught in the trap of not being able to decipher when an idea doesn't fit with the narrative they're supposed to be telling. And so these ideas that feel like the writers playing out fanfic of their own story end up making it into the finished product, when there is really very little time to write the plot around or out of that scene. So you get non sequiturs like a beach episode with the most basic ties to the plot to justify having a Piltover and zaun get along AU surrounding Time Bomb and a Dune Hextech future AU surrounding jayvik. Episode 8.
We do not lament a warrior's death.
Okay, look, I'm feeling a certain type of way about the fact that we coming back late as hell after the war, but I will take Ambessa spitting her shit as consolation. And she's emotional about it too. Love to see it. Banter didn't disintegrate, and Viktor's still alive? So what the fuck was the point of episode 6? That's it. That's all we get to see, huh? Why is everyone else from Vi's point of view except Isha and Warwick? Like, yes, we get it, y'all. She sacrificed herself. The shots were fired. We understand. I saw that. I was there. Damn. Let me calm down. The episode just started. Negated consequences and this season's allergy to fallout.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After the chaos of episode 6's ending and the deaths of Isha, Banter, Viktor, and several others on and off the battlefield, we are finally shown the aftermath, during which it's discovered that there maybe weren't as many important casualties as expected. And damn, we've got a straight fiber here in terms of betraying all the core strengths of Arcane Season 1. Because what do you mean absolutely nothing came of Isha's sacrifice? The last scene of episode 6 teased an all-out war, the deaths of several pivotal characters, and a cataclysmic collapse of Viktor's commune as they relinquish their souls to Arcane Jesus, and Banter becomes an unstoppable raging beast. And all we lost were Isha, Rictus, and some unnamed Noxian soldiers. Viktor's still a problem, and a much bigger one at that. So Jayce didn't even achieve his goal. Warwick / Banter is still in one piece, and very much not vaporized as seemed to be Isha's intent, so he's not only still viable enough for Sinj's ultimate plan and for Ambessa to get her ultimate weapon, but we don't even get to see the potential from Vi and Jinx having to not only mourn Isha the Powder stand-in, but also having to do so while mourning Banter's death a second time. This time together, since getting them back on sister terms is what the season has been trying to aim for. All of the visual and musical build-up for a sacrifice that ultimately meant nothing and never needed to happen because very little was actually accomplished. We don't even get to see the full chaos that springs from Jayce's decision in episode 6. Instead, we just enter this episode skipping ahead in time to then waste more time preparing for Ambessa's war in lieu of taking advantage of the dire circumstances at the end of episode 6 and having the war evolve naturally from that. I mean, episode 8 just essentially retreads the beat that set up the necessary set pieces for episode 9's war, which were already touched on in episode 6. What do we need? Viktor has to agree to Sinj's plan and enact the grand evolution. Wow, I wonder if, maybe, Jayce shooting him in the chest could have prompted him to crash out on the spot, to not only preserve his own life, but also the lives of his commune, the lives he could forcibly evolve while trying to protect them, thus driving home the dubiously morally just ambitions with immoral execution arc the writing forces Viktor down this season. Oh, but we need Vander's blood to make Viktor the ultimate villain he ends up becoming at the end of episode 8, so he can create the ultimate life forms for Ambessa's army to attack Piltover. No, we don't. Viktor makes one of those things out of huck in order to go bargain with Jayce in this very episode, and that's not only while he's still mortally wounded, but also before he accepts Vander's blood transfusion. I could really go on about how the end of Act 2 led into Act 3 and how it could have been done so much more efficiently all day, but I'm going to move on to one of the biggest realizations I ended up having when seeing where we ended up starting at episode 8. That realization being, Arcane Season 2 is deathly allergic to fallout. The writing seems to do anything it can, including sabotaging itself, in order to avoid having to spend time on the necessary fallout of a large majority of scenes. Hope you weren't looking forward to Zaun's reaction to Jinx killing Silco, thus plunging their streets into even deeper chaos, because outside of lip service, it ain't getting addressed. Want to see where Jayce and Vi's mist blasted the memorial attack went, and how that might affect the city's relationship with Hextech, given how most of the council was killed? No, you don't. Want to actually get a scene, or at least an expression giving more context to the decision-making process behind Vi joining the Enforcers and Jayce suddenly deciding to make Hextech weapons again? Hell, want want to see post-memorial attack Jayce and Kate having a follow-up conversation to their one in the park, where they do a take two on their differing stances on hex tech weaponry before Jayce ends up making some for her squad? That is just episode 1, and those are what I consider to be small things compared to how little fallout is addressed between the actual acts this season. I mean, there's a huge time skip between Act 1 and Act 2 of Season 1, and Episode 4 is essentially all fallout and catch-up on what the world's been doing since Powder and Vi split and Jayce and Viktor's invention of hex tech. Then you've got Act 1 and Act 2 of Season 2, in which Episode 3 ends with Kate becoming a dictator on screen, then Episode 4 starts with her having done all her dictatorship off-screen. Where's the fallout for that plotline? Where's the fallout for Jayce, Mel, and Sallow being missing, or dead in the case of the latter, which is literally the rest of the council? Where's the fallout scene or two showing how Vi's breakup led to her being in a fighting pit? How she was so heartbroken over Kate that she had no adverse reaction to the dude whose jaw she broke last season for being associated with Silco when the stuff with Banter went down. Things just happen in this season, and we're either supposed to just fill in the gaps or not worry about it. It's like the season treats its audience as if we have short-term memory, but don't actually want to pay attention and get involved with the story. Season 2's writing is all story beats with no actual story in between for the most part, and the things it does choose to focus on, like some scenes later in this episode, fall flat because we don't have enough surrounding narrative context to know how to feel about the direction the story and or characters have taken up to this point.
What can we learn?
Fallout exists in many forms and comes with many different situations, not just big dramatic events. Fallout itself is only defined as the adverse side effects or results of the situation, and can be as direct as writing an entire scene around pointing out the after effects, or having characters discussing said situation while doing something else. Or it can be as subtle as lingering feelings on a character's face, or anything showing that the event affected the characters involved. It can be through a character's change in dialogue, what they wear, or how they look overall. An actual good example of Fallout in Season 2 takes place in this episode, where Jinx's state of mind after Isha's death is solely conveyed through her unkempt appearance and actions such as hallucinating again, or playing with her life by keeping the hex gem in her mouth. It doesn't have to be stated why she's in that state. We saw Isha die. We not only know how close the two were, but we also know how many people Jinx has lost in her life up to this point. This haggard state is a result of all of that. Her heavy exhaustion here is a fallout of a life filled with relentless trauma and pain, a life which we've seen unfold across both seasons. The audience needs to know how an event affects the characters involved for us to remain immersed in the story. If a character loses their entire family in a flash flood, and in the next scene they're silently eating and sobbing, we know said character is trying to tend to their needs while also wrapped up in trying to process what just happened, and we should feel sad or at least sympathy. If same character loses their entire family in a flash flood, and in the next scene they're happily riding their bike along a beach, the audience might be confused as to the character's state of mind, but we're also given the signal that the character isn't worried, so why should we be? Either their family wasn't that important, or they had an active dislike, or there's some other reason. And the last point is exciting for pure potential reasons. And lastly, if a character loses their entire family in a flash flood, the next scene comes, and the scene after that, and episodes pass by and there's no mention of how said character felt or feels surrounding the situation, it's going to be very hard to take said character seriously when they try to use the loss of their family to convince the villain not to orphan children or something. Because what are they talking about? As far as the audience knows, the loss of this character's family had no effect on them at all. The audience's immersion regarding that storyline has been damaged for episodes now, and once that happens, it's hard, though admittedly not impossible, to get the audience to suddenly lock back in and fully care.
Loading next topic.
Damn, he's so fine, and for what? Oh, speaking of fine, they finally get to see each other again? Let's go!
Look, we ain't got time, but hear me out. That reunion sex finna be on point.
Why just me? Why not save all of them?
Hey Jayce, I appreciate you standing 10 toes and being upset about the fact that she couldn't save Viktor or the others, but you want to calm the fuck down? She clearly didn't know what was going on back then. Your ass acting like Jake right now, and I'm gonna need you to reel it in. Oh no, oh god, Mel, stop. He's about to catch another body. What on God's green earth? Okay, so we're just not gonna ask how and why Viktor's still alive, huh? Do y'all need me to leave the room? No, because I am genuinely so uncomfortable. There's literally no way I could read too much into this, and I don't know how to react to that.
My partner died in this room.
You're dead to me, head ass. Great, Mel is here, thank God. Victor was dead ass about to suck the soul of this man. The fact that I'm not even exaggerating is gonna make me shit a break, I swear to God. The boy is baffled.
Doctor, you may begin the process.
Nah, a literal post-breakup crash out is insane! What are we doing? Jayce, Viktor, and Mel's dynamic and fight scene.
betrayed cause and reflection.
Finally, for the first time since episode 1 of this season, my favorite troubled triad is together again. This time, all three parties are fully conscious and able to actually interact. They've each been through a lot this season, and all I want for them to do now is to have a decent conversation discussing where to go from here. Unfortunately, the interactions somehow end up simultaneously under and overwhelming. In my previous video, I talked about how often Jayce, Mel, and Viktor were shown in tandem with one another in season 1, despite Mel and Viktor only actually being connected through Jayce. While Jayce and Mel shared a sort of political mentorship before eventually becoming lovers, Jayce and Viktor were partners through a shared vision and had a bond that Jayce described as a brotherhood. As stated briefly in a section earlier, I originally perceived Mel and Viktor's relationship with Jayce as one-sided crushes on him. So during the numerous match cuts between the two throughout various scenes, it seemed like a subtle competition between the two was being established. Further supported by the writing, which often places Jayce in a position where Viktor and Mel each represent the voices on his shoulders. When it came to the crush aspect, I was fully invested in both sides, curious to see what direction the relationships would be taken in. And during the famous or infamous sex scene between Mel and Jayce, which constantly match cuts between them and Viktor dying alone in his lab, I assumed the juxtaposition of scenes represented Mel winning the silent war over Jayce's heart. But then Jayce leaving her directly after to be by Viktor's side in the hospital showed that Viktor won the war over his mind. In terms of whoever would have a romantic arc with Jayce, in my mind it was a toss-up. In my heart, it really didn't matter. After all, I had the best of all worlds. Jayce and Mel got to be a complex power couple. Jayce and Viktor still shared an unbreakable bond with loads of chemistry, and I even got the added bonus of relatability with Jayce at the time, a fellow chaotic baby bisexual speeding towards an inevitable panic. Look, what I'm saying here is that I enjoy the fact that both Mel and Viktor got to have their relationship with Jayce without either of them having to be shafted or have their characters ruined to prop the other up, and it is often a trope in stories involving perceived love triangles. So with those dynamics in place, I was really intrigued to see where they'd take the triad, and if there'd maybe be some relationship building between Mel and Viktor this season. And it seemed like I was going to get that for one episode. For the first episode, where Jayce is concerned about both of the people closest to him after the council bombing, and then when Mel checks in on Jayce but also entertains Viktor's existence as well, just like she did back in season 1, when she told Jayce to go be with him during the time he had left. I guess the potential for these three having an actual interconnected dynamic and being some of the only ones in this season to get shit done was so powerful that they literally had to be ripped away from the narrative for episodes at a time. And then, when they're allowed to be together again, it's after they've all developed into wholly different people completely independent of each other. And then they're given a short scene to try to naturally catch each other up on what's been happening, which ends up being very clumsily executed in a few sentences between Jayce and Mel before all three of them are suddenly thrust into a fight that seemingly only Jayce and Viktor understand. And that's of course excluding Mel, but also the audience who still don't have a definite answer for what Viktor is up to or why Jayce came back and thought killing him was his only recourse. And back to Mel's exclusion from Jayce and Viktor's mysterious understanding. When originally watching the scene, I noticed that as soon as Viktor's automaton interrupted, she immediately felt like a third wheel. And initially I was fascinated by this because of how weird it felt. When Jayce starts talking to Viktor like they're the only two in the room, it was almost as if he excused himself from Mel in a hold on, mom and dad are having a conversation-esque manner. And while I knew the jayvik in me was about to start acting up, I couldn't help those lingering feelings about how abruptly Mel was excluded from this conversation. How she's almost infantilized in this scene. Despite having magic of her own and technically historically having up to this point been the strongest willed out of everyone in this room, someone who once had Jayce wrapped around her finger and would talk around Viktor whether intentional or not, was now actively being talked around. I don't mind the change in dynamic so much as a sudden shift. This sort of thing can absolutely happen naturally over time. For instance, in season 1, we saw Jayce slowly spend less time with Viktor in the lab and more with Mel, entertaining her whims, and eventually their whims together. But Jayce's relationship with Viktor, though getting less on-screen time, had never given the impression that it had been sacrificed so Mel could be Jayce's world. And yet here we are, in season 2, with Jayce and Viktor's storyline tying them at the hip, thus leaving Mel stranded out on an island alone, basically completely isolated. Her connection severed as if she wasn't one of the most connected characters of the cast. Allura is killed inexplicably, Ambessa dies in episode 9, Kino is confirmed to be dead. We haven't seen her and Les together in a hot minute, nor do we know the extent of their relationship in the first place. Same with she and Kate outside of Mel knowing Cassandra and helping Kate in the battle against her mother. The council is destroyed, Nazi and army she comes to rule was faceless, the Black Rose are underestablished, and my hopes of any meaningful discussion between she, Jayce, and Viktor perishes brushes with the latter two at the end of the season. So then, what does this scene leave us with? Well, Jayce and Mel are face to face again, and he finds out she's a mage, which is implied he had already concluded since he pressed her as soon as she got in the room damn near. And him finding out she's a mage contributes nothing to their relationship going forward. They don't plan anything for the war together, or cooperate to take down Viktor, which could have planted seeds of some sort of character drama, since the last time Mel saw Jayce, he was desperately trying to save Viktor, but that would involve a proper conversation around why the circumstances changed so drastically. So that cannot be accommodated. It would honestly have been better to see a conversation between Kate and Mel, considering that's who ends up teaming up together in the finale. So then that leaves Viktor, who it seems only exists in this scene to confirm whether or not the man who blew a hole in his chest really stopped fucking with him like that. Something that I not only say Viktor from season 1 would be smart enough to understand and or independent enough to bounce back from, as it's a situation where he's clearly not wanted. But season 2 Viktor is the one who broke off their partnership to begin with. But, you know, like I said, Jayce and Viktor's relationship is at a different stage with no explanation every time they cross paths this season, so why am I surprised we're at the begging for your ex back stage all of a sudden? In fact, I think it's actually hilarious to look at it from that angle, because it's insinuated to be Jayce's second rejection that actually ends up pushing Viktor over the edge. But when you consider the fact that Viktor's existence in this scene is essentially redundant, and the idea of him being rejected doesn't even come up again when the two cross paths in person, you can't help but ask if we really have time for this, which seems to be the motto of the last 2 acts of this season. And it isn't even the last time this concern rears its head in this episode alone.
What can we learn?
It's important to establish and take into account the specific type of group dynamic you're setting out to write, because there is a difference between just having a set of characters that exist together but only grow independently of each other, versus having something like a triad whose interconnectedness necessitates that they influence and grow in tandem as well. If you have a group of 3 friends who might have crushes on one another, it's up to you as a writer to decide whether this aspect is just a fun little part of their dynamic, or if their dynamic now gets filtered through this aspect. If you decide to turn this into a love triangle, for instance, any change in one friend's affection towards the other will affect the third, and in turn, the third's reaction will push the dynamic of the triad in a certain direction, possibly ramping things up, or maybe even dissolving the triad altogether, whether that's through leaving the friend group, or just acknowledging that the other two are together and eventually getting over the crush. Of course, a triad doesn't always have to do with romance. It can be a triad formed around teamwork, such as Naruto's Genin teams, to grow in tandem by figuring out how they can overcome their strengths and weaknesses, to combine their skills and play their roles to get the mission done. It can be a basic mechanic formed around competition, such as the MC and their rivals in a Pokemon game, who literally grow in tandem since the rivals tend to scale and test their strength at random points along your journey. In the case of Mel, Jayce, and Viktor, there's the affection aspect of course, but I think the stronger dynamic between these 3 is that of how to balance morality and power. When Mel is shown pushing for hex-tech weaponry, Viktor is shown starkly against it. These reactions from the other 2 put pressure on Jayce and spur him to make short-sighted decisions, and Jayce's indecision deeply affects the other 2. Mel keeps a closer eye on him to make sure she can still help guide him to the decision she deems correct, which is developing weaponry not to pursue war, but only so the city isn't defenseless, while Viktor takes the opposite approach and isolates himself to focus on pushing forward with the decision he deems correct, which is further developing the hex core to fulfill their original goal of saving lives. When Jayce and Viktor are shown spiraling out of control in their pursuits for power over the fate of Piltover and over their own life, respectively, Mel is shown wrestling to take power back over her city from her mother, who has randomly appeared and shaken things up. And then at the end of season 1, Jayce acknowledges openly that he cares about Mel's opinion by plainly stating as such, while also acknowledging that he cares about Viktor's point of view by not only allowing him a seat at the table, but letting him announce the brokering of peace with Silco, thus giving the Undercity a voice. And the 3 of them finally find themselves on the same page for once in the face of Jayce's proposals, an action he decided to pursue from both the voices in his ear, unknowingly pushing the same idea that war is not the answer, and from going out and having his own experiences as well, showing how the characters had not only grown as individuals, but that their triad had experienced its own arc. But in season 2, the 3 rarely get to share the same scene together, let alone grow in tandem. Because of this, the audience subconsciously feels the effect of their triad being forcefully, unnaturally dissolved. And this leaves an air of confusion because these 3 characters, whose interaction originally drove a bulk of the plot in the previous season, now treat each other as strangers. This same thing happens to an even larger and more heartbreaking degree with the dynamic duo of Vi and Powder/Jinx, whose synchronous growth away from one another was the primary driving force of the last season. Now that these 2 group dynamics, the beating hearts of the story, have been stripped away, the plot of season 2 is left feeling disconnected, lost, and meandering.
Loading next topic.
Oof, yeah, she's not holding up too well. Silco, I don't know if you were cooking with any of that. Oh, thank God. Yeah, check on her, please. Oh, Jinx. Vi, stop her. Vi, I know damn well you could punch your way out of that rickety ass jail cell. Yeah, let her out, because Jinx is for sure on a timer right now.
You've grown a bit predictable.
Unnecessary, but okay. Oh, wait, what? Okay, they're making out now, cool.
I don't fucking care.
Well, if Vi doesn't care, then why even have that in the first place? Can somebody put an APB out on Jinx? I kind of hated that. Everything about the prison cell scene.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
While Jinx wallows in the aftermath of Isha's death, gets some questionable words from Phantom Silco, and makes some very strong decisions towards her lack of a future, Vi's own priorities cease to exist outside of her relationship with Kate this season, including her relationship with Powder/Jinx, who had essentially been an afterthought in the face of Kate's need for revenge until Vander entered the picture. And then when Jinx needs Vi the most, her older sister is preoccupied elsewhere. First, let me tackle the Jinx scene, since the Kate-Vi situation is a doozy. Seeing her in prison absolutely destitute over Isha's sacrifice hit me on at least a surface level, because despite my active apathy towards Isha's existence and displeasure with how toothless Jinx has been in this season thus far, I at least still felt enough empathy towards her to recognize how absolutely exhausted she is. It's only compounded when her visions of Silco tell her that the only way to end the cycle of killing is to find the will to walk away. A piece of advice which initially sounded a bit off, but I wasn't sure why, and in hindsight I understand that it's because this ideology runs directly counter to the mindset of the Silco we knew. In fact, Season 1 wise, it lined up more with Vander's before he passed, but it does, unfortunately, line up with Season 2 Silco, who seems to have been disrespectfully molded around this whole forgiveness for the sake of moving on message. It should also be noted that this entire killing of the cycle speech doesn't even apply to Jinx in this scenario. How would her having found the will to walk away have kept Isha, the person she's currently mourning, alive? Have kept her and Vi together when they kept getting separated outside of their control? In what way has Jinx ever perpetuated the cycle of killing during this season specifically? I say this because this Silco, with his new forgiveness policy, is solely a product of Season 2, whether it's Phantom or Flashback. Jinx doesn't need to learn how to forgive to end the cycle. Jinx needs help that does not involve taking herself out of the game. She is a victim of the cycle, the very cycle that led to her being stomped out by the boot of her oppressors, and the very oppressors Silco straight up says aren't to blame in this scene. Rather, they're jailers. The ones they should be breaking free from are the prisons they call identity. Silco says, quote, "I thought I could break free by eliminating those I deemed my jailers." As you should? The jailers Silco are referring to are the topsiders in an institution that keeps Zaunites oppressed and living off of scrap, and whose apathy in the face of these situations creates so-called monsters like Jinx. And is it just me, or does it feel like Silco and Jinx are just talking at each other here? Like, this is their version of Vi and Kate talking about separate things after the memorial tech. Speaking of, Vi comes through with words that seem way more self-serving than sincere, and I'm reminded this isn't Vi, this is her doppelganger V. Maybe if you use your explosive potential for good, we could rewrite your story like you did with Zaun. First of all, putting the usage of the term explosive aside, Jinx rewrote Zaun's story? Vi, just say you didn't watch this season. Second, how dare you immediately find your grieving sister and fix your mouth to say some shit like, maybe you can fix your story. Y'all are both responsible for Jinx's story on a personal level, and the endless cycle between Zaun and Piltover is responsible in the grand scheme. There's a time and a place, this is neither, and again, with writing like this, it makes me relieved that the Zaun-Piltover situation was left alone this season. Such a powder keg of a topic should not be handled by clumsy pens, regardless of the identity of the person behind said pen. Now, oh god, on to Caitvi. So, let's take some time to catch up on their relationship up to this point so I can properly delve into their particular scene in this episode. Starting where we left off at the end of episode 3, Kate eventually becomes dictator of Piltover, apparently starts sleeping around with Maddie, and then the next time we see Vi, she's been living at the bottom of a bottle and participating in a fighting pit at some undisclosed location. It's via working with Jinx to get Vander back that she ends up crossing paths with Kate again, this time at the commune. Kate once again hits her with a police brutality wombo combo. Vi calls her Cupcake. The two have some banter that honestly felt on my initial reaction and still feels incredibly out of place considering where they left off, and then Kate brings Vi to Ambessa, but we later find out that the writing presumably off-screened them discussing what exactly Vi means by she's trying to save her dead-ass dad who Kate knows from season 1 is dead as hell. And instead we get to witness the quote plot twist that Kate and Vi devised a plan to trick Ambessa. The two meet back up in the commune where Kate is very clearly not attacking Jinx despite her being right there, and there's a small moment of happiness between the sisters and their supposed post-bad, which is why I said the writing presumably off-screen Vi's explanation of the Vander Warwick shenanigans, because at the time I was so confused as to why Kate wasn't questioning any of this or crashing out on Jinx and purposely ignoring Vi's side of the situation, just like the end of episode 3. And then shit blows up as dictated by the plot. Afterwards, Vi and Kate have a little tat when the Prior approaches the latter about Jinx being arrested. Vi's actively upset about Kate accepting all the poison Ambessa was feeding her, and like, whoa now Vi, let's not forget you became an enforcer earlier. You really have no leg to stand on in criticizing Kate for not standing 10 toes down. Normally, I would have been able to understand Vi's emotional state causing her to say dumb shit in the heat of the moment, but that's a Vi thing. And this is not Vi. So all I'm working with is my very thin patience with these two at this point. Kate's only response is, I know, as she throws this tiny little strategic piece across the floor. And not gonna lie, I laughed. It was just such an anticlimactic payoff for what seemed like it was building up to be a more powerful emotional outburst, and encapsulates some of the weirder, tonally dissonant parts of this season perfectly. That, and I was slightly losing my mind a bit at the amount of times Kate's reaction to Vi being upset was to lash out at her for being upset. And again, I would normally extend grace and say something like, well, we really haven't seen Kate in a situation like this. We don't know much about how she would react to this much pressure and can't accurately use her interactions with Vi in season 1 as a gauge. But this is the next to last episode of the second season. Kate and Vi have performed this song and dance the entire season, and it's starting to feel like a broken record. And Kate has had plenty of time to develop and learn how to handle things better. So no, I will not take the scenario as seriously as the show is trying to convince me to take it. And now that we've caught up, we arrive at the infamous jail scene. After Jinx dupes Vi and Kate comes in later to release her, they have a talk during which Kate, seemingly unprompted, calls Vi predictable, and I was anticipating this being Vi's final straw, anticipating her reaching the end of her patience, and actually letting Kate have it for being, quite honestly, incredibly insensitive both during the scene and in the season thus far considering her own plight. And Vi definitely reached something. She reached for Kate's face. Apparently didn't give a fuck about Kate's confession that she was sleeping with someone else, which is understandable, since that really should have been a non-issue considering everything else that's been going on recently. Honestly, it didn't even need to happen in the first place. And then, Kate and Vi begin making out and we get this grand sex scene. And I was tired. Disgusted even. Not because of the scene happening, but because I knew how much of the toxicity of their previous interactions would be thrown out of the window by a large part of the audience due not only to their investment in the characters, but also the lack of queer representation we get overall. And I just desperately wanted the scene to end. I still feel so much secondhand embarrassment at the sheer transparency of the writing's intentions with stripping their once nuanced relationship down to its basest trope over the season just to make this sex scene happen in this exact way. Embarrassment over the out of place, reckless self-indulgence this scene so openly puts on display, from the music to the focus on the characters' expressions, which ring hollow after all they put each other through this entire season, to the uncomfortable length of the scene itself. We got our lesbian sex scene on screen, love that, but in a jail cell, at the cost of the character development, I promise it's never that serious.
What can we learn?
Just as before with instant gratification, self-indulgence isn't always a bad thing. What is writing if not self-indulging in the world and narrative you've created? But while the effect of instant gratification on the audience more closely depends on timing of story beats and when the writer decides to play their cards, the perception of self-indulgence is more closely linked to how well the scene's existence can be justified. And the difference between self-indulgence versus reckless self-indulgence lies in how carefully you craft the context around the indulgent scene. To make a comparison that doesn't involve season 1 for once, and is particularly relevant to these two, in season 2 episode 3, Kate and Vi have their first kiss, which turns into a makeout session spurred on by Vi. The context around this scene is Vi pulling Kate aside to discuss some of her decisions about the rest of their teammates, then asking her not to change like everyone else seems to be doing around her. It's a moment of vulnerability, and the kiss acts as a moment of levity. Vi, in a sense of relief, chooses to take the kiss further. The kiss also acts as a sort of solidifying of their relationship. So despite having cut it close to reckless self-indulgence due to the relationship speedrunning and logical hoops to get there, it still makes sense within the context of the episode thus far, so it's safe. Then you have the Kate Vi sex scene, which exists almost entirely outside of the context of everything around it. It's as if the plot grinds to a halt and all established character traits are put on the back burner to accommodate this scene of unearned intercourse. If there's any lesson to take from this section on self-indulgence, learn to have just as much fun with the lead-in and the aftermath as you do indulging in the scene itself. The Kate Vi sex scene could have easily avoided the reckless label had it been couched in more substantial setup and payoff. Maybe, finally, Vi receives a scrap of empathy from Kate, who is in a more hurried state after realizing what's happening happen and offers to help her find Jinx. Similar to the way they originally met, where what got Vi interested in helping her was a picture of Powder's monkey emblem. We already have the mimicked head turn, why not take it further? Then maybe this change of heart piques Vi's interest, but Vi can't help but wallow in self-pity similar to what she does in the actual scene. Instead of calling Vi predictable, Kate leans against the sail and calls back to their kiss scene, where she apologizes for changing despite her promise, but vows to make up for it by extending amnesty to Jinx. Something small that still shows she has a bit of justified animosity, but is also healing enough to the point where she's willing to help Vi not lose what's left of her family now. Then Vi, being as reactive as she is, goes in for the kiss in response to that instead of being called predictable. Maybe instead of admitting to sleeping with Maddie because we really have way more pressing matters at this moment, Kate tries to stop to get Vi back on track to save her sister. But Vi, overwhelmed with emotion, wants to seize the moment and act on these feelings while they have the time before everything turns on its head in the upcoming war. Sure, it might seem selfish of her, and she openly acknowledges such, but maybe it's time for her to be a little selfish and take care of her needs for just this once. Then boom, they bang. Afterwards, we get a small hint that they're going to pursue Jinx together, or maybe they just bask in the afterglow before Vi says something like, okay, we better get going. In conclusion, the Kate-Vi sex scene needed narrative contextualization for why it happens in the manner it does, in order for it to not feel like egregious self-indulgence. An in-universe reason, divergent from the meta context of us obviously needing more on-screen lesbian representation in media. Episode 9. Is this really happening? Are we really doing an underdeveloped last episode of War? All of this is... No. Let me see how this plays out first. Y'all really had Vi on her track star shit to save this random? Why did you cut back and forth between her and Kate if it had nothing to do with them? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. When did she have time to switch? When did this happen? Fuck, Ambessa's so cool. Fuck, Mel's so cool. Bullock's just running a Medarda bloodline, huh? Wait, what was her ass doing in the back this whole time? What is this corny ass last minute save type shit? Y'all really should have just stayed home. Not y'all got me in here sounding like Thanos. All that for an empty cocoon head ass. Damn it, Ambessa putting belt to ass. No. What? Why? There was literally no reason to kill her off. The entire last episode of War and zaun/Piltover unity.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
After putting the complex issues between Zaun and Piltover aside in lieu of a singular black-white villain, the writing twists the knife even further by having both sides of the city unite to take down a unifying force to save the world from a force they cannot possibly understand the scope of. Spectacle and nonsense. That's how I would describe this entire war. No, this entire episode, quite frankly. First, I'd like to address something slightly unrelated to the issues at hand, but still related to this episode, and that's the beginning. It was during this music video of Jinx, despite how beautiful it was, that I recognized an underlying current of discontent surrounding how the season handles consistency regarding trauma. It's almost treated as something to be exploited for cheap drama, or the catalyst for an artistic scene. We have this entire scene indulging in Jinx setting fire to the places she once called home, and several instances on screen of her trying to off herself, which comes across as more of a bit between her and Ekko. And then, once we're done seeing all of that, we don't even get to see the conversation regarding how Ekko talks her down, or get to hear her try to self-reflect with an old friend. This is sort of an extension of the season 2 is allergic to fallout thing, but this season tends to treat the triggers of its characters like something that can be turned on or off whenever the plot demands it. Jinx is doing good throughout episode 4, until suddenly she starts having relapses when Isha is taken, which prompts her to head to Stillwater with Sevika, and then she dons a full enforcer outfit and has no traumatic side effects at all, despite that being one of her direct triggers. Jayce comes back from the future incredibly traumatized by Viktor's automaton, freaks out all through the commune due to Viktor's disciples, then freaks out while talking to Mel because he can sense that an automaton is nearby. But as soon as said automaton reveals itself, the trauma reactions are just gone. It's just really irritating when the first season handled several layers of trauma so well and blended this handling in with the narrative, since ultimately these characters, especially those from the underground, come from traumatic scenarios. It's not just clothing they can put on or take off, it's part of the fabric of their being. Which brings me to my next point, that of Zaunites originally seeming hesitant but deciding to help Piltover out in the war in the end. To be honest, I wouldn't have blamed anyone from the Undercity being like, man, fuck topsiders. I mean, Hex Jesus is from the south side, so we doing alright down here. It was a Pilty who came, lit the spot up, and turned Viktor into the Antichrist, so that's literally Piltover's issue as far as they're concerned. The only way they would have received information about this whole war is through Sevika and whoever else was at the meeting. And even then, how are we supposed to expect anyone to not only explain enough of, but understand what's actually happening in order to recruit? Oh, Topside dicked around with some magic shit and now it's coming back to bite them? Might get us too. Also, something about robots is saving the world? Sorry, I'm too busy dealing with the Shimmer addiction I was supposed to get healed before they blew the back off Arcane Christ. Unlike Piltover storylines, which have always dealt with much higher level shit such as internal and international politics, or balancing morality with pursuit of progress, the narratives around characters from Zaun have always dealt with more grounded shit, whether it be their own health, their own safety, their own people. Not even Viktor, despite the Zaun's existence within the Piltover storyline, was exempt from this. When it comes to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, Piltover and Zaun's storylines resemble their relations to one another. While Piltover has spent its years innovating and benefiting off the invention that led to the creation of their current enemy, Zaun has spent the same years living off the scraps trickled down from ages past. So despite what the narrative has been trying to convey, despite how grand they make all this shit seem, these two cities do not, in fact, share a common enemy. And even if Zaun wouldn't have been saved from Viktor's influence, which was likely the case, I mean, my man is trippin'. The story still had a long way to go before cooperation between these two sides felt truly earned. That busted speech from Jayce was not enough. The whack cycle line from Phantom Silco was not enough. These two cities, like many of the characters in this season, had a lot to work through. But when you see how little the characters actually got to work through their issues without divine plot intervention, I guess it's really no surprise. All it takes for Jinx and Vi to solve years of trauma is Banter returning from the dead. And all it takes for Piltover and Zaun to put their contempt for each other aside is going to war together against a common enemy. Now onto this none pizza left beef ass war. Nearly everything in this war scene is so incredibly bog standard that it's almost a feat within itself. There's little to no leaning into the aspects that make Piltover and Zaun so intriguing from a world building perspective. No little enforcer arresting nets, no widespread usage of personal hex weapons, not even literal trench warfare. It's all boots on the ground hacking and slashing, which I have a feeling is to imply the grounded realism of warfare, but instead it comes across as, in my opinion, incredibly boring in a world that has scientists trying to be mages, actual mages, immortal little furry guys, magic weaponry, I don't know, just anything other than regular swords and guns. At least the Noxians came with shimmer halts, and Topside is once again using the gray, I guess. But let me ask a question. Why are we fighting? Is it to stop Ambessa from laying siege to Piltover? If so, what happened to the control she had over the council when she made her earlier decisions, and why can't she take advantage of the way she's ingrained herself via Kate? Are we fighting to kill Viktor? Why are we wasting time and resources on the Noxian soldiers, and not waiting until Viktor's cocoon is revealed so we can attack that with all our forces? Are we fighting to stop Viktor from getting to the hexgates? Why is Jayce just now very slowly dismantling the failsafe, and why is he doing it by himself? Why do we see most people stationed on the battlefield and none of the heavy hitters stationed in the halls on the way to the hexgate failsafe? Why can Jayce dismantle the hexgate failsafe, but Topside's army can still use what looks like mini replicas of the hexgate technology to shoot shipping containers at the enemies? Shouldn't this weapon, which is seemingly powered by the hexgate batteries which are connected to the failsafe, which is still plagued by the anomaly, glitch out like everyone's weapons at the end of episode 3? Why did Ambessa's armies go through the trouble of lugging the very obvious Viktor cocoon as a distraction instead of using the hex bots they've had on standby this whole time? Especially if Ambessa is seeking to use these things as a weapon on the battlefield, why not test them now instead of wasting a perfectly good living army? Why is Ambessa okay with this Viktor partnership when she's mad about the Black Rose using magic to their advantage instead of fighting equally as warriors on the battlefield? She's been trying to get her hands on hex tech, which in itself is kind of questionable due to the same sentiment. But does she think of Viktor as hex tech, despite his feats resembling more those of mages than a scientist? Why are we not shown Vi boxing her with her gauntlets? And why, when we do see her fight shimmered goons, is she no more effective than she was against Blondie on the bridge last season? Why kill Kate with a regular gun and not her own hex weapon? Why was Nell not out of the house this entire time? Do the Medardas just get their kicks out of handicapping their armies on the battlefield? I can literally go on like this all day. Question after question piles up when, in reality, all roads lead to the same conclusion. It's all for the spectacle. The audience doesn't need to know what the war is about. We just need to know that there is a war, and everyone is teaming up to take down a big bad. And this is where all storylines have been leading to, despite how little sense each storyline has made separately up to this point. The narrative pours everything into this huge convoluted soup, makes it pretty, hits enough mandated emotional beats, and throws everything at the wall at enough of a breakneck pace to keep the audience from questioning anything. And in that sense, in retrospect, I guess that really does make it the perfect bookend to this season, doesn't it?
What can we learn?
A huge part of crafting a narrative, particularly one with as many systems in play as Arcane, is establishing and adhering to your rules, whether they pertain to relationships, magic systems, battle experience, general world building, etc., etc. A lot of Arcane Season 2's war problems stem from not adhering to the rules they set up, whether the season or the Season 1. Rules around writing Piltover and Zaun's relationship are broken for the sake of them joining sides. Rules regarding Ambessa's relationship with magic/mages on the battlefield are broken the moment she decides to team up with Viktor, mainly so that they can have an excuse to be in Piltover at the same time to execute all these moving parts. The Noxians having the slightest issue against what are effectively street cops on Piltover's side breaks the rule of them being a powerful militaristic nation with tons of battle experience. Establishing and carefully adhering to the rules of your story are not only important for the sake of consistency, but also because it highlights the moments when the rules are broken. For instance, say Ambessa's army is doing what they should have been doing and utterly decimating Piltover. I mean, there is not even a hint of equality, nor does the initial Zaun Knight intervention matter in any way because, as we know, the two sides have no cooperation skills. But then when everything's on the line, Piltover and Zaun are able to lock in, turn the tides, and push back, prompting Ambessa to call for the hex bots rather than them just appearing. This shift between following the rules versus breaking the rules tells us two major things. One, Piltover and Zaun have realized that they are actually a force to be reckoned with when they're not at each other's throats, and two, Ambessa is now desperate enough to have to rely on magic, thus revealing her position of vulnerability. It's also important to let your rules marinate with the audience a bit once established. Ekko pushing past his 4-second time limit could have been a great use of rule breaking, but we've only been exposed to this time reversal a couple times at this point. So him breaking this rule comes across as, oh, his limit is only 4 seconds, until it isn't. Sloppily handling this balance of hard rules that cannot be broken versus soft rules that can give a bit can slowly start to make your world building come apart at the seams if not careful, which is definitely a phrase I have not used a million times in this video.
Loading next topic.
Okay, I forgot about them. I'm back. I'm locked in. Hold on. I don't know why this was saved for last, because, like, how are we going to top the last scene? It feels so weird. God damn! I see that ledge. I don't know who, but somebody about to get hoed. Violet, get the fuck off the ledge. Viktor's dead. Vander's gone. I know how this shot is set up. Listen to Jinx and get off the ledge. What the fuck? Why is he alive again? It doesn't even make sense. He should be dead. No, that literally doesn't make sense. This is just a contrivance at this point. He wasn't even hitting Vi. He was just hitting the ledge. This literally only happened so either Vi would die or Jinx would save her. I'm so fucking sick. I can't believe I just watched that unfold with my own eyes. It's the series finale and that's how they decided to end the sisters' story? You know what? Great. Wonderful. Turns out it wasn't the ledge. It was the writing that held them in the end. Fucking fantastic. Everything about the sister scene.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Stepping a bit out of the chronological order thing here, but after quite possibly the most spectacular of all spectacles presented to us in the scene literally right before, Season 2 suddenly remembers the sisters exist and handles their conclusion with all the grace of a newborn baby on a full flight of stairs. What can I even say about this? Save for the fact that this scene joined Caitvi's prison romp and Jayce blowing Viktor's chest out in the Hall of Fame of scenes I had the most visceral reactions to in real time. At every single second, I could see where the situation was going, from the first time the ledge was being shown loose. The problem is not the fact that this sort of scene setup is a huge cliche, because no idea is wholly original when it comes to creating media in the modern era. The problem is that the writing added nothing new to it. I think, in hindsight, the way this scene played out is an encapsulation of exactly how I felt watching the bulk of the war, but on a much smaller scale, which means hopefully it'll be easier to explain. So Jinx sees the ledge as loose. Vi hears her, and instead of taking the chance to hop off the ledge and warn Vander from afar, Vi stands there like an idiot and looks over him within arm's length. No, she fucking goes in for a close-up, lifting his head up like she did at the end of episode 3. Emotional manipulation. Jinx, instead of shimmering her ass down to help out before it's too late, decides to wait until Vander wakes up to attack to intervene. I would be willing to throw her a bone and say that she thought Vander was deactivated, since the rest of the Viktor bots died when he disappeared, but they're nowhere near the other bots. So not only would she not know that to be the case, but let's talk about Vander real quick. Why is Vander still alive? Contrivances, blatant as hell. And then not only does Vander manage to grab hold of the extremely quick and light Jinx as his heavy ass is falling, but I don't mean to be crude here, but does Jinx want to die or not? One minute she's cooling with Ekko and fighting back to back with Vi. The next she's like, nah, actually I'm gonna peace out. Oh right, she turned the trauma back on, trying to break the cycle of violence face ass. Silco must have been talking in her ear again. Then Vi's acting dramatic as shit. I know that's your sister, but do you know that's your sister? Because not only were you nowhere to be found when she needed you last episode and at the beginning of this episode, but you seem to be doing pretty damn well pretty quick booed up with Kate at the end of all of this. Oh god, okay, I feel like I'm spiraling. hot take for basically me and probably me alone, but I would have rather they scale back on the entire jayvik scene to give the sisters their proper send-off. Hell, maybe level the playing field a bit, since it feels like this juxtaposition of scenes is meant to parallel season 1, episode 3, where Jayce and Viktor connected via hexgate, and then immediately afterwards, Vi and Powder were ripped apart. Or at least, I think I would have liked that better, but from what we got here, I don't even know if the writing would have been worth it, and I really could not take a longer, more flashy version of the scene we got. The apathy towards Jinx and Vi this season has just been so heartbreaking, and there's nothing left to fill the hole left by the absence of their conflict. Nothing but empty promises and unfulfilled potential and plot devices and lots of tears from me. Not because of the gorgeous ass song played during Jinx's descent, or the beautiful flashback of Banter blowing out the candle, or really anything going on in the scene itself, but rather because after season 1 went out on a literal bang, season 2 doesn't even go out on a whimper. There's barely a sound coming from its dry, hoarse throat.
What can we learn?
One word: iteration. Iteration on a scene is what takes a cliche or trope and creates some distance. A good example of this is in, of course, season 1, but very early on, episode 1 as a matter of fact, when I was side-eyeing the show because it looked like they were pulling the miscommunication trope between Vi and Powder. Then I was pleasantly surprised when it wasn't actually drawn out for drama like it often is. The two clear things up by the end of the same episode, and Vi talked to her little sister like a big sister should, and thus the miscommunication trope was taken from a cliche to a natural characteristic of their sisterhood, as communication would go on to be a rough patch for them to overcome in their relationship throughout the rest of the season. And it was all established through the slightest iteration on a frustrating and tired trope.
Loading next topic.
If you're trying to tell me that Jinx is alive, I just want you to know it doesn't fucking matter because Vi thinks she's dead, so go ahead and wrap this shit up. Oh, you're doing surprisingly well. Guess time has passed or something. Why am I surprised?
I am the dirt under your nails, Cupcake. Nothing's gonna clean me out.
Get this shit off my screen. Everything about Kate Vi's ending.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
Kate and Vi, this series' in-game couple, in the series cuddling as if they've been equally each other's ride or dies throughout their own journeys. Their last scene together being capped off by a line that is blatantly disrespectful to the circumstance under which their relationship was established in the first place. So let me first address that statement. Vi says, quote, "I'm the dirt under your nails, Cupcake. Nothing's going to clean me out." Aside from wanting to ask Vi what made her go with that verse, I was also questioning whether this show was actually dead ass. Vi, being from the trenches, which Kate's own city of Piltover regards as its nasty, dirty underbelly, specifically referring to herself as the dirt under Kate's nails is such an irresponsible and tone-deaf piece of dialogue from a show whose own tone and messages were once known for being so well crafted that I still can't even believe that this is a thing that was said by the person who said it, even while writing this. I'm so tempted to put more emphasis on this, but if you've made it this far, I think you guys get the message. Now, in my episode 3 section, I made the comparison between Jayce and Viktor's relationship in season 1 and Vi and Kate's relationship from season 1 to where they landed in Act 2 of this season. This was not a comparison between Jayvik and Kate Vi in order to definitively place one ship over the other, because my god did Jayvik also fail to make it out of this season unscathed. This was a comparison between Jayvik and Kate Vi in order to emphasize the utter heartbreak of knowing the existence of the potential for a different take on the complexities of a mixed class pairing with all the added conflict being in an actual relationship would cause, and then watching that potential not even make it off the ground. Kate Vi's oil and water dynamic from season 1 never got to progress past that stage. In fact, season 2 made it infinitely worse by stripping away the girls' slow push towards understanding each other's circumstances and instead replacing it with the most basic of romantic antics: a kiss, a breakup, makeup sex, and no apologies or addressing anything deeper than that. And these characters deserve better than the narrative scrap season 2 gave them. And hell, I'll take it one step further. Despite what Arcane season 2 visually accomplishes in reference to showing queer love on screen, the writing still kneecaps the very representation it's been celebrated for. You want your lesbians whom the writing bends over backwards to strip of complexity in lieu of an unhealthy power imbalance while keeping them alive but living in complacent, unaddressed toxicity? Or do you want two men with great communication and chemistry whose originally healthy relationship is actively sabotaged by the writing before they're unnecessarily killed off in the end? Either way, pick your poison. I think it goes without saying, whether you're a shipper or just a fan of these characters, we all deserve better, and it's valid to want better.
What can we learn?
Oh boy, okay. So this one goes out to all my fellow creatives hailing from underserved communities, or creatives who want to make media focusing on underserved communities. Representation and exceptional writing are not, in fact, mutually exclusive. They can and should exist together. And I mention this because way too often do I find that a specific kind of hyperfixation on representation in media gets built on the foundation of, we just need to get it out there. And way too often I find that this hyperfixation essentially poisons the project before it even begins. In more of a metaphorical sense, I can show you a pizza to let you know that I bought the pizza you wanted and it's in the house, but if you eat it and it tastes like nothing, sure you wanted pizza and you had pizza, but did you really enjoy the pizza? Are you going to remember the impact of this nothing pizza down the line, or was it just enough to say you had something to eat that night? I am by no means saying that every bit of representation has to be perfect and flavorful for it to count. That's in no way fair to the human experience. A newly queer person, for instance, can learn just as much from seeing their experiences filtered through a toxic couple as they can from an unrealistically perfect one. But what I found is that this mindset of we just need to get it out there so people can see it can subtly transform into excuses for lackluster writing because, yeah, sure, this main character doesn't pass the Bechdel test, but she can fight and we need more badass female main characters in media. Sure, these characters are no longer themselves, have been incredibly toxic, and are not even in the same conversation as couple goals, but who cares because we finally got our on-screen lesbian sex scene. As a bit of perspective, there was once a time in media where heterosexual sex scenes couldn't even be shown on screen due to the conservatism of society. So people fought and finally got to the point where this very integral part of intimacy and romance arcs could be shown, and artists could express themselves through that. But then as it went on and we got more gratuitous sex scenes for the sake of showing sex on screen, there subconsciously became a higher demand for actual substance. Sure, these scenes were and are still enjoyed, but there's been a tip towards sex being used as a narrative vehicle instead of just set dressing. And I felt the same thing happening at a breakneck pace with regards to representation. It's not just enough to have minorities present on screen. If we're going to be shown, why not tell the stories only we can tell? It's the difference between tokenism versus authentically crafted minority narratives. The difference between society's expectations of overindulgence and hypersexuality versus insight into the experience of being chastised over something as simple as the gender of the person you're into. To tie this back into Caitvi, whom people have shipped since the first season, this mindset of we just have to get it out there has led to a lot of us no longer having to do the emotional heavy lifting of having to prove this couple exists, and that's wonderful. Even came with the bonus of them being allowed to show intimacy on screen just like any other couple. But it's the hyperfixation on we just have to get this out there above all else this season that's left the audience to do the logical heavy lifting on how this couple even functions, which is honestly an even heavier burden to bear. And what a bitter pill to swallow knowing that we could have had lesbian visibility and excellent writing.
Loading next topic.
See, Jayce, you need to make up your mind. Do you fuck with Viktor or not? Because having soft flashbacks of his face before you murdered him in cold blood is crazy work. He's not in the cocoon, so I'm assuming he's already inside. Yep, alright. Bitch, what? Jayce, you are way too calm about this creature walking towards you right now. Why does the animation feel like it's tickling me? Stop! Okay, but the height difference. Jayce, stop him, Jayce. Are you actually not gonna stop him? Why are you watching him walk by, Jake? Nah, cause vertically getting your ass beat through a whole other match is insane. Why isn't he mindlessly tethered like everyone else?
But the emotion clashes with...
Okay, but like, where did this motivation come from, Viktor? If that's even still you.
There's beauty in imperfections.
Yeah, Jayce, you tell him. I mean, he was only fucking dying. Are you being dead ass right now? Oh, let's go, boy savior. Is it weird to say how much I miss those thick eyebrows and that little mole? Hey, you're still on my shit list. Put those fucking hard eyes away.
Why do you persist?
Has he persisted? What are you talking about, Viktor? Oh my god, I can't believe we're doing this right now. I'm gonna fucking cry. I hate it here. I hate it here. Ooh, I don't know. There was something so sensual about Viktor getting overwhelmed and pushing away like that. But I also might just be cooked. I don't know. There's something so sensual about the way Jayce rested his hand on Viktor's shoulder. And the way he looked at him. And the way he handed the rune back. And the way they're staring at each other. And the way the music is ramping up. Fuck me! This is beautiful! What's happening? Don't you dare look at each other like that. I will throw up. That's a threat! Bitch, are they gonna kiss? Why? Oh no. Oh god, it's worse. Okay, but like, what just happened though? Everything about Jayce and Viktor's scenes.
Betrayed cause and reflection.
That's right. We opened Pandora's box with these two, and now we're all gonna finish this shit together. This one's gonna hurt. So in my last video, I began with a look at the word ship as being derived from the word relationship, specifically to note the fact that relationships are diverse, and as such, the word ship can be used to refer to a multitude of differing dynamics. I find that whenever the idea of shipping is brought up, there's almost always this sort of offense taken by others who are either against a relationship or don't see the indicators of what they would generally perceive to be love between characters. And what is often perceived as indicators of a ship usually revolves around the idea of characters being sexually or romantically involved or interested in one another. As if being platonic and having sex are mutually exclusive. As if being romantic and being asexual are mutually exclusive. I wanted to mention this up front before I tackle jayvik specifically because it relates heavily to my complex feelings on the ships this season. The frustrating feeling that the writing for Caitvi and Time Bomb were working solely off the indicators that non-shippers look for in order to validate a relationship, which in turn invalidates the idea that shipping is matters more than wanting two characters to smash faces in each box, despite what has to be sacrificed to get there. And honestly, I'm just tired of feeling like I have to constantly specify that I don't need Viktor to raw dog Jayce with his hex cock to enjoy them as partners, nor do I need the canon to validate them for me because I'm grown and will shit what I want regardless. I'm aware that's a me problem. I'm just airing my grievances out while the mic is hot. I also think it's worth mentioning this just to plant a little seed in regards to how weirdly jayvik's quote-unquote canonization is in context with the rest of the ships this season, given how inherent the writing seems to be to those romantic or sexual indicators with everybody else. And quite frankly, it's heartbreaking for those who would feel validated by having the love between these men shown explicitly and unabashedly on screen to get what I feel is a shit end of the stick with a complimentary indefinite game of guess the subtext. But I'm getting ahead of myself, so back to the scene specifically. Alright, so in my first video, I took a personal approach with my criticisms of this season by focusing solely on Jayce and Viktor's scene and my feelings towards jayvik, mainly for two reasons. One, I needed to narrow my approach to this topic so I didn't end up with a long ass video like the one I'm making right now, funny how that worked out. And two, because the effect this scene had on me is something that I rarely experience. It's an internal conflict so potent that it's near impossible to put into words, but here I am trying to get it out of my system anyway. The contrast between the writing for these two this season and the lovingly crafted depiction of their final moments together is nauseating. It, for me, encapsulates every problem I have about Arcane Season 2 as a whole. This continued sense of dissonance between every creative aspect involved. I had a funny thought immediately after episode 9 while I was reflecting on what was just inflicted on me. I wondered how the scripts for the season were written and how much they dictated other parts of production, or if the push and pull were the other way around. Like, I just want to know if the script said something like, Jayce and Viktor meet in the void, Jayce makes Viktor see the error of his ways, and then they decide to disappear into the room together to save the world. And if the animators were like, I bet, and proceeded to cook unattended. Because as a comic artist, I will often purposely omit details from my script regarding visual elements in order to save time and space. If I write Asadi thinks nervously, I won't describe the expression in detail because I know innately which one I intend for the scene, depending on the surrounding context. So when I reflected on this scene between Jayce and Viktor, it occurred to me that very little of what has led up to this point, or even what's said in this scene between these two men, elicited the heavily romance-coded spectacle of them holding each other close while deciding to share their fate of non-existence. And while rewatching, I was initially thinking, damn, the animators understood the assignment, blinded by how hard my heart was pounding at what was on screen. But every rewatch awakened another gripe. Each rewind chipped away at the illusion, until eventually I had to ask, what even was the assignment though? Because it seems the writing wanted to accomplish one thing, that is, Jayce and Viktor disappeared from the universe in order to remove the threat of hex tech, while everything else had its own assignment, that being Jayce and Viktor recognizing how bound they are as soulmates, deciding to embrace their shared fate together in order to rid the world of hex tech. These seem like very small differences, and on paper they are, but the sentiments are very different. The writing of this scene seemed to intend it solely as utilitarian for the sake of the world-ending plot, while the music, voice acting, animation, etc. seemed to interpret the scene as an intimate climax to the characters' arcs. And after acknowledging the existence of these clashing executions, all I've been left with are the characters I've loved both individually and as a pair being deprived of a proper cohesive ending with nothing but a here nigga damn ass consolation confession as a band-aid. Fellas, is it gay to literally claim your bro as your soulmate across all time continuums and realities before declaring to one another that you'll confront your destinies as one while tenderly holding each other close in order to share the same cosmic fate of non-existence? I honestly could not tell you, and Arcane Season 2 doesn't know either. Oh, but if you thought I was done, you better buckle up because my feelings for these two and how they embody the heart of Arcane as a series run deep. To take it back to Season 1, Viktor and Jayce's relationship worked best, in my opinion, when it was between two characters who happened to cross paths through their shared passions. I'm not afraid to admit that this take on their partnership is very personal to me, as someone who, like Viktor, spent my early years pretty lonesome and solitary in my passion for art. And so the idea of both he and Jayce being so excited over getting to connect via their shared love for science, magic, and helping others, and then treasuring their relationship even through the ups and downs feels sacred to me. Even more sacred than any romantic insinuation, destiny, binding circumstance. As a lot of the close friends I still have today are ones I happened to meet back in college. Fellow artists who were all piled in this tiny closet of a Cintiq lab, working to beat deadlines on our own projects, knowing damn well we were starting too late and the deadline was in 12 hours max, but pushed towards our goals by the thought of finally getting the project out of our hair, while being fueled by the pizza we pulled everyone's money together to buy, and the promise of finally getting some sleep after all this was said and done. That sort of collective creative chemistry is indescribably special to me. And the exact same thing I felt between these two when, right after talking Jayce back from his ledge, Viktor and Jayce immediately set up to begin work in his actual busted department. Like, that's so fucking funny. I definitely didn't catch that the first time. Draft wins and all, they had a lamp-lit chalkboard, ideas, and each other to bounce said ideas off of. A creative kinship that eventually led to them creating one of Piltover's greatest inventions and taking steps towards furthering their hex tech dream. These two had a relationship more complex than simply lovers from the very beginning. They were kindred spirits, companions, partners, a bond that lies outside the constricting labels of platonic or romantic. And sure, this gets somewhat reinforced in the scene with the through all of time only you can show me the sentiment and all, but their scene at the end of the second season discards what I think made the relationship and, by extension, Arcane as a series so special. The fact that their bond was centered around something grounded, taking the feats of mages and putting them in the hands of the common man, channeling the arcane through science and giving it various forms and functions. And I think the way Jayce and Viktor made the arcane tangible is the same way Arcane Season 1 made the subject it decided to tackle tangible. Relatable through the many forms it takes, its many characters and relationships, each with their own potential to empower or embody the themes presented. Potential which, most importantly, was acted upon and had the results explored in depth, showing how the characters drove the story and not vice versa. Back to Viktor and Jayce, the two in the series are soulmates, as I've always felt they were. But really, what does that mean in a multitude of universes where there are a million Jayces and Viktors? A multitude of universes we didn't even have to know existed, but were established in this season, so we now have to acknowledge them. This whole arcane and hex tech bad and multiverse mage time traveling thing strips the characters of their accountability and places the onus on some unseen force out of either of their reach. But it also strips the power out of their relationship. That these two men, out of everyone in Piltover, Zaun, all of Runeterra even, were able to cross paths and literally make magic accessible feels like a spark of kinship, and it's now proven to have been dictated by the hands of fate, by the hands of Viktor no less, whose only purpose with Jayce was to seek him out to fix the mistakes he himself made, essentially. And while the narrative quotes this sentiment in a confession of soulmateship, the circumstance under which this can even take place is a lie. Not only because of the timey-wimey shenanigans, which already doesn't make sense because the two have to be partners for Viktor to even become Hex Jesus, and Jayce has to have received the rune to enact the chain of events for them to become partners in the first place. No, it's a lie because the characters of Jayce and Viktor do not exist in this season. They are instead transplants from a first draft of the season, who have not undergone the necessary fleshing out to take into account what makes them Vent. They share their faces and names, but none of the will or drive or inner turmoil that characterize their decisions, whether good or bad, just a season ago. They have no sense of self. They are puppets for the plot. The most egregious and heartbreaking out of these two is Viktor. What has the writing done to my motherfucking son? If we're going chronologically, Viktor was my second crush after Banter, not only because, well, look at him, the man's gorgeous, but also because of the contrast between his intelligence, sense of humor, sass, and his unassuming appearance. This is a man who shows right from the jump that he knows exactly where he stands, what he wants, and how far he's willing to push his morality to get there. So when, later in season 1, he begins to falter on the last part, albeit for a very valid reason, it's engaging to see the turmoil that comes with this. The fact that he resorts to seeking guidance from familiar but shady figures in the underground, such as Singe, and the fact that he's willing to experiment on himself adds an edge to his character that makes it not at all impossible to see how he could eventually get in over his head and develop into the human embodiment of the hex core we see in season 2, if given way more time to get there. But then you have the incident with Sky, which immediately brings him back to his senses and reinforces the handle he has on his sense of morality. That while he is a human with flaws and lapses in judgment, he still has a deep understanding of right, wrong, and when to know when you're doing too much. It's a wake-up call for him that not only has him apologizing profusely to the childhood friend who needlessly got killed, but ready to give up the one thing that could save his life. Because, as he told Jayce, Hex Tech was created to improve lives, not take them. And he stood 10 toes down on that when he made Jayce promise to destroy the Hex Core due to the mistakes he committed and the line he overstepped. They lost themselves. He lost himself. Now, skip to season 2, and after Viktor wakes up from his hex cocoon, it's very lightly hinted that something's off by his voice, the color of his eyes, and the way he's acting. But the reason I say this is only a light hint has to do with the fact that this is very rarely enforced afterwards. Fortiche likes to play with eye colors in their scenes, and Viktor could be stumbling about because, I don't know, he just came back from the dead. Even his voice could just be a side effect of his fusing with the hex core. There is very little clarity as to how much control Viktor has over his own personhood in this scene, where clarifying that is imperative, because the answer vastly changes how Viktor is perceived moving forward. In season 1, his introduction scene has him speaking strictly regarding Jayce's reckless decisions, as well as asserting his position as Heimerdinger's assistant without a second thought, telling us exactly what we need to know about the way he carries himself under professional hands-off circumstances, and giving us hints as to what we should expect of him going forward. So in season 2, his reintroduction should tell us something about how he handles himself in this incredibly confusing and existential circumstance he suddenly found himself in, and what his next move is logically based on how how he's feeling. But outside of a few pieces of dialogue addressing Jayce not destroying the hex core which killed Skye and how he doesn't feel cold, we get very little insight into how he should be feeling for Viktor in this situation. His responses come across as robotic and detached, which is a great hint at the fact that he is no longer the Viktor we knew. He's either controlled by or has become the hex core now. And that would continue to be the case, but like I said, it's never reinforced. He suddenly dissolves things with Jayce to return to the Undercity, meaning at least enough of Viktor is still in there to remember where he came from. He discovers he has arcane powers and ends up healing Hug, which means enough of Viktor is still in there to remember his goal of healing people. He starts a peaceful commune, which means enough of Viktor is still in there to enact his goal of making the Undercity a better place to live. He constantly sees and talks with Skye, which means enough of Viktor is still in there to feel guilt over what he's done. He purposely calls Jinx by her real name when she makes fun of his conditions, showing enough of Viktor is still in there for his sass to be intact. He worried about not seeing Jayce again, wished they could talk in person so he could show him his breakthroughs, was baffled to see Jayce preparing to kill him, had enough wherewithal to try to smooth things over and become partners again, and possibly the biggest nail in the coffin as far as my original theory that Viktor was actually being controlled by the hex core, which is why he's so out of character / not the same character at all. He has the emotional response to Jayce's confession saying, "Why do you still persist after everything I've done?" So that really leaves two lines of thought. Either Viktor is controlled by the hex core after being merged with it without his consent and the writing had an exceptionally rough time executing its influence, or Viktor is not controlled by the hex core but instead ended season 1 wanting to destroy the hex core, died, and woke up wanting to use the hex core to destroy all the flaws of humanity for plot reasons, and the writing had an exceptionally rough time executing his transition. Either way you look at it, Viktor has been stripped of his agency. I have witnessed my favorite, intelligent, charismatic, and visually unassuming arcane character with a vast potential for intentionally dubious morality be torn from the narrative and replaced with a Christ figure who becomes a one-note villain due to a one-note motive he has to be told outright is misguided because he's no longer intelligent enough to realize the error of his ways, I guess. I have to say the thing that keeps me up the most about Viktor's arc in season 2 is that the writing tries so hard to make him sound so profound. When you get to his defeat and the solution is essentially, everyone has flaws, maybe let's not end the world, but essentially killing everyone you claim to help. Viktor was established with such strong convictions and work ethic that giving him such an "I'm gonna destroy the world so I can rule the world" ass motive is insulting to him and me, honestly. Viktor is intelligent enough to understand when his intentions might be misguided, but he's also intelligent enough to understand that sometimes the ends justify the means, and the latter was the seed from which it seems like his turn to darkness would grow, judging from his experiments on himself and the hex core using Shimmer. Now, I'd like to take a quick moment to discuss what can honestly be an honorable mention in my hall of moments I had an adverse reaction to, and that's this particular line. You've always wanted to cure what you thought were weaknesses, your leg, your disease, but you were never broken, Viktor. There is beauty in imperfections. They made you who you are, an inseparable piece of everything I admired about you. Now, I could ask Jayce what I asked Vi, what in the Sam hell made him go with that verse, but I already know what made him go with that verse, and it was the last bit, that, quote, "an inseparable piece of everything I admired about you" line. That utter transparency of the writing desperately grasping at anything to make its messages seem profound, despite how little sense it makes within the context of these specific characters. I was initially fuming at the fact that, Viktor's terminal illness is not exactly what I'd call a weakness, but in order for this so-called confession to work properly, Viktor's leg and disease have to be simplified down to imperfection, so Cosmic Jayce can spout this profound bullshit about how his leg and disease are a part of him, and how he's been admiring him despite the existence of those things, implying that Viktor was the only one actively trying to fix himself throughout the duration of their relationship. So, here's a compilation of Jayce not caring about imperfections such as Viktor's disease from season 1.
Viktor, the doctors, they said you...
How much time do I have?
Viktor's dying. I think it has something to do with gases in the fissures where he grew up. Exactly the sort of thing we wanted to fix with Hextech. Improving lives, solving real issues, not just trade disputes. Viktor saved my life once. Now he needs me and there's nothing I can do. I hate feeling so useless.
Incredible. This is unlike anything we've ever seen, Jayce. It could be the key to augmenting physiology, extending life, curing you.
You must destroy it.
Professor, this could save Viktor's life.
It must be destroyed.
Wait. No, I won't let you.
Jayce, this is a violation of the ethos. I will have it destroyed one way or another.
That's your opinion. We'll see if the council agrees.
I might know someone else who could help.
You do what you have to. I need to get ready.
I see what this is about. Your Hextech projects need more time, more safeguards.
Humans don't live for centuries.
It's your time now, Jayce. No more red tape. You can bring Hextech to the masses just like you've always dreamed.
First, I have to save Viktor.
Where is he?
And this is Shimmer?
A variant. It should provide everything one needs to survive a violent transition.
Will it work on plants?
You aren't here about the plans.
You have to destroy it, the hex core. I can't do it. You have to. Please. What about your disease? Without the hex core? Promise me.
I mean, what can I say? Viktor's out here disguising his desperation to heal himself as trying to cure plants and shit, and Jayce brings this man's disease up at every possible moment. It's even the push for him kicking Heimerdinger off the council, which was outright shocking to me on a rewatch because I completely forgot that it wasn't just the rejection of more hextech weaponry or something that led to him getting kicked off. In fact, all of these scenes were shocking. Jayce literally has more on-screen scenes of him outright verbalizing how he wants to fix Viktor's so-called imperfection of a terminal disease than Viktor is. So this season 2 line implying that Jayce had very little to no stake in the illness slowly taking the life of his best friend is depressingly inaccurate. We have an entire season to prove that. Oh my god. Anyway, moving on to the man himself. Oh, Jayce.
I remember you was conflicted.
When I went back to rewatch season 1 of Arcane after this one, I was shocked by how colorful Jayce was. I know that's a weird way to describe it, but he had so many different palettes, shades, intricacies in the way he interacted with each and every character. There's of course Viktor, who he not only shared a kinship with, but also shared the experience of both being men who came from basically nothing and suddenly found himself with power, with Viktor hailing from the underground and Jayce hailing from a house whose name held no power in Piltover. There was Kate, who Jayce had a very playful sibling dynamic with, and who he was also indebted to due to her family's patronage, often making their relationship seem tenuous. Mel, who he regards first as a political mentor before they become lovers, whose influence is a large part of how he achieved such power, but also comes with the burdens he never signed up for. There's even Vi, with whom he briefly shares a desire for action over discussion with, but whose experience on the battlefield places them at odds while simultaneously compromising Jayce's morality. Jayce is what I'd consider a powder keg of a character, because anybody you pair him with in a scene leaves a little spark which contributes to the building inevitable explosion of questionable decisions he's bound to have at any moment. Not to say that he doesn't have any agency at all, he still makes those decisions, but he's never as fully in control as he feels he is, and the contrast of that character trait versus the confidence depicted in his character design is equally as intoxicating as Viktor's. Jayce is a character who is constantly trying to figure out who he is and what impact he wants to have on the world. A man drowning in a sea of connections who all have uncompromising senses of self. Jayce Talus needs his connections. They are the hands that guide and reassure him, but they are also the chains which he must break free of in order to truly embark on his search for self. So when season 2 throws him into an alternate universe alone, kicks him down a hole in a ruined future that is in part due to his own decisions, or even wholly if we're taking into account that Hex Jesus wouldn't exist if Jayce hadn't merged Viktor with the Hex Core, and then have him come out having developed enough off-screen to be in control of every situation he's put through going forward, well, I mean, it just feels a bit weird. Like, really fucking weird. I mean, we just watched the whole season prior of this man making head-ass decisions for character development. Saw the quickest glimpse of that in the first arc of the season. Saw nothing of him for several episodes, and now he's just back and fully competent for the last 2 acts all of a sudden. And, quote, Jayce is fully competent suddenly is putting what happened to his character this season in nice terms. Because, as I said before, he's not even the same guy anymore. Gone is any sense of self-doubt, or buckling under pressure, or communication with those whose opinions he cares about, in lieu of having him be the action hero the plot needs him to be. When Jayce says, respectfully, I don't give a shit what any of you think of me anymore, in the council meeting at the end of season 1, he wasn't just talking just to say shit. That was a big thing for his character after a season of being pulled anywhere the wind blew just to not step on toes, despite how much of his own integrity he had to sacrifice in the process. And now that he's taking on the burden of the ultimate blow to Piltover's pride by personally trying to broker peace with the Undercity, what does he get in return? He gets a nuke to the face that kills or injures most of the council, including the mother of who he considers little sister, and a woman who gave him the initial chance to prove himself by sponsoring his initial attendance at the academy in the first place. And not only that, his attempt to do the right thing by bringing Viktor to the council to rightfully speak on behalf of the place he's from ends with his partner basically dead, and he himself having to betray his partner's trust in order to perform last-minute necromancy. You thought Jayce accidentally killing a singular child in season 1 almost led to a crash out? This man should be in fucking shambles. He shouldn't just be at the council meeting, he should be leading them. His vengeance villain arc should be just about on the same same level as Kate's, honestly. And yet he's barely allowed to acknowledge what's even happened immediately after. And when he does, it's almost all focused on his sentiments towards Viktor's fate. Which takes me to my last and final part of this section. And now I must speak again on shipping culture, and how, despite us getting blamed whenever a piece of media that has even a small percentage of shippers in its fandom goes tits up, you will literally never find anybody else more dedicated than an underserved shipping community. But especially a shipping community for a show as nuanced and detailed as Arcane Season 1. Every element, from the music used, to the lighting, to the way characters say their lines, to the match cuts or general cinematography, every element told a story, and every element has been analyzed and scrutinized across the 3 to 4 years it took between seasons, with a lot of fan interpretation of jayvik being lovingly and meticulously drawn out from subtext presented within the series, crafted into a narrative of the fandom's own that, while understood to be something that is not guaranteed to ever happen in the series itself, has been evolving and shifting to the point that it's taken a life of its own outside of canon, as canon does. So when a scene like Jayce and Viktor holding each other close after literally confessing to one another that they're soulmates across space and time happens in the series itself, it can't help but feel like a payoff of years of hard work and dedication to these characters. A resolution to a fandom-wide character journey that will continue to be iterated on for even more years to come. But the harsh reality is that fandom is external media and rarely ever breaks the boundaries of the specific sect of the fandom it was created for. And since the writing of Arcane Season 2 does not do enough to support the outcome Viktor and Jayce have, it comes off as a disjointed, unearned, and alienating non-conclusion to not just the general audience, but those of us who had higher expectations for this series and made us fall in love with the nuances of these characters in the first place. The same series which, ironically, is so often pitched with the promise that the audience doesn't need to know about League of Legends, the external piece of media it's based on. So, jayvik Nation, how we feeling? Me, personally, I'm feeling a bit like I might shed a few tears, not because of these boys going out tenderly holding one another in a brilliant blaze of bisexual lighting, but because I had to be gaslit, insulted, and pandered to get there. And crying is your body's physical reaction to emotions it can't process.
What can we learn?
Beware the allure of hyperfixating on fan reception, particularly in the case where you aren't finished and set on your narrative. Fan interactions aren't a bad thing, and you're without a doubt going to want to interact with your audience. But it's really easy to fall into the trap of being swayed by feedback and exterior audience activity, regardless of whether it's negative, positive, or just plain neutral. It's for this reason that certain big productions like video games or movies require limited use of social media for employees during their duration of the work on the project. Influences and their effects aren't always as broad or blatant as liking someone's fan art and unintentionally or intentionally stealing elements of it for the canon depiction of something. Sometimes it can be as subtle as seeing discussion on a particular aspect of the project you're working on and feeling an inflated sense of pressure to lean into, pull away from said aspect, or get rid of it entirely. It's still hard to comprehend that the incredibly vocal echo spaces we see on the internet only make up a small percentage of who is actually interacting with a piece of media. And it's especially easy as a sole creator to fall into the trap in putting too much stake into the reception to a plot point, character, narrative choice, etc., when it's likely being made out to be a bigger issue than it actually is by this small particular set of audience you're engaging with. And the audience can, often unintentionally, plant seeds that eventually fester into something like a writer or team of writers having an altered relationship with characters and their dynamics completely independent of their own design.
One eternity later.
Oh my god, now that that's done, let's take a small palate cleanser before we move on. Because despite how reckless I've been talking so far, this season is not without its little moments that live in my head rent-free, such as, number 1, Viktor wears Jayce's blanket the entire season, and I'm incredibly willing to not think critically about it so I can feel something. Number 2, the music fucking bangs. Special shoutouts to Ashes and Blood, because that shit had me in here levitating. And Wasteland, because that shit had me in here dancing dramatically at night. Number 3, shout out to the biggest character arc, Jayce's beard. He's probably been trying to manifest that shit since the first season. Who knew all it would take was a little bi-crisis? 4, this incredibly vulnerable expression when Mel asked Ambessa if she let Kino die is top tier acting type shit. Number 5, this slow motion sentimental shot of these two experiencing so much childish glee together shows up whenever I close my eyes. Number 6,
there is no prize to perfection, only an end to pursuit.
You kinda ate with that. 7, Mel is a Super Saiyan. I mean, full stop, really. Well, okay, that and it answers the question of how she survived Jinx's nude, which is a reveal I actually really appreciate. Number 8. Okay, despite how much I've been talking, the shots in Isha's final atonement scene are fucking fire. I just wish she had an actual character so I could feel something. Number 9. So, definitely less related to the elements in the season itself, and more so related to the writing sending me to AO3 for refuge, but I now know what a service top is, and not gonna lie, shit's changed my life, so thanks for that. Number 10. Actually, while I'm taking a small break from the actual season's events. Shout out to Unorthodox Individuals music video to Kendrick Lamar's Peekaboo, which had me more invested in Jinx and Isha's dynamic than this entire season, to be honest. Actually, just shout out to all the fans putting in work in general. Y'all really been helping me cope. Okay, back to the season, number 11. Listen, we're not gonna sit here and act like everyone in this room ain't dripped out in some form or fashion. Special shout outs to Wakandan mommy Ambessa and Vampire Kate, who's headed into her dictatorship with that shit on. Number 12. I swear to God, not a day passes without this scene flashing through my head every time I listen to any remotely emotional music. I've got about 50,000 music videos in my head at this point. Previously, this scene was tied to Into the Past by Nero, and recently it's been simple and clean if anyone's curious. Number 13. For just a split second, black-haired pit fighter Vi reawakened the act up in me that post-inmate Vi birthed what seems like ages ago. It's too bad she's just, well, you know. Number 14. Everything about the Heimerdinger singing montage in episode 7. Not only can my man sing, but the Wanderlust vibes playing over both Ekko and Jayce absolutely going through it is chef's kiss. Number 15. This shot paired with the lines "Don't Let Me Go" brought me the closest I've been to crying for the right reasons this season.
So, in conclusion.
Okay, we're back. Just in time for me to conclude this venture by elaborating on the greatest source of distress this season has brought to my life. And that has everything to do with my personal experience as a creative. See, I've been so graciously gifted with the inability to just turn my brain off. And that's not a dig at people who choose not to engage on a deeper level with media. I mean that quite literally. I literally cannot not think about things. So instead of wallowing in this never-ending anxiety disorder, I'm thankfully able to focus its energy into much more productive means, such as storytelling and art, which then influences the way I interact with media and how I process the way media interacts with myself. Which brings us to the intersection of my own comic and the core strength from Arcane Season 1 all the way back in January of 2022. The same year, I took my first planned hiatus to actually figure out what was going on with my comic across the entirety of the narrative instead of just chapter to chapter or arc to arc. To start, we have strength number 1, dynamic character connections and motivations, and strength number 2, world building via characters and not the other way around, both of which gave me reassurance during a time where my expanding cast was becoming overwhelming, or where it seemed like my ambitions of telling a character-focused story while still building the world around them seemed far too lofty. Across Arcane Season 1, I was able to see just how possible such a feat was, as long as I took advantage of each of my characters' motivations, places in society, and what we could learn about the world, the way their connections formed said motivations. Instead of guiding their characters along a specific path of development, I took great inspiration from how Arcane acted on the potential the characters themselves brought to the table just by existing, in order to push its plot along and weave its otherwise oversized cast into an intricate web of complex dynamics, where so much excitement can be drawn just from having unexpected people work together in a situation you not only never expect them to be in, but also one that further expands how the world works, such as Vi and Jayce's Silco factory operation and the establishment of the heavy use of child labor. Arcane took something I admired about other narratives that pulled off similar feats and executed it so amazingly that I was finally able to articulate it and let the lessons ring throughout my own work. Next, we have strength number 3, creating a living, breathing world with realistic reactions and consequences. I had been a proponent of the world not operating or bending to the whims of the main character or cast of characters far before watching Arcane Season 1, but in my insecurity about how large my cast was getting at that point in time, I was at a stalemate on whether or not I had introduced enough characters from different social statuses and walks of life where they should be shown operating the world, and in turn having the world operating around their decisions. Characters in higher positions like Champion Steven Stone or gym leaders, and just your everyday civilians such as my main character Asadi and the group she travels with. Making this change in character impact on the region of Hoenn was something I was hesitant to do because it felt like it made the world far too small. It was something I've been considering just to rein certain ideas and story beats in a bit. But then you had someone like Jayce Tallis, who found himself in the position of power but was still out of his depths. Someone who was constantly given control but still struggled because the world itself had its own agenda. My love of this character and his plight gave me the courage needed to move forward with my own intentions of continuing to have the world operate outside of the characters, despite how reactionary it might make even the most powerful of them seem. Strength number 4, cohesion between all creative aspects, was something Arcane on the surface simply gave me a bigger push towards. As I'm both the author and artist of my comic, my improvement in more accurately depicting what I'm trying to convey narratively has been naturally occurring over time. But peeling back the layers, Arcane's artistic depiction of things such as mental illness, minute expressions, internal conflict, pathos, etc. had a larger effect on the way I chose to abstract these things in my own comic. For a while up to that point, I've been moving away from the anime-esque abstractions I've been used to in my media growing growing up, and trying to push towards crafting my own abstraction language inspired by a myriad of influences. But Arcane's abstractions weren't just a part of the series' language as a whole, they also varied based on the character. The way Jinx's distress and Vi's distress were portrayed were vastly different because they were different characters with different ways of viewing the world. And as someone with a cast of characters who all have incredibly similar broad reactions to things like stress or triggers or even the ways in which they get excited, it helped me to see so many different methods of handling these expressive nuances in a visual format amongst characters that not only exist in the same world as each other, but are even a part of the same family in some cases. The last strength, number 5, which is consistency and time awareness, is one that I think had the second largest effect on me while being the simplest to describe. Arcane Season 1's usage of visual markers to depict the passage of time that isn't just some years later text on the screen, or in contrast, the choice to not specify the passage of time and instead showing visual markers like Jinx being older, Viktor being sicker, the hexgates, etc., offered a sense of relief I didn't even know I needed at the time. The reassurance that as long as you, the creator, know definitively how much time has passed and put in the effort to make that believable within the work through little details, you don't always necessarily have to specify and risk pigeonholing yourself in case you need to tweak the amount of years or want to leave it up to the audience interpretation. That took an incredible amount of pressure off my shoulders as someone whose inability to turn their brain off would not simply allow me to just hand wave a specific amount of days passing in universe. It allowed me, someone who had actually made a literal real-life calendar for my group's summer travels and figured out how long it would take my characters to travel from one place to another by foot or whatever transportation they were using, to take a breath and realize that maybe outright specifying time in the work isn't always necessary for the passage of it to feel real to the audience. And for that, Arcane Season 1, I thank you. But then we get to January of 2025, and I'm on detox working hard putting these lessons I've stocked up and improved and iterated upon over the years to use, writing the best story I can at this moment in time, and willingly offering both myself and these few pieces of media I do consume the grace I hope my audience would afford me whenever decisions might not be the best or turn out the way I'd like or elicit the reactions I expected, while simultaneously constantly reminding myself to calm down whenever I had a moment of panic thinking, oh shit, did I establish this character trait or the motivation behind this scene, etc. Because at the stage I was at the time, I was only working with building the beat-by-beat skeleton scripts of upcoming arcs, so most of the nuance would be carried not only by the bigger actions in each specific scene, but also by the dialogue between the characters, the art, and the ways all those aspects relate to and connect with each other. I could stop breaking out in cold sweats whenever I thought about the first draft because, like Arcane Season 1, the real meat of my story lies in the smaller refined details and contextualization rather than the bullet point story beats themselves. I would no doubt refine the script past that point. And I learned that Arcane Season 2 has come out, and I'm late, I know, but I'm excited as hell. It's the perfect time as I'm confidently delving back into my own world and characters I poured myself into. And so at the same time I get to simultaneously experience more of this amazingly crafted piece of media and characters I fell in love with. Only to watch in real time as Arcane Season 2 vehemently betrays every single core strength, character, and dynamic and leaves me with a bottomless emptiness. The Netflix branded equivalent of watching a cherished role model slowly, painfully turn into the very person they taught you not to become. Watching this season was an absolutely demoralizing experience. The soul-twisting, bitter-tasting embodiment of I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Yet, as someone who fell for some of the hype, I'm somehow simultaneously the disappointed party and the party doing the disappointing. And now that I've spent the better part of 2025's first quarter grieving this experience, I think after this video, I can finally say I'm at the acceptance stage. I actually pre-ordered the art and making of Arcane a day or so after my first video, and it arrived a couple weeks ago. I don't know if it's going to cover the entirety of the series, but I'm excited to indulge with the hopes that I am no longer at risk of crashing out whenever I see Season 2 content now that this video is done. Because ultimately, despite my gripes, I still respect the craft and the hard work that went into the series. And sheisty writing can never take away the impact that this series as a whole has left on me, nor the lessons analyzing said sheisty writing has left me with. Anyway, thank you to everyone who managed to make it to the end of this exercise in attention span, and what is my first video essay ever, actually. I thought the first video was cathartic, but getting out all of my thoughts like this was absolutely heavenly. Not only can I actually go back to writing my own work like for real this time, but I can finally exhale, and I hope you can too. See you when I see you. Fuck, I'm done.